FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's right, pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere across the app that you want. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is in week 3, so the question is, 2 parts. Are you ready to play, and why haven't you played yet? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app to get started today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get you to Karsh and Anderson coming up in less than 10 minutes. One of them is not here today, so that means a fill-in.
Oh, who's here?
A familiar voice.
Oh.
You've seen him out there.
Who's not here? I think they're both. I see everyone here.
Oh. Why is Stoney in the office?
Why not?
My bad. Okay, no, Gator is here. Gator and Karsh. Karsh and Anderson.
Stoney has some spots to record. That's why he's
okay,
here.
Stoney's going to be here recording some spots. I thought he was coming in for crosstalk.
I thought so too.
Yeah, I was.
So you're saying this. I'm like, I swear I'm staring at everyone that's...
Maybe they're doing a 3-man show today. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe Stoney's just doing what he would do. Just hanging out at the station.
Yeah.
He's already picking our brains about the Tigers. He's like,
Yes.
what percent chance do you think they blow this?
He's lingering early. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Pre-lingering.
He's pre-lingering. That's Stoney.
And he asked me for a percentage. He goes, what chance do you think they actually blow this? I was like, I still think 85% chance the Tigers are winning this, right?
I would, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I should say 100% because we buried the Guardians, but just like, they're going to be fine.
Stoney's obviously a little more nervous than...
He gave a lower number.
Oh. What'd he give?
70-30.
I think 85's low.
Yeah, probably is.
Not 50-50?
Oh, right, yeah. I thought he was going to... Since he was standing there next to Doug, I thought he'd say, well, my 51, I'm going to plant my flag at 51.
He doesn't plant flags.
No, I know.
Unless he buries somebody. And then that doesn't come out well.
Yeah.
No, the word that we have used today is annoying. This is annoying what's happening to the Tigers. We're not nervous. We're not panicked. We're not concerned. We're annoyed that the Tigers haven't slammed the door shut, set their playoff rotation, and kicked their feet up for us to get excited for October. Instead, it's annoying that Cleveland is hanging around. It's annoying that they haven't secured anything at this point. It's annoying that they haven't played better because it doesn't give you any optimism.
There's
for the
no
postseason.
juice.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There's just no juice. And, I mean, we could look back in a month's time and think about this conversation and be like, that was silly.
Right. I hope we are.
Yeah. But so that's a possibility.
Otherwise,
the other
we're going to get more of those
is
Scott Harris texts.
Yeah. That's a possibility, too. A lot of things are on the table right now.
And again, people want him fired. I don't want him fired. But what they did at the deadline was not good enough. And they've kept the door open.
Yeah.
So
Doug's itching.
Doug's early?
Itching to get after it today. Okay. Must have some great stuff coming up at 10:02.
We thought you had Stoney in today. He's just lingering out there.
We have great stuff right now. So, I'm preparing for Nebraska, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to a lot of stuff out of Lincoln.
Hold on. Yeah. Do we know who comes in here and lowers all of the chairs to the lowest setting?
No.
It's. I feel like this is kind of like you had the brush here, right? And you're trying to figure out who the comb was for. Who uses a comb?
Comb that sat in.
And Heather and I come in here every day, and every seat is at its very lowest setting.
Down to the ground.
Yeah.
So the people who sit on that side later in the day, Doug is one. It's not Doug.
Yeah.
Mike, Rieger.
I don't know.
Could it be? Who's got little legs?
Caputo?
I don't
There was
know.
a time here, we had for a while here, Dennis Fithian was here, and everything that was wrong in the building, we blamed
Which is
on
blame
Dennis.
him. Yes, yes. So I mean, okay, Rieger. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just go with Rieger. It's Rieger's fault.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, so anyway, I'm listening to stuff out of Nebraska, and I got to tell you, Nebraska is one of my favorite road trips. Mm-hmm. It's a fun town. The people are friendly. In fact, over the top friendly, and I highly recommend it to Michigan and Michigan State fans. Wolverines playing there this weekend. State's there in a couple of weeks. There's always sort of an undercurrent of tension, though, with my guy John. And, just because over at 1997.
What happened in 97?
The national championship that Michigan won, and Tom Osborne and Nebraska lobbied and got the coaches that gave him a going-away gift.
And it was and it's been intensified because of. It wasn't just Osborne. It was Scott Frost that lobbied for it. He's also lobbied for the Central Florida National Championship.
Scott Frost, if he doesn't get what he wants, he just lobbies.
Yeah.
Is that why you only have half a championship ring?
Trust me, if I were to hit you in the face with it, it would leave a full mark. There's no half bruise. It will leave a full mark.
So I'm listening to, and I like to listen to podcasts from the other, just to find out what reporters and in some cases fans are talking about to get a sense for what's going on. And you learn a lot about their concerns or what they. So I found one yesterday I actually liked out of Nebraska, and these guys were pretty reasonable, and they talked about stuff that was very helpful, called The Common Fan.
Okay.
And they got to the end of it, and they started to preview. They were like, okay. And, I mean, it was right at the end. They were turning the page on the big matchup with Houston Christian, and here's what they had to say.
You did. This is why you're here early.
At least 2 touchdowns, John?
Yeah.
At least? Now, John.
As I have said before, a couple of phone calls, and we could settle that. We could settle that Friday when we land. I have no problem making those calls. Greasy, he'll be there. Woodson, there. Steele, as decrepit and as banged up as he is, I guarantee you he's there. Sam Sword, ready to go. Rob Sweat, ready to go.
John, what was your stat about guys in the NFL from those 2 teams? There was
we dwarfed them. I mean, we had like 39 guys on that, and 3 Hall of Famers, by the way. And so, yeah. Like Scott Frost didn't even play his position in the NFL, and he was only there for a minute.
He was being told an athlete where he could play elsewhere.
Yeah.
So did Charles.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's put Charles up against Scott Frost.
He's all worked up.
That's fair.
Not to pour more gas on the fire. I'm told we have more audio.
Yeah, that great man. That's Scott Frost, by the way.
What was, I'm trying to go back. Who did Nebraska play that year? They had the miracle win over Missouri because of a kick ball that shouldn't have counted. But beyond that, did they play ranked teams?
They played Pacific twice in the non-conference. I swear they played Pacific every single year.
All right, but beyond the jokes, did they play anybody that year? I'm asking serious because I would imagine. Oh, come on! It's not burned and etched into your mind what their schedule is and all this.
No, because I've always
said Tennessee in the Orange Bowl.
They won all their games. We won all our games. All right? And I'm not going to sit here and say they didn't deserve a part of that national championship.
Yeah, a good half of it.
Yeah. So if we played, we would have. Dump buttons close.
Their big non-conference win was at number 2 Washington, which is a legitimate win. Michigan's big win was at number 2 Penn State. So they both went on the road and beat number 2. Mm-hmm. They played 2 other ranked teams in the regular season. They played at Kansas State and Texas A&M. But
and then they
sorry,
beat
man,
Tennessee, you guys beat Washington State.
The 2 touchdowns line is what got me going. I'm like, oh, John's gonna love the 2 touchdowns line. 2 touchdowns, he said.
At least.
I got my man fired up.
I only can think of bad words right now.
Well, on that note, let's get you out of here. What do you guys got coming up next?
Michigan beat 6 ranked teams, by the way, in the regular season that year. What do we got coming up next? Well, Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. Lions quarterback. Can't wait.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
John's mad. Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Jared Goff at 10:30 today. We'll talk with the Lions quarterback on what is it's a fun week because they got a big win and they have a huge game coming up. So we'll get with Jared Goff. It's always interesting to talk to, hear what he has to say today at 10:30. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
I'm fine, Doug Karsh.
That's good.
Yeah.
What's up?
I got a good night's sleep last night. That's always good. Always good.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy about the Tigers game. I don't think anybody is right now. But
Dude, that was like instant buzzkill. Like the way Kerry Carpenter ties it in the bottom of the ninth, and then was it the second pitch of the 10th inning, and then it was just boom, boom,
here we go.
boom. Yeah, it was bad.
Wow, that's look at that. There's a flare. There's a flare. There's a flare. There's a flare. Yeah, that was a little disappointing with that, but another opportunity to get out there tonight and win the game tonight. I think it would be a kick below the midsection to Cleveland if you win the game tonight because they feel like they got all this momentum and need to stop this train from rolling. They've won 10 out of 11 games here. I mean, they are on an absolute tear. We did have, it wasn't that long ago, it was a 13.5 game lead. Mm-hmm. Remember, it got down to like 4.5 and then it ballooned right back up. Well, now it's back down to 5.5. So I'm not nervous, but I just would certainly like a win tonight would go a long way for my sanity, I think.
But we were in an era like in the last few weeks where you would say they really need to win this game, and I would say to you, I'm not playing my really need to win this game card yet.
Right.
I am not playing my really need to win this game card tonight.
Well, here's the thing. I have lots of those cards.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm holding on to the cards and using them when more necessary. I'm identifying where those cards sit. I'm going, okay, do I know where that card is that they really need to win this game card? But look, I mean, Kerry Carpenter's heroics were awesome. I mean, that moment was awesome. He took a called strike that he didn't like. He called time, stepped out of the box. Like you could see him take a deep breath because it was a 1-0 pitch, made the count 1-1. Then it was 2-1, and he hit the 2-1 pitch out, and it felt like it should have been 3-0. And just the calmness that he recalibrated, and boy, let me tell you something. That was such a electric moment, and then buzzkill
and then gone.
City. And it's too bad because he wasn't the only one. Tyler Holton's heroics, limiting damage, Montero out of the bullpen. And as much as they lost the game, Will Vest had I felt like they lost the game on the base pass as much as anything, getting guys thrown out at home, thrown out of second base, which, we talk about the triangulation of wins includes them being good on the base pass as part of the offense. They were not. And like I give Cleveland credit, even the should have been Scooble double that Quan cut off.
Torkelson.
No, I know. Scooble. Why do I do that? I do that a lot. The Torkelson double. Scooble.
There's a K in there.
Yeah. Because Scooble doesn't hit. That should be one of my key clues, is that Scooble is a pitcher. But the Torkelson should have been double, and it was Quan that cut it off, right? A guy that
Quan had the game last night that screams why you don't trade Stephen Quan. He does every little thing extraordinarily well. The only thing he doesn't do well, apparently he doesn't have a strong arm, but his arm's accurate. And you make up for not having a strong arm by running your ass off into the corner, fielding the ball, and in one fell swoop, you have twisted, turned, and thrown the ball in one motion. And gunning out, I mean, he did the two plays. Gunned out Abandias at the plate by getting it into the shortstop, and then he made a great throw. And, that play in the corner, Torkelson rips this ball. That should be a double by all accounts. It's a double. Nope. Stephen Quan hustled his ass over there. Again, one move, throws to second base, and Tork's like, nope,
it was a really good defensive play. And Tork might have been a little gun shy after getting thrown out on that
that's the other
the
thing,
ball that trickled away.
There were all these little plays that Cleveland made, and happened that Quan made 3 of them. He had the 2 in the outfield, and then he had the at-bat in the 10th inning, which was amazing. Reaches down, puts the bat head on it, and gets it past first base, and it's in the corner. Those 3 plays mattered. The Torkelson getting gunned down at second base mattered. You heard, even when you go back, and it's missed opportunities like
Zach McKinstry coming up to pinch hit the ninth inning. And you heard Jason Benetti say it. Hey, it would be great if he gets on base. Maybe Kerry Carpenter hits a 2-run home. I'm not saying, doing the old prediction game. But yes, of course, it would have been great. He didn't get on base.
Got on 3 pitches.
Yeah, and then Kerry Carpenter just launches that 429-foot home run to straightaway center field. But, it's a game. It's a loss. It sucks. You throw it in the garbage and move on to the next game. And that's what they're going to have to do. I mean, you can take positives out of it. Torkelson had the 4 hits in the game, and he really hit the ball hard, hit the home run in the 10th inning. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. But they did some things well, and they did some things not so well that Cleveland did extraordinarily well. So that's the kind of attention to detail that it's a reminder. You got to play like that. Cleveland outdid the Tigers. The Tigers tried to play their game, take the extra base, and Cleveland said, not up in here.
248-539-9797. We'll kind of zoom out, look at the big picture, what it means for this Tiger team, and look ahead for this Tiger team. Jared Goff joins us today at 10:30 for our weekly chat. Moved back a day because of the Monday Night Football game, so their whole week gets shifted a day. So in the building down at Allen Park, today is Tuesday. For the rest of us, it's Wednesday. In Allen Park, it is Tuesday. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so context. Let's put last night's loss into context here a little bit, because the Tigers lose to Cleveland. Cleveland's playing sort of a must-win-it series, and the Tigers are playing try to close out Cleveland series, and Cleveland wins game 1, and that's the deal, and so this thing's down to 5.5. I'll start with this. I'm not panicked about the division, not at all. 5.5 game lead with 11 games left for Detroit, 12 for Cleveland. Let's put it into context. If the Tigers really wet the bed and go 4-7 the rest of the way, Cleveland has to go 10-2 to tie Detroit. And they would likely then, if they go 10-2 and the Tigers go 4-7, Cleveland would likely hold the tiebreaker. That would mean that Cleveland finished the season, because they're on that streak of winning 11 of 12. That would mean that Cleveland finished the season going 21-3 in the final 24 games. If that's a pace they can keep up, bravo. I mean, and that's if the Tigers go 4-7 the rest of the way. And so, I would not flip spots with Cleveland. I would not want to be the team that won 11 of 12, but was still 5.5 games back with 12 games to go, and the opponent has 11 games to go. If Skubal pitches Thursday and looks bad, or has any reoccurrence of whatever took him out of the game this past weekend, then I might panic, okay? But I'm more worried about that start being good than this team blowing the division. Now, that's one hurdle, right, is winning the division. Zooming out, bigger picture, they have a 2-game lead over Seattle for the number 2 seed, but Seattle owns a tiebreaker, so it's essentially a 1-game lead. And, if they blow that, I think that's very unfortunate. Again, Seattle's one of those teams that's white hot right now. Do they have a sustainable pace? We'll see. This all comes down to AJ and Fett and Cora and everybody getting them right. The Tigers could win the World Series. I have no question about that. I'm perfectly confident in saying that is not a ridiculous statement. But they have to get back to being the best version of themselves, and the people that are in control of that, I have faith in this coaching staff, this manager and his staff. And I have faith in this roster. It's just there's been fits and spurts of them looking pretty bad. And they're not a dominant team. They're not the kind of team that they're going to win 110 games, obviously. So they got to get back to the best version of themselves, and I really think it is important that they get this 2 seed.
Well, it'd be great if they can get the 2 seed, and obviously Seattle's team is chasing them now, and Houston's right on the same pace basically. They're only a half game behind Seattle, and those two teams will play each other in a 3-game series coming up after Seattle's done with Kansas City. Seattle also has to finish the season against the Dodgers, so it's not like they got the easiest road to finish up. But this is baseball, and every team goes through their stretches where they don't play well. Every team goes through stretches where maybe they're just 500. They're not as great as they were to start off, or maybe they start off poorly and they finish hot. Whatever the case is, that's why the 162 games means something. But carrying that momentum into the playoffs you can't always bank on it. You just can't. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. You don't know what you're going to get. Hopefully the Tigers can clinch one of those top 2 seeds. Doesn't look like they'll get the top seed. They're trailing Toronto by a significant amount at this point. But yeah, it would be great if they could to set up the pitching and give themselves a little bit of a break to kind of catch their breaths here. But the Tigers are talented. Maybe they're not talented with all the high-end players. Guys, you're like, wow, this guy could be a future, 8-time All-Star or something like that. They had a bunch of All-Stars on the team this year, but not everybody's playing at that level at this time. In the first half of the season, those guys were deserving of getting All-Star nods. Second half of the season, it's been a different story, but that's just baseball. I'm not going to get terribly nervous unless Cleveland sweeps this series. And then I'm going to be like, uh-oh, that's not good. That's not going to sit well. And because it does a couple things. It keeps Cleveland's fire going, and they are on full charge. Cleveland saw by example what the Tigers did last year to get into the playoffs. And they know that right now they're on a heater. The other side of that is if the Tigers start ceding all these games to Cleveland, if they get swept by the Gribe here, then what does that do for the Tigers' confidence? Is it just, oh, thank God they're out of town? Well, you got another team that comes in town this weekend that you have to take care of. It's a grind. You've got 12 games left. You've got to finish strong, or 11 games left. Finish strong.
248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. It's from an unnamed texter. This is a direct result of Scott Harris doing absolutely nothing at the deadline. This is 100% his fault, and he should be fired over it.
Okay.
I completely checked out after the trade deadline. If the front office doesn't care and doesn't want to win, why should I watch?
So they added Finnegan, who has literally been perfect since he got here.
Yeah.
He then went on the IL for a quick stint, and hopefully they have him back. They think maybe as early as next week he comes back to this team. They added Montero, who's actually been very good for the Tigers out of the bullpen as well.
He's coming off a bad outing over the weekend, but he recorded 4 outs with 4 strikeouts last night.
Yeah, so
in a high leverage situation, close game late.
He pitched very well for them last night. Seawald was another pitcher they got. They hope to get him back this weekend. Like Friday, he might make his Tigers debut. And that's another guy that can make a difference. They added a couple of starting pitchers that have helped and not helped so much. I think they give a mixed bag there with Charlie Morton and Paddock. But I mean, that's a lot of acquisitions. That's 5 players right there that they did add at the trade deadline. Now, was it the guys that you wanted? Maybe not. And did you want to go all in on Suarez, who hasn't done a ton for Seattle since that trade happened? Okay, do whatever you want to do, but I don't have a problem with where they're at right now. And I'm not going to say, oh, the trade deadline, that's where they missed out, because did they? They wanted bullpen arms, and they got bullpen arms that have really helped them out.
Well, I mean, one of them's hurt right now, right? So it's hard to but he's supposed to be back. And another one's hurt and hasn't pitched yet, but is supposed to be debuting soon. And I find that one to be very interesting. How much do you have to love a guy to go get him and he's hurt? Because you don't trade for hurt players when you need immediate help unless you think that hurt player really can help you when he gets back. I mean, Bednar's been decent, certainly. I mean, last night he gave up a home run, but
Jake really rough start when he got to the Yankees.
Jake Bird was terrible for them after, and you mentioned Suarez.
Suarez is hitting.
It's hard for me. Sorry, so it's hard for me to escape that this is not one of the most arrogant texts we'd ever get. They didn't do it my way, so I'm not going to watch. And that that's how it comes across to me.
So Suarez has played 42 games with Seattle. He has 22 RBIs in the 42 games. Mm-hmm. He has 9 home runs in those 42 games as well. He's hitting 165, and his OPS is 613. His WAR is negative 0.2.
We were suspicious.
He made the difference?
We were suspicious that he might drop off before the trade deadline came and went, and talked about it on the air before he got dealt.
Now, the thing is, he could have some moments. I mean, he does have 9 home runs with them in the 42 games. Could some of those have been moments, game winners? I haven't looked to see if it was game-winning RBIs or totals or whatever. But
he's had some moments.
There could be some moments in there. But overall numbers are nothing to write home about. The 613 OPS? What?
248-539-9797. More here. I think if they get swept, if they even make the playoffs, it doesn't matter. It's a 3 or 5 game series. They're getting swept. I think they get swept. Okay, punctuation, my man. This is all one sentence. I think they get swept. If they even make the playoffs, doesn't matter. If it's a 3 or 5 game series, they're getting swept.
Who thinks they get swept against Cleveland and they also get swept in the playoffs?
Yeah. The normally upbeat Kerry Carpenter had a scowl on his. This is the next text. The normally upbeat Kerry Carpenter had a scowl on his face when they showed him in the dugout after the last out. That was an abomination by Vest, who's been terrible the last month. Sweeney and Rogers are liabilities on the bench, pounding the ball at 199 and 198, respectively. There is certainly, players that play a very specific role that may or may not be on the postseason roster. I mean, the fact is Trey Sweeney's going to play a lot more against left-handed pitching, and they'd like to get him more at bats. Against right-handed pitching, and that's where he's struggling, and he should be better than that. And maybe he's not on the postseason roster. Jake Rogers is going to be on the postseason roster because you're going to have two catchers. So 248-539-9797. Jared Goff next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just slower than usual? And if that's the case, you don't know who to call, I can help you out. Here's who you call. Precision Garage Door Service. They're awesome. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I know this firsthand. Years ago, I had problems with my garage doors. They were working really slowly. I called them up. They came right out, diagnosed the problem. Best of all, they fixed it right there on the spot. They've got technicians and GMs that know what they're doing. John and Jeff are awesome. These guys have all the equipment in the truck to get the job done right there and then for you, and get it done in a timely manner as well. This is what's great about having guys that are experts in the field. Plus, every call is answered 24/7 by a live person, and weekends they're available at no extra charge. That's pretty great. If you want to set up an appointment online, do it. That way you can set up an appointment at a time that is convenient for you. That's what's awesome as well. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
It's a Wednesday, and we start to turn the corner. Look forward to the weekend. there's a rhythm to the football season, like that you get into. You know, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday games. Exhale, Tuesday, Wednesday. By Wednesday, you get later in the day. I'm like, there's not a football game on tonight, but I'm into the rhythm. And of course, working the games, like I've got my routines down. I'm down at the building on Tuesdays, getting ready for the Michigan game.
Yeah.
Yep. And getting schooled on the opponent on Tuesdays, and then everything gets pushed back. Like I love the Monday night game, but I find that Sundays I'm like, no Lions game today. Know what I mean?
Right, 100%. Right. So I'm going through the same thing, like, and thinking ahead. All right, so do I want to just sit and watch Red Zone all day, or do I want to go play golf?
Yeah. Golf could be in the cards.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah, I should play.
What are you doing Sunday? You want to play golf?
I would love to play golf. Let me look at the schedule. I'd want to do it early because I would want to watch NFL games. So, you want to go early?
Hey, how early?
First tee time?
No, not that early.
That's a problem. All right, let's talk to the quarterback. Jared, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. What a game on Sunday. From week 1 to week 2, what was the biggest improvement offensively you guys made in your eyes?
Yeah, I think we talked about after week 1, we just communicated better and executed on the stuff that we practiced. We improved. We really did. We got better in those 3 days in practice and focused up a little bit, got more intentional on some of the details, and it showed up in the game.
Can you give us a specific example where that communication improvement really paid off, and maybe something that might look a lot easier than it actually was?
I really think, in every single play up front from the O-line, and it's just refs with those guys. They're all great players, but just getting on the same page and feeling like they're gelling together and starting to, understand each other's calls and their movements and how they want to hit certain blocks. And I think all that stuff came to fruition up front. I thought they played incredibly. I thought the pass protection was as good as I've ever played behind, and it's only looking up for those guys. They've done a great job, and it'll take another good week of practice to try to do it again.
Is some of that easily explained away simply because you guys played at home and it's quiet for the offense to work?
No. We should be able to communicate just as well on the road. It's not as easy on the road, but you should be able to do it just as well. The good teams do at least.
Could you see maybe the pep and the step of the young guys, the two guards that are getting their first taste of real action here, that Sunday was maybe a relief for them? Hey, we can do this at this level, that the confidence was growing from week 1 to week 2?
Yeah, I don't see it as a relief at all. I think both those guys know that they can play. They're both great players. All 5 of the guys are great players, and those 2 guys in particular, just with the limited reps they've had, and more and more opportunities, more and more reps. All that's great for them. So yeah, I think from week 1 to week 2, they both improved, and they both looked great. They both looked more comfortable. They both looked more confident, like you said. And but they are confident players. There's not like they're not like looking for answers. They're both really good players, and it was good to see them play well.
You said something earlier that I want to follow up on because it's quite a statement. You said the pass protection Sunday was as good as you've ever played behind. Is that really the case? I mean,
sure.
Because that's something to be said. Given
how many sacks?
Yeah, none.
And
I think I got hit once on a scramble.
Yeah.
That's pretty unheard of. So they were incredible. They were great. They held up all day, and those guys aren't a bad front over there. They got Grady Jarrett, they got Montez Sweat, they got dudes over there who have been in the league for a long time who have gotten a ton of sacks, and I thought they did a great job.
How would you describe your working relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Pretty sweet. I mean, he's as good as they get in our league, and I think I've said it a couple times this week, but we push each other. We really do. We try to pull the best out of each other, and we're constantly communicating, constantly trying to stay on the same page and get better and improve. And I think, he's a guy with his work ethic, and, I like to think my work ethic as well. We just continue to push each other and try to find ways where we can find that extra 1% and get better. And I thought 2 throws in particular, 2 of the touchdowns, it really showed up on some of the stuff we worked on.
If you guys were to appear on a game show, and it's you, and it's Amon-Ra, and it's your wife, and it's a test to see who knows you better, who is going to answer the questions more accurately about you, Jared Goff? Your wife, or Amon-Ra St. Brown?
My wife, for sure. But I get what you're saying. It's not that far off. I hope I know he knows me well, and I know him well, but not quite that intimate. But yes, we are great working relationship. 500
yards in offense. You guys threw up 52 points, and it's crazy to see how efficient you guys were in all aspects of the game, and specifically on the offense with the 5 touchdowns, the 300 yards, 177 yards rushing was really very, very impressive. And yet there's points left out on the field, weren't there?
Yeah, I really did. I thought so. Certainly in the first half. I think that's something that we can improve on this week is points off of turnovers. Man, it's huge. Our defense got 3 there in the first half, I believe, and I think we only scored off of one of them and had 3 off another. And it's our job on offense when that things happen. When those things happen, we got to smell blood, man. We got to really turn it on right there on those first few plays. Just get that first down, get us into at least field goal range, and then try to score from there in the red zone. But yeah, certainly we need to turn that 7 out of what was possibly 21 into at least 14, 17, 20, 21 points.
Jared, I want you to expand on something you said earlier, because you guys played at Green Bay. The communication was an issue. Week 2, you said it's better. And you've also said it shouldn't matter home or road. What is that basically to say that when you go to Baltimore and it's going to be loud, communication is not going to be an issue because you guys have corrected that game 1 to game 2?
No, I'm not going to sit here and give them a soundbite to play in pregame.
Good point.
No, that place is loud. They'll be rocking. They'll be going. But as a quarterback who I think it's part of my job is communication. I've been doing it for 10 years. I've done it on the road in a lot of hostile environments. No, yeah, we should be able to handle it. We should be able to handle the noise. We should be able to communicate well. We shouldn't be affected by it if we are who we say we are.
So one thing that we have seen is Isaac Tesla make probably the 2 best first 2 catches in the history of the NFL.
For sure.
And yet, any time you throw to him, that's somewhat another one of your great weapons that isn't going to get thrown to. How does he get more integrated into an offense that's already loaded? Or is it as simple as his time will come, his day will come, and we're lucky to have him?
Yeah, I think just expanding, what we're asking him to do offensively. And I think he can do those things. He showed a ton of flashes of being able to do a ton of stuff during training camp. It's just in these first couple of games, being a younger player, working him into the fold and getting him ready there. And I know that first week he had the illness that kind of took him out of practice a little bit. But yeah, no, I think he's earned some more reps potentially and getting some different types of routes and does a lot of things right, blocks well, plays hard. The catches are kind of a byproduct, are cool for everyone to see, but he's doing a lot of other things well within our offense and certainly deserves a chance to do some other things.
Can you kind of take us through the one more thing about the game against the Bears? The 2-minute warning going into the 2-minute drill, I should say, going into halftime. The Bears had just scored to make it a 21-14 game. Game's still in the balance there. What are you saying to the guys in the huddle? And you get that whole drive was incredibly efficient, and then you get the play at the end with Tesla and then the whole clock stuff. Can you take us through what was going on there?
Yeah, I thought it was a great drive. I thought it was really one of our first chances to do that end of half 2-minute drive. I can't remember if we had one in Green Bay, but I know we didn't convert on it if we did. But getting a chance to go the full length of the field there, and you always just want to start off with a completion, whatever it may be. You just want to get that first completion, get that first down, and things kind of tend to roll like that. 1 minute and 50 with I believe we had all of our timeouts, or at least 2 of them. That's a lot of time, and so I knew that. We knew that on offense, and there was no one in a hurry to get down there. We knew we had plenty of time, and we're able to get down there, and Tesla makes the great catch for whatever it was, 20 or 30 yards, and the next play, throw it to Saint.
Tell us about Baltimore's defense. How will they challenge you guys this week?
Yeah, they're great. They're a great unit, man. They always have been, always will be, it seems, as long as those coaches are there and those players, man. They've done a great job, obviously, for years, and we'll have our hands full. It'll be fun. It'll be Monday Night Football. Everyone will be watching. It'll be loud. It'll be ruckus. We'll have to be on our P's and Q's, and if we want to come out with a win, we're going to have to play well.
You still have the advantage of the Lions fans taking over other team stadiums. Tell the fans how much that helps to have that much presence on the road.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It really is. It really is cool. And even week 1, dude, I know we didn't play very well and we didn't win, but you could see it. You could see it pregame. You could feel the energy from our fans. You could see the sea of Honolulu blue there. And anytime that happens on the road, dude, it's so cool. And it's really certainly cool when we're winning. And potentially their fans are leaving and our fans start to get loud. That's where it's really fun. But yeah, it takes a lot of hard work to get to that point in the game. But it's fun to have our fans anywhere we go, and they travel well.
I don't know if you tripped, if it was a twist the wrong way when you were jumping up in the air, or if the wall moved. What happened on that leap, and are you training to nail it the next time? Can we expect to see a montage video of Jared Goff training to land that leap into the Lions' stands?
Yeah, I think I'm going to retire from jumping in the crowd. I think that might be the last one for me. I think my technique's wrong. I don't think I push off of the top of the wall well enough. I think that's kind of the thing I'm missing. I'm just trying to jump in there, and you can't do that. So, yeah, I think I'm going to retire from that for a little while. Maybe I'll bring it back one day, but for a little while, I'm going to stay in the stadium and feet on the grass.
Last question for you, and I hate to do this to you, but we always like to follow up on what Cal is doing. Cal's 3-0 to start the season, which is awesome. What I'm curious to know is, can you pronounce the quarterback's name?
Jaron. I believe it's Sagapulatelli, right?
That's actually quite well. Yes, yes. Doug and I were trying to pronounce this during the break. I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's a good player, man.
It's Jaron Kiawe Sagapuatelli, I believe. But
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. It is hard to say, but yeah, no, I call him Jaron.
That's great. Jared, we appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk next week.
You guys aren't going to ask me about the coordinators this week?
No, I think. We can.
Right. Yeah, this is a great Johnny Morton game.
It's okay. It's okay. I was just wondering. I'm good. I'm good.
Thanks, Jared.
All right, thanks, guys.
Better than good.
Care.
Thanks.
Jared Goff, 97 won the ticket.
I had a Johnny Morton question.
Did you?
I did, but
short on time.
Yeah, we
do have a coordinator topic we'll get to a little bit later on, but. Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. If you haven't heard about this offer yet, here's what I recommend you do. Don't stay away from the parlays, the futures, or all that. Just go find a heavy favorite on the money line. Put your $5 down on that heavy favorite on the money line, which means they just have to win the game. They don't have to cover a spread. And when they do, you won't get a big return on your $5, but you get $300 in bonus bets. Then you can do whatever you want with that. The NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, it's Doug Carson, Scott Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jared Goff, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the sarcasm at the end. You know, it's funny. Jared is acutely aware of what is said about the Lions, and I think he uses it quite a bit. I think he's acutely aware of what is said about himself, and I think he uses that quite a bit. I thought that was hysterical at the end. Aren't you going to ask me about the coordinators? Because, they know. I think they can use it, and I think they're a little bit edgy offensively because of all of the panic surrounding Ben Johnson's departure. And I think they're instead of dwelling on it, I think they're using it as fuel. I think that's they've turned it into a positive, if you will. That's the sense I get.
If they had scored,
and by the way, I think he was just joking around with us. I don't know if anybody was just having some fun.
I don't think he was upset. If the Lions had won that game 31-21, I think everybody would say, okay, the offense might be in good hands. We're okay here. But they didn't score 31. They scored 52 freaking points, and they could have scored more. I think what they did on Sunday was completely shatter and obliterate any narrative of, the change in offensive coordinator might hurt this team. I don't know if they went out to do that, if that was the purpose, or if that was part of that chip on the shoulder, whatever it was, great, fine. But I'm saying in the aftermath, to me, that's what that's what the statement was.
Yeah.
It's like, stop it with that. Look at our team. We just put up historical these are numbers that Ben Johnson didn't do.
Well, they've scored more points through 2 games than they did with Ben Johnson last year.
Right, but I'm saying like all the records that they had, the 500 yards,
right,
the 52 points, the over 8 yards per play. I mean, that stuff is insane. And that was with this team, with Johnny Morton as the offensive coordinator, we can all stop talking about Ben Johnson.
I'm not there yet, right? I mean, clearly, one 60-minute game, you can only send so many messages in one game, right? That are resounding or, and I don't mean message. I mean, you can only send so many messages that are going to cover the entire season. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say victory lap, John Morton's as good or better than Ben Johnson. But I am going to say they went out and did exactly something they did last year, which is look like a freaking juggernaut offensively with somebody else calling the plays. And that's really, really encouraging. Given the Bears are probably not a contender, right? The Bears are probably trending to be near the bottom of the NFC. They were expected to be improved, and in the end, they might be improved. They're not there yet, and I'll feel a lot better if they go out and they do it against Baltimore, although there are questions about Baltimore's defense as well. There is something to be said for that performance being a nice reminder that they still have the players to do it. Can they do it in big games? Can they do it in big games? Can they do it on the road?
Well, my thing with the coordinators has always been the offense is there. It's already been installed. Who's calling the plays is I don't think it plays as much of a role as what the offense already is, that Dan Campbell brought in from day one. So Ben Johnson did a great job with that, and clearly that he and Jared Goff clicked. They were able to score bunches of points and piles of yards and all that, and it was great. But just because you change the guy who's calling the plays doesn't mean that the offense is going to change. They still have the same players, and now you're putting some more guys in, or you're giving some more responsibilities to guys because they have more experience, and that's what's incredibly valuable to this team. To have Jamison Williams, who's taking a big step forward this year, to have a guy like Isaac Tesla come in, and he's only made 2 plays, but the 2 plays are spectacular. But everything is kind of now we're getting back on track here. The game Monday night is going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
Another one on the road. It's a night game under the lights, and I think that all that matters because the crowd's going to be loud as hell. And I think that the communication is something to really have to watch because of that hostile environment. It's not the first time the Lions have played in a hostile environment. It's not the first time the Lions have played in Baltimore. But if they can do what Jared Goff was talking about, which is communicate the line of scrimmage despite the fact that it's loud as hell, because he said it shouldn't matter home or away. They know they have ways to communicate. Great, and they're going to work on that. Dan Campbell said something about that this morning. That's why bringing the 38 speakers and have them 10 feet from everybody, so it's so loud that you try to duplicate what it's going to be like.
Yeah, and look, the Baltimore defense too on the road is going to be tougher, and I suspect in the end Baltimore's defense is going to be better than Chicago's. But Baltimore's defense has given up 410 yards a game and 30 points a game through 2 games. It's possible that this isn't what we've come to expect as from the Baltimore defense as far as their standard. It's only 2 games. They did play one hell of an offense in Buffalo in week 1, and they can skew numbers earlier in the season. But it's something to monitor, Gator, is whether or not this Baltimore defense is what we've grown accustomed to. Here's one thing for sure. It's on the road. It's going to be hostile. And Jared feels like they've cleaned up a lot of the communication issues. He didn't want to get into, it was a smart answer, say, I'm not going to give the Baltimore fans a challenge and say, yeah, we can handle them. Regarding the end, Scott says he has perfect comedic timing. When he hears something that irritates him even a little, he bookmarks it. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, he does. 248-539-9797. Brian's in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Man, y'all got to be kidding me. Man, they scored 13 points against the Packers. They played a JV team, scored 52, and Gator got his chest pumped out like they on their way to doing something.
You think the Bears are a JV team, huh?
The Bears are the 3 worst teams in the league. They are horrible.
You think their defense is horrible?
The first week. Why didn't they score 52 the first week against Green Bay?
Well, they're playing on the road against Green Bay, and they didn't.
Man, you making excuses. You got your chest pumped out like these guys are Super Bowl winners.
Yeah, you know what, Brian? I'll tell you what, Brian. I'll defend that. I think this team is a Super Bowl contending team. I 100% believe that, and I believe that before the season began. I believe that before and after the Green Bay game. Why should I change my opinion based on a sloppy game at Green Bay?
Because your chest wasn't pumped out after the first week.
I stood by my. Everybody's like, "Oh, should we change our predictions?"
We didn't change our predictions, Brian.
I still think this team is going to win the division. I still think this team is going to win. I don't care about the preseason.
Gator.
Nobody played in the preseason, Brian.
What I'm saying, that's whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
I don't think it's anybody's fault. I think that's the right strategy to do. Why would I play my starters in the preseason?
They beat one of the worst teams in the league. You are like they're on their way to Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, Brian, he actually thinks they can go to the Super Bowl, and so do I. What's wrong with that?
Listen, you can think it all you want. Detroit Lions, y'all might well stop lying to these people. They're not going to no Super Bowl.
Okay, Brian.
They're not going.
All right.
Have your chest pumped out. I want you to have your chest pumped out.
Let me ask you this. How bad is this team, Brian? How bad are they?
They are a good team. They're not in the top 4. But they're in that second half. It's the Ravens, Buffalo, the Chargers, Philly, Green Bay. The Lions in the second group.
So the Lions are the third best team. You think they're the third best team in the NFC?
I think it might be the third or fourth best team in the NFC. Yes,
now fourth best. Who else is ahead of them in the NFC?
The Commanders. When they played the Commanders in the playoffs, what happened, Gator?
Commanders look real good this year so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Commanders.
When they played the Lions,
so the Commanders' loss at Green Bay doesn't count, but Detroit's loss at Green Bay does.
It counts. What I'm saying is, don't have your chest pumped out, man.
No, Brian. Yeah, don't tell me what I can or can't do. If I feel chesty about this team, which I do, I like this team a lot. Am I guaranteeing them a Super Bowl? No. You haven't listened to anything I've said. I think this is a really good football team. It is a Super Bowl contending team, just like Green Bay and Philadelphia. And I still think highly of Washington, even though I think they played awful to start the season. And I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to be able to play in the next couple of weeks or not. But beyond all that, I think when the smoke clears, you're looking at the Lions contending for a Super Bowl with those other teams. If you think that's me sticking my chest way out because they beat up on Chicago, what I feel is that any concern we have about the offense because they switch coordinators, I'm not that concerned about. I wasn't that concerned about it in the offseason, and I'm not concerned about it now.
We planted the flag and took a beating last week because we didn't give up on the season, because we stuck with our original predictions, which wouldn't be worth anything if we gave up on them after 1 week. Brian, nothing changed between week 1 and week 2. I feel a little bit better about the coordinator because last year they put up 52 twice against bad teams. It's exactly what they did last year against bad teams. One was Jacksonville, and who was the other one? It was a Tennessee. I think it was Tennessee. It wasn't Chicago. Chicago was worse last year, right? They didn't put up 52 against Chicago either time. In fact, I don't think they scored 52 in the 2 games against Chicago combined.
You know, the Bears were in yards given up last year. They were 6th in the NFL last year. Has the defense changed all that much for the Bears from last year to this year?
Their marquee additions were on offense, I would argue, but
last year the Bears gave up 21.8 points a game.
Yeah, I mean, look, Brian, we think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
But that's a JV team, bro, Brian. You're right.
We think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. You don't. We're on record. But I'll tell you what Gator's not doing. He's not lying to the audience about how he feels. I can guarantee you that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Weingarts. With plenty of drama involved, the Tigers dropped their first game of their crucial series with the Guardians 7-5 at Comerica Park last night. With 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, the Tigers down a run. Kerry Carpenter hit a 429-foot home run, tying the game up at 3. But then in the 10th, Will Vest gave up 4 runs to the Guardians, and the Tigers now can't clinch the Central this series. The starter Casey Mize, who struck out 8 last night, says this feels like October baseball. The Tigers now have just a 5.5-game lead over the Guardians in the Central, their smallest since August 12th. The magic number is still 7. Around Major League Baseball, the Mariners beat the Royals last night for their 10th straight win. Seattle's now just 2 games behind the Tigers for the second seed in the American League. The top 2 seeds get to avoid the wild card round and enjoy home field advantage in the playoffs. In the National League, the Diamondbacks won their 4th straight last night, beating the Giants. Arizona's now just a game and a half out of the struggling Mets and the last wild card spot in the NL. Lions head coach Dan Campbell telling us this morning on 97.1 he'll have an update on Marcus Davenport's shoulder injury later this week. He says running back Seone Vaki could he be ready for a return on Monday. Lions 5.5-point underdogs in Baltimore, and the Red Wings open up training camp in Traverse City tomorrow. The preseason opener against the Blackhawks is at LCA on Tuesday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, we just took a Lions don't have a chance call. And somebody that can't believe that we think they have a chance. I mean, look, it's really, the thing we say all the time is, you don't have to feel the way we feel. We're not even trying to convince you that our opinion's any better than yours. We're just telling you the way that we feel, and it just so happens that we both think the Lions are going to go 11-6 this year, which is a 4-game swing from last year to the negative. I think in sports, I've gotten to the point where I realized you have to make yourself worthy of that pool of teams that can win it all. That's what the regular season is about, qualifying for the dance, whatever your postseason format is in any sport. And then you prove worthy. Can you win it all? Can you beat the teams that you're going to face in the postseason? Like the Tigers, for instance, this year have overwhelmingly done well. The record against the other contending teams, like the next 4 teams, although it's changing with Seattle, has been really good. Like 14-8 or 15-8, and Seattle they won the season series against, and Seattle's now gotten themselves into that pool of teams. But you can't tell me that a team that's beat them a bunch in the regular season can't beat them again in the postseason because they're not playing, because you say they're not playing well now. They just took 2 of 3 from one of those contenders in the Yankees. Now we'll see what happens in the series with Cleveland. But now we get to the Lions, right? So the Lions have played one really good team and one potentially bad team. And they look bad against a good team, and they slaughtered the bad team. And so we're 2 games into a season, which you and I both thought they'd go 11-6. I thought they'd be firmly in that pool of teams that could win it all. Last year, the number 1 seed in the NFC, as we know, did not go to the NFC title game. And so that's why you just want to be in the pool of teams. It helps to be the 1 seed, but it guarantees you nothing, as we know. Just be in the pool of teams. It'd be nice to win the division so you can play at home, but plenty of teams have gone on the road and won playoff games. Just get yourself into that pool of teams. And here's the warning. Of their remaining games, their game Monday night, okay? Their game this Monday night is clearly amongst the most losable games they will play the rest of the season. It might be the single most losable game they play the rest of the season. You could argue that the game at Philly might be tougher. But this is amongst the most losable games. So unless you think they are going 16-1, which of the games that they have left to play do you think they're going to lose? Because Monday's a candidate. It's a strong candidate. But that means you either have to accept that every loss isn't a referendum on their Super Bowl chances, or you think they're going to go 16-1. They will beat their share of good teams throughout this season.
Well, because they have a lot of opportunities.
They have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and a lot of them are happening real quick here, and it starts on Monday night. And Monday night's not going to change my opinion about this team. We get to the halfway point of the season, you can evaluate where you're at with the team.
Yep.
I'm not going to flip and flop week after week. That's just stupid in my mind.
What good is our predictions if we flip and flop every week? We'll own the L if we're wrong. Now, and the only thing that bothers me about that call is the accusation that you, Gator, not me.
Yeah, nobody's picking on you, Brian. Brian picked on me today, which is fine.
That you are, quote, lying to your audience. I can assure you that Gator doesn't sit around and go, all right, here's the BS I'm going to sell to the audience today. I can assure you of that.
No, I will tell you what I think, and then you can agree or disagree, and we can have a conversation about it.
And
that's what's fun.
Let me also back up. He said we were acting like they won the Super Bowl. Trust me, if they win the Super Bowl, the show will sound way different than it did in the first hour of today. Trust me, Brian. It will sound way different.
But he took offense that I was chesty because the Lions, in his mind, beat up a JV team in the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
I take offense to calling the Bears a JV team. First of all, I will absolutely take offense to that. I will not take offense to being chesty about it. I'm chesty about the offense because I thought this offense was a really good offense going into the season. They started off not good against Green Bay, but I thought that there were obvious reasons why they didn't play well against Green Bay, and it was echoed by what the coach and everybody else had to say afterwards. And if you don't believe the communication was a problem, then I guess you're not watching football, because it was a problem. I do have concerns for Monday night playing on the road again in a hostile environment where it's going to be loud AF for Monday Night Football in Baltimore. Are they going to be able to communicate well? I have questions about that and concerns about that. We'll see if they do. If they're able to handle it, if communication is no issue on Monday night, I will tell you the Lions will beat the Ravens on Monday Night Football if communication is not a problem. I will make that proclamation.
248-539-9797. Look, if you agree with Brian, we're more than willing to debate it. But Brian thinks they have no shot, and they think that he thinks they're well outside of that pool of teams that can win a Super Bowl.
Here's the other thing is that, the season, like we talk about with baseball, 162 games is a long season. The NFL season is 17 games long, but it stretches for months. It's a long grind. It's a long season. Things will change week to week that will test your faith in what you're watching. There will be injuries that happen to this team that will test my faith in whether or not they're going to live up to what I hope that they can live up to. But that will also happen to other teams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect the Packers to go unscathed. I don't expect the Eagles to go unscathed when it comes to injuries. It's a part of the game, and it devastated the Lions last year. That was a damn good Lions team last year. On paper and on the field for the first several games until the injuries started to mount. And when they mounted, it wasn't just, they hurted a couple guys this week. They were key players that were getting hurt, and it really tested the depth on the team. And somehow they were still able to win 15 regular season games, which was kind of crazy. But every team will be tested, and the Lions are no different. They're going to be tested as well. It's just a question of, how far are you willing to go?
Let's go to Michael. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just want to say, look what happened at the end of last season with all the injuries. What got them through that? The grit and wanting to win one for the coach. Coach has got these players, they'll run through walls to win games for this guy. So, I mean, when you look at losing Johnson, yeah, that hurt. But the big thing is our core.
Well, look, I mean, the funny thing is you have to have the players, right? You have to have the players, and they have the players in abundance. They did lose one of the masterminds offensively, and they lost the mastermind defensively, I guess, too. Right? They lost out their coordinators. Got it. Yep. The drop-off from one to the next could be minimal, could be a lot, might be nothing at all. Maybe they improved. But there's some of what we've seen in the early going, there's been some good and some bad. It was damn reassuring to see them slaughter a team. It was damn reassuring. That looked like last year's Lions, didn't it?
It did. And I think the biggest difference with what we saw in the game against the Bears versus what we saw in the Packers, beyond the communication part, but the communication part plays a role, what I'm about to say, and it's what Jared Goff said. He had the best protection he's ever played behind, he said.
Yeah, now, whether or not
it was hit once and it was on a scramble. It wasn't sacked. He literally had all day to throw. And you cannot give Jared Goff that kind of time to throw. And those receivers, that kind of time to get open. These receivers are going to get open anyway. But then you're going to give them a little extra time. Good luck with that.
Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. And that's why I want you to think about and know about Shainer Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shainer is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. And that means you can get a quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shainer Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating, earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0, powered by Shainer Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
No, Jared, we're not.
Would you like us to?
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of a long season because, week 1 felt like a failing grade and week 2 felt like, oh, there they are. That's a team from last year. And the opponent clearly plays a role in that, and the venue clearly plays a role in that. And, they got another test this week. I'm not sure how good or bad Baltimore's defense is going to be. They've given up a ton of yards, but it's, they played Josh Allen, right? They did play Joe Flacco. But, hey, man, we expect there to be ups and downs. 11-6 record means at some point you're going to have to lose 6 games. In many ways, unless you think they're going to win them all the rest of the way, would you rather have them lose to a good team or a really bad team? Like I almost feel like those are losses that are far more disturbing is when a bad team beats you. But they've got so many good teams on the schedule, they're going to have plenty of chances to win. They're not going to lose all the games against good teams. But I just looked at some ticket texts. These two have just come in. Nick writes in, dripping with sarcasm. Since you guys already know the Lions are going to go to the Super Bowl, who are they playing and what's the final score so I can make a nice wager? We never said that. We said that we think they have a great chance.
They're a Super Bowl contending team is what we've said.
We think they're in that pool of teams that can win it all, yes. Here we go. This is regarding Brian's call. I have to agree. The Lions won't make the Super Bowl. Coach Campbell is like the quarterback Prescott. They will get close, but not seal the deal. Great coaches would have had maybe Super Bowl and maybe 2 Super Bowl wins. The year they lost to the 49ers was the day I knew these coaches and GM will not do it for Detroit. The last 2 years, they had their hand in the cereal box, but they can't find the prize.
So the coach dropped the ball on 4th and 6. The coach dropped the ball on 3rd and 10. The coach was the one that had the misplay between the quarterback and running back and the bad exchange. The coach is the one that was using the 6th cornerback on the roster who was defending a deep pass and had the ball go off his helmet and somehow end up in the hands of the receiver. That was the coach's fault. Good. Got it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I believe Andy Reid was in his 21st year as a head coach when he first won the Super Bowl.
Well, there's that.
Then he proceeded to win 3 of 5. But you knew after the San Francisco game, Holmes, that they weren't going to win it after that game. They couldn't win it. That Dan Campbell's incapable of winning it. I mean, look, I
hope we don't have to wait 21 years in a Dan Campbell's coaching career.
I agree.
I hope that's not the case. But sometimes good things come to those who wait. I wonder if people felt the same way about Steve Eisner with the Red Wings, and when he was drafted in '83 and plays, and they get to the conference finals back-to-back years, and then they start to slump, and they're not getting as far in the playoffs. Were people thinking the same thing? He'll never get it done, and then he gets it done in his 14th year in the league.
Mm-hmm. I'm just amazed at the hostility towards Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, us, for thinking that this team has a shot and for them building the best Lions teams of our lifetime.
Oh,
but
I will do this.
I get you want to get to the mountaintop. I understand.
Oh, that's fine. It's cool. I'll just smile and kind of smirk to myself and thinking, okay, great. You don't like Brad Holmes? You're one of the few. Consider yourself one of the few. You don't like Dan Campbell? Great. Consider yourself one of the few.
If these two got let go, how quickly would they be snatched up?
I mean, Brad Holmes wouldn't wait 10 minutes before his phone's ringing.
Justin in Madison Heights, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, fellas. I'm going to preface by saying I get passionate, too. I get it. I get heated. I get it. I've called you guys, and I've been fired up. But how do we go from having a 15-win team, the city's just glowing, we feel so good about this team, to the Lions suck? What are we doing as fans? Gator, how dare you feel confident about this team? How dare you feel good about them? No, man, you can't score 52 points and feel good about an offense. Like you guys keep saying, that looks more resemblance of last year's team than this year. What are we doing, Detroit fans? we still have a really good football team. Was I a little worried after the Green Bay game? Yeah, but I didn't just pack in the season. Oh, I guess it's over. Like, it's insane to me. And I know, look, I'm getting fired up right now. I get fired up too. But I'm not just, like, Caller Brian, how do you have fun watching? Why do you even watch football? Like, Caller Brian's not having fun. What are we doing then? Like, you have to sit and watch the game, let it play out, as John Jansen always says. Like, we can talk, we can discuss, but it's insane to me to just pack in the whole season. Son, they're terrible.
I don't know how, by any measurement, you can look at this team and say they don't have a chance. Now, we always talk about one of the safest plays in sports is to say my team's not going to win it, because then you basically are picking the field.
Right.
And I got it. Okay. I mean, you could do that in any town.
That's fun. That's so much fun to be a fan where you're saying we're not going to win right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I have no expectations of winning. Great. Good for you.
There are teams, though, that have a shot, and I don't know how, by any measurement, this is believed to be a team that doesn't have a shot. And we've gotten we obviously got one of those calls, and we've got a number of those texts.
There are two things with this Lions team that the fans are really upset about. One is that the quarterback can't run. They're really upset about that. The ones that are complaining. I think it's less than 10% of Lions fans out there, based on the incredible ovation that Jared Goff gets every time he steps onto the field, the Ford Field. It's deafening. It really is. They saved him for last. It was deafening when he was announced on the field. So that's part one. The other part is something new that's happened over the last year, and that is that they somehow haven't figured out a way to add another elite pass rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. That they haven't done it.
Yep.
Why didn't they go out and get Max Crosby? Well, because Max Crosby wasn't available. Why didn't they get Myles Garrett? Well, because Cleveland, was kind of playing games and they re-signed Max Crosby. Why didn't they get Trey Hendrickson? Well, because the Cincinnati Bengals weren't going to trade him, and then they gave him the extension or the more money this year, and he's going to stay there. Why not J.J. Watt or T.J. Watt? Because it's not going to happen. Well,
Micah.
Yeah, and then the other one is, of course, Micah Parsons. Why didn't they get Micah Parsons? And now he goes to Green Bay, your rival, and that's the biggest thing that has fans upset. And then they revisit the whole Brad Holmes hasn't done anything to fix this team. Hasn't done anything to make the team better, except add 3 more, perhaps blue chip players to the roster in the most recent draft. And to replace the departing cornerback with a top cornerback that was a free agent in the market. Right. He hasn't done anything. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that that's the kind of criticism he's going to get. This is a damn good football team. And when the trade deadline comes and passes, if the Lions don't do anything, if there's no screaming need, or we'll see where they are injury-wise and everything else, right? If they don't do something, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You'll revisit. We'll visit that when the time is right to see who's available and who's not. Keep a close eye on Cincinnati and what's going on in life without Burrow. And if they're able to still maintain and stay above water, then maybe Trey Hendrickson doesn't get traded. But if Cincinnati starts losing games because Jake Browning isn't good enough and that offensive line is pathetic, then guess who might become available? And guess who's got the cap space to make it happen? Now, there'll be other teams that bid too. And if Hendrickson gets traded to somebody else, then we're going to go through this all over again. And I'm going to loathe when we do this. But I still think this team is a damn good football team and a Super Bowl contending team at that. If that means I'm chesty, then I'm chesty.
Steve on a cell, you're next. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Steve.
Listen, I understand the passion of the fellow that was getting all fired up and all that. But the reason the fans are the way we are is because, frankly, we've been conditioned to see the Lions lose. I mean, I'm 60 years old, man. They have not won a championship.
Do you not feel different about this group over the last, 3 years, 4 years, or how about just since Dan Campbell took over?
I'd love to feel differently about this group.
But you don't.
But then again, well, it's incredibly difficult. Look at the San Francisco game. We're up 17 points at halftime. All we got to do is hang on to go to the Super Bowl, and we don't.
What about the 2 weeks
You know,
prior to that
last
where
year-
they beat the
last year with
Packers, they beat
We
they
should have
beat
beat
the Rams.
Washington.
They won 2 playoff games that year, and then a confluence of events happened in San Francisco, and it was crazy.
So, Steve, essentially, though, here's what I'm hearing from you, and this is fine. You're telling us your honest feeling. You won't believe it until you see it.
Pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, and that's how you feel. And I guess I judge every regime. When we get a new GM and a new coach, I set the clock to 0. I don't think it's fair to judge Brad Holmes' ability based on what Martin Mayhew did, or Dan Campbell's ability based on what happened under Darryl Rogers or Bobby Ross.
I think it's
I don't think they're related, but
I find it strange to go through life as a fan of sports, and you're not going to have an expectation. You're not going to have a feeling one way or the other until it's in your face and it's over and done with.
I guess.
Where's the ride?
I mean, he's honest. He says he won't.
He's been
really
hurt
believe
before.
it.
He's been conditioned to losing. I get it, but what happens when they snap the losing streak? They actually won playoff games. Well, then the San Francisco game happens. Yeah, okay, that happens. Get better. 15-2 the next year. Injuries mounted. I got it. It sucks. But I don't want that. I wish for this for the previous caller. I wish that stuff didn't sap away your vigor for the team and for the sport. I really wish it didn't.
97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Might add a little levity to the situation.
Yeah.
We're in the office today, and Jimmy, the boss, walks past. Because I just got a text from Stoney at 9:15. It said, because Stoney was coming in to cut a commercial spot.
Yeah.
Stoney texts Jimmy at 9:15. I'll be in at 9.
What?
So when Stoney did show up, I did ask him about it. He said, yeah, I meant to say 9:40. But Stoney.
That's Stoney.
Maybe he meant 9 Central.
Maybe.
Stoney's been traveling a lot since he's like semi-retired, you know?
Look, this is a guy that went around the loop in Indianapolis 3 times.
Right?
Yeah. That's one of the greatest stories ever. For people missed it, him and his buddy were driving to California, right? They're driving to California, and Stoney took over to drive, and they were in Indianapolis. And Indianapolis has a giant, the freeway, 495 or 295 or whatever, circles the city. It's like, probably like 60 miles. It just circles the city. Stoney got on that highway and proceeded to circle the city multiple times before he realized they weren't going anywhere. His buddy woke up and said, where are we? And realized what Stoney had done. Just classic. King, what do you make of the Lions have no shot calls and texts we have gotten today?
I try to be compassionate and have some empathy for those fans because I kind of get it. Like of course, we all know the history with the Lions. They literally have never won a Super Bowl, let alone make it to a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So to see it, to believe it, crowd, I understand that. But what I'll say is this: then you'll just never enjoy the ride. Then, and the ride is definitely part of the fun, And has it ever ended in the ultimate prize? Of course not. But when and if it does, you want to be there for the whole thing.
The ride is
fun,
yep.
So that's what I'll say to that. And there's only one thing that can change those people's minds. And by the way, just because they win one doesn't mean they're ever going to win one again. So you may have missed the only ride. So try to enjoy the ride if you can. But I do understand, the history. And you think in Buffalo, they're just like, they're never going to win anyways. No, man, they got an MVP quarterback. They should try to enjoy the ride. This may be the year. And so more times than not, you're not going to get it. But where's the fun in that?
I mean, and then you get the, I don't want to be hurt, guys. It doesn't hurt like a broken bone or
that Niner game was kind of, that was
a broken heart.
Yeah,
it doesn't hurt like a loved one, like your love of your life leaving you. It's sports, man.
You feel betrayed, man.
Part of this too is the hurt makes it when you do get to the mountaintop even better. I went through a stretch there where I thought, God, I wonder if this team's ever going to win at all. And then we went out and got the most competent GM and coach we've ever had that has put us in this conversation. I think they got the stuff, but obviously others don't. 248-539-9797. Glenn in Clinton Township. Hi, Glenn.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, I was wondering, a lot of people were upset about them not going after the guy from Dallas, and I can't think of his name.
Micah Parsons.
But I think that, I think Jerry Jones was trying to give us a double-edged sword, trying to put it to us because we put it to him on his birthday, and I was wondering, what do you think? You think that he traded him to Green Bay out of spite?
No, I think he traded him to Green Bay because he didn't want to trade him to Philly. I think he traded him because he had to trade him because that relationship was broken, and the Packers made a pretty good offer. They gave him 2 first-round picks, and they gave him a defensive tackle that's one of the better defensive tackles in the league. I think Dallas got could they have gotten more if it were, I guess, more in the offseason? Maybe you get more for that. If you had to trade Micah Parsons at the before the draft, maybe you get more, but this is the hand they were dealt.
Jerry's interesting, and he marches the beat of his own drummer, and he's perhaps a little crazy. But no, I don't think he traded him to Green Bay to get the Lions back for what they did on his birthday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, appreciate it. 248-539-9797. They really did ruin his birthday. Let's go to Jeff on a cell. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Great show. Great
Thank
show. Let me lay it out for you. The Lions are like that movie that comes on TBS. You've seen it, I don't know how many times. but you still want to watch it. It's a great movie. It's a great movie. You can't not watch it when it's on. I mean, that's where the Lions have us right now.
Well, they've been easier to. It's harder to not watch now, right? I mean, there was a time where
No. They have a hell of a team right now.
Yeah.
A hell of a team. And it would be a damn shame if they do not get to the Super Bowl, if not win it. I mean, my brother-in-law called me the other night. Oh, man, they put up 50 on Chicago. Okay. All right. That's fine and dandy. Go to Baltimore next week. Take down one of the top AFC contenders. Then maybe some of these fans will, because they got that history of losing to the big dog on the block, man. I just think fans are, like you said, not going to believe it until the Lombardi is on Woodward Avenue or down at Hart Plaza being hoisted by Holmes and Campbell, and the fans will we're sick. We're sick, dude. I'm sick.
Jeff, it's going to be okay. 248-539-9797. Mike in New York, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. So, 68 years old, born and raised in Detroit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay, great. 68 years old, born and raised in Detroit, long-time Lions fan. Couple of points. The team is good enough. We've got kind of an unconventional quarterback who can't run, who people get upset about. There's a lot of other things he can do. There's a lot of other players. We're young. We're going to get there. It's just a matter of time. A couple other comments about the ticket in general. I don't listen to everybody. I listen to you guys probably more than anybody else. The afternoon guys, they do say stuff, I believe, that they don't believe. They just want to try to drum
hold
up
on.
emotion.
We don't, honestly, we don't like using our platform. If you have a problem with them, just call them.
Well, I don't do.
All right, thank you, Mike. 248-539-9797. If you have an issue with any other show, please do not use our show to rip on that show. If you have a problem with that show, call the show. Do appreciate it, though. 248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show. Very interesting interview this morning. Straight ahead, however, an NFL insider gives us his first read on the Lions and Baltimore. Do the Lions go into Baltimore and pull off the upset? Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Look, they have the largest auto accident truck settlement, or auto accident and truck accident settlement of any lawyer law firm in Michigan. That's something you need to know. Here's the other thing. They have something they call white glove customer service. You call them, they'll call you back. Proactive communication is super important to them. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
You know, he's quietly had a nice year.
Quietly had a nice year. I don't know. Well,
Jace Young.
has he?
Yeah, he's got his batting average up to 251 on the season. He was at 200 forever. He's been on a tear. His OPS is over 800 now. It's 806. 27 doubles this year, 16 homers, and 73 RBIs in 410 at-bats. It's a nice season for him.
Good.
Maybe a chance to compete for a job again next spring training.
Maybe they can trade him for an edge rusher. 248-539-9797.
Nice.
Pete Prisco. Oh, this is the first to get his predictions in for the coming weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Lions in Baltimore Monday night. Quote, this will be fun as both teams can score. The Lions scored 52 last week while the Ravens scored 41. I don't think either team will come close to those numbers, but they will get into the 30s. Look for the Ravens at home to win in a fun shootout. Ravens 37, Lions 30. As I said, this is one of the more losable games, if not the most losable game on the remainder of the schedule. But it is a chance to show the difference between week 1 and week 3. Show the difference between what happened in Green Bay and what happens this time out against another team that is in that pool of Super Bowl contenders. 248-539-9797. John in Dearborn is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
You know what? I'm 70 years old. I've lived through 0-16. I've lived through Russ Thomas. I've lived through, Barry Sanders walking. I'm on for I'm pulling for the Lions. However, in the back of your mind, my daughter laughs at me for when I've said in the past that the Lions, the Lions have grasped defeat from the jaws of victory. And, I was loving last year, then the rug gets pulled out from you. Go Lions. But, especially people my age, the guy that just called in that's 60, he's lived through this stuff. I hope it changes. I remember when the Red Wings, ended the 45-year drought from
John, let's be clear here. We all know their history. Do you think they have no shot?
Oh, I think they have a great shot. But then, I'd like, I hope to God they could take that final step.
Yes. So let's be clear here about this conversation. This conversation started with they don't have a shot call, okay? What's added to it is they're never going to win it all because they're the Lions. If you think they don't have a shot to win the Super Bowl, I would say that is absurd. And if you think they'll never win because of they're the Lions, I mean, there's really no counter argument to that. Your belief is that the organization, something inherent about this organization makes it impossible for them to be the last team standing. If that's your belief, I don't know that that's deep-seated in logic other than I've just never seen it. Because the Cubs won a World Series. The Red Sox won a World Series. The Red Wings won a Stanley Cup.
The Rangers won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, these teams that go... You know who was a laughingstock for their entire existence until they turned into a juggernaut and really have been a factor ever since? Is the Pittsburgh Steelers. When the Steelers won it all, I was a kid the first time, and I remember them going, so happy for the Rooney family. They've owned him forever, and everybody said this team with this organization could never do it. And the Steelers have been a factor pretty much my entire life. They just about always have a credible football organization. Streaks come to an end. This is the best shot they've ever had. And do we feel like ownership gets in the way now?
I would think we don't.
Yeah. I think that was the problem with ownership before was William Clay Ford left people in position way too long. Way, 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 way too long. And it feels like the organization's moved beyond that, but 248-539-9797. Mark is next on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm a long-time listener, multiple-time caller. I just wanted to say that I feel like you remember last year around this time what your guys' conversations were like? And it was all about all the bandwagon fans coming on at the last minute. Do we allow these bandwagon fans to come on at the last minute? We were so joyous, we just said, yeah, screw it. Let them all come. I'm a 34-year-old, been living in Michigan my whole life. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. We go back and forth to Pittsburgh to watch the Steelers versus the Lions whenever they play. I plan on being there in week, I think it's 10 this year, when we finally play here. I love this team. I love what they look like now versus what they look like when Stafford was the man. It's totally different. Brad Holmes has done a wonderful job. But look, this is the NFL. It's any given Sunday. Anybody can win. I think people want to translate college rules and Alabama dominating over to the NFL. That don't work in the NFL. I think we have to take a step back, look at what this team is, look at what the talent we have here. We are beautiful. We are set in the top 10 right now, if you really think about it. So, I don't know. I just don't want us to get all down and feel all bad like we back to the same old Lions. We're not.
Appreciate the phone call, Mark. Look, I don't know, the beginning of your call when you said we were debating whether or not to let people, quote, back on the bandwagon. Fans can do whatever they want. I don't know that we ever, and I'm not sure you heard us have that debate because I don't think we think of ourselves as gatekeepers of who can be a fan and who
Not
can't.
at all. Not even a little.
Or how you're supposed to act. We just, fans have every right to feel their emotions and ride the thing. I just bristle at that they don't have a shot or they'll never win because of the Lions calls, because I think they're both absurd. But
I always, why bother even participating?
I don't know why you would, but there are people that are quote unquote Lions free, yet listening to the discussion about the Lions.
I'm always curious as to why those people even call in or text in. If you don't care, then why are you showing you care? Mm-hmm. If you're not going to have an opinion about the team until all is said and done, or you're not going to agree that they're good or agree they're whatever until it's all done, why are you calling in now?
Steven in Troy, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Steven.
Hi, is this me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not in Troy, but anyways, listen, I'm kind of amused because I'm listening to a lot of the older guys calling in. Apparently, you guys have like a geriatric call-in thing going on right now. So I just want to say I'm 71 years old, right? So I got them beat. I've lived through the riots. I've lived through the Vietnam War.
What do you want to say? What's the point?
The point is this. It's just sports, dudes. Relax, take a breath, enjoy it. Enjoy the ride, right? You know, the Lions are winning, which is a really cool thing. Just enjoy it. If they win it all, that'd be great. Otherwise, just chill out.
I mean, I'm okay with you have a opinion on whether or not they'll do it or why they won't do it. I think saying they have no shot is ridiculous, and I think saying that they can't do it because they're the Lions is also a little bit ridiculous. But hey,
they have the talent, they have a lot of the components to it, but to win a championship, it takes a lot more than just talent and dedication. It takes a little bit of luck too. So.
That's actually, I mean, seriously, Steven,
I agree.
There's no question. It does take a bit of luck. It probably starts with staying healthy. But then there's that right call at that right time, the ball bouncing your way. It's the unpredictability. It does take a bit of luck.
Yeah, sure it does.
248-539-9797. Bernard, you're next. Hi, Bernard.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
How you doing, sir?
I had something go down on Sunday that kind of put things in perspective for me. I flew in Sunday morning from Louisville on a red eye, met my 14-year-old son who caught the bus from Ann Arbor. Tradition, he and I always go to the home opener, longtime season ticket holder. And on the way into the stadium, the guy at the turnstile was having trouble with the turnstile thing. And so he dislodged it right into my clock weights. And I'm walking into the stadium and it wasn't a glancing blow, fellas. It was pretty hard.
It was a direct hit.
And I look at him, and a direct hit. And I look at him and I said, I'm used to getting kicked in the nuts before I leave the stadium, not on my way, not on my way in. Yeah. But I still went in, fellas. And in years past, I might have taken it as a sign, and I might have handed my ticket to somebody else and said, "You know what? Just go in."
Today, yeah.
But I went in, guys, because this team's different, and there's going to be ups and downs, and we're going to get a shot, a direct hit to the nuts every now and then. But because we have faith in this organization, the way things have, and the direction it's going in, we're gonna persevere. We're gonna still go in, and I'm glad I did. I got to experience that, that win on Sunday, and it changed my perspective for the season. So
great to hear it, and I hope the swelling's down.
Yeah, that's great. 248-539-9797. All right, Dan Campbell. How different did the interior of the offensive line look from week 1 to week 2, and how big was that game for new OC John Morton? Hear what he had to say. Coming up starting at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's Game 2 of the Tigers' critical series with the Guardians at Comerica Park tonight. Jack Flaherty for Detroit, Gavin Williams for Cleveland, the starters in this one. The Tigers aim to tie the series after a 7-5 extra inning loss last night, and with it, the Tigers have just a 5.5-game lead on Cleveland in the Central. That's their smallest since August 12th. Their magic number is 7 still. First pitch 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. A pair of Tigers affiliates win minor league championships last night. The West Michigan Whitecaps have won the Midwest League Championship, their first since 2015. The Tigers' High A affiliate clinched the title with a 3-1 win over Cedar Rapids last night. Including the playoffs, the Whitecaps finishing 96-35 this season. That's a 7-11 winning percentage, the highest by a minor league baseball team at any level in 3 decades. The Lakeland Flying Tigers, meantime, the Low A club beat Daytona last night, winning the Florida State League Championship. It's their first since 2012. Lions quarterback Jared Goff, making his weekly appearance with us this morning right here on 97.1, was asked by us about facing the Ravens defense. The Lions are 5.5-point underdogs in Baltimore Monday night. The Red Wings open training camp in Traverse City tomorrow. Preseason opener against the Blackhawks is Tuesday night at LCA, and the season starts for real the 9th against the Canadiens. And legendary Michigan golf teacher Dave Kendall passing away at 70 after a battle with cancer. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Luke, say that the West Michigan Whitecaps, they won. Well, they won their championship, right?
Yeah.
They finished with the playoffs, 61 games above 500.
Wow.
That's insane.
That is really good.
And particularly after they graduated a lot of their top players to Double-A.
McGonigal, Brasenio, Clark.
They just kept winning.
Yep.
Impressive.
Yeah, that is cool. Gator, you put something on your show sheet, and I'm like, I got to be honest, I don't even really know what that is.
Here we go. Was it mistyped?
No.
Okay. Sometimes it is. Was it a math
No, it's a food thing, and you said today is National Monte Cristo Day.
Yeah.
What's that?
Monte Cristo is that it's a sandwich. It's like a ham and cheese sandwich that is basically deep fried, kind of like it's like a French toast sandwich, basically, and then served with like some kind of like a jelly marmalade type sauce with it. They're delicious.
Well, now I know why I've never heard of it.
You're never gonna have one.
No,
ever.
No.
Like, this is not a Doug sandwich.
No, this is not a Doug sandwich. No,
I feel like the only thing missing is wrapped in bacon.
right.
And you get to dip it in steak.
Yeah, it's right. And usually when it comes out, they put some powdered sugar on top of it too. I've had it like 3 times in my life.
Served on a platter by Ryan Day.
Yeah, right. Just his beard.
Yeah, that would be high on the list of things that Doug will never, ever eat. And I guess think back to, at a time in my life where I gave up eating the red meat, I guess I'd never really heard of it.
Ham's pork. It's the other white meat.
It is the other white meat,
I
Doug.
fell for that once.
What if
did I get sick that night?
What if the Monte Cristo were a turkey sandwich? And it's turkey and Swiss, and it's done, like I said, it's a deep fried, served with some sort of cranberry compote.
It seems highly unlikely that the deep frying.
Actually, that sounds pretty good, King.
Does it?
What do you
I
think?
like a good Monte Cristo, man. I don't get it often or anything, but it's a good sandwich. It's definitely a good sandwich. Doug's not going to have it.
No,
That's
Doug's
fine,
not going to do it,
but
I tried to Dougify it.
Yeah,
and it actually
if we
sounds pretty good
Dougify
when I
it-
Dougify it.
Dugged it up.
yeah. How do we Doug this thing up? You got to use wheat bread, turkey.
Whole wheat bread, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Whole wheat French toast.
Yeah. Well, for Doug, it's
For
got to be
Doug,
like
I got
that.
you. Yeah, you're going to have to do that.
Then, like, sugar-free powdered sugar.
Yeah, you sneak some kale in there, and I was trying to Dougify it. That was too much Doug.
Yeah, it's too much work.
Doug.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
But turkey and Swiss, like a
I like
French
turkey
toast.
and Swiss, yeah.
It's like a French toast sandwich.
I would never deep fry my turkey and Swiss sandwich.
That's a problem right there.
It's a problem.
Well, it's a problem with you trying to finish off the Monte Cristo challenge.
Well, it starts to lose some of the properties of actually being a Monte Cristo.
Yeah. See, we've already lost the ham.
Yeah.
Replaced
We're
it
not
with
going to deep
turkey.
fry it. My
Not gonna
Monte
deep
Cristo
fry it.
is 2 whole wheat pieces of
Yeah.
bread with some turkey and some Swiss. The Doug Monte Cristo.
Yeah.
That's it.
And we're going to replace the bread with lettuce wrap, and there it is.
Yeah. So now I know what it is. Something I never had.
I'm surprised you've never gone to a restaurant and seen it on the menu. That your kids would look at
Well,
that.
I just
when they
looked
were
down
younger
and the Twitch feed, somebody mentioned that Bennigan's had a great one. And
They did.
There you
Yeah.
go. Is there any Bennigan's still open?
I don't think so. I feel like Bennigan's just turned into like Applebee's.
Applebee's killed Bennigan's.
I don't know. I feel like that was the natural progression. Whatever.
You think Ben Johnson's doing Bennigan commercials over in Chicago?
Maybe.
Do you so when's the last time you had a Monte Cristo?
It's probably been 15, 20 years.
15, 20 years?
Okay, so this isn't on your radar
What?
either.
Yeah.
Not typically, no. But
I would say so, 20 years.
no, I said I've only had it a few times in my life, but it's really good.
Go back, man. It's good.
I like food, so there are other food items I like too.
Kang, have you ever had one?
Absolutely.
Okay, and when's
Yeah.
the last time you had one?
Within the year, for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're definitely on your radar.
Yeah, I mean, I always look at it because you're trying
But
to.
if you don't have one for the next 20 years, it's off the radar.
Yeah, right. It's good. I got time.
I can still have an opinion about the Monte Cristo.
That's true.
It's it hasn't changed much, Gator. It's still the same.
Yeah, and that wasn't. I mean, what was? I put a question after it. I just mentioned today because we said, "What's today's national what day?" Today
You did put a question after it, but I was like, I don't even know what the hell this thing is. Real quick, Kenny, are you a Monte Cristo guy? Have you ever had a Monte Cristo?
I'm going to tell you something, Doug. I don't even know what a Monte Cristo is.
You do now. I would hope, unless you haven't been paying attention. Which is fine too, but Monte Cristo, the deep fried ham and Swiss,
ham and cheese sandwich.
It's not any particular.
I think it's typically Swiss.
Is it?
I'd have to look it up exactly.
So Kenny's out.
Well, he hasn't had it. I think
So
Kenny
what was
would be down.
hold on. The question was what? What's your favorite deep fried food? Or was that what it was?
Yeah. Here it is. Monte Cristo is a fried sandwich with layers of ham, turkey, and Swiss cheese between two slices of bread, dipped in an egg batter like French toast, and then pan-fried or deep-fried until golden brown, traditionally dusted with powdered sugar and served with a side of raspberry or other fruit jam for dipping, combining sweet and savory flavors.
Okay. I think you should go back and see if you still like it. 20 years is a long time.
I know I would still
I think you'll like it.
Yeah,
I think you'll like it.
Okay, I'm up for that task. It says the bread is either a sourdough or a challah bread or an egg bread, a brioche. Those are common choices. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
it's like a sweet dessert sandwich almost.
Yeah.
You know? That's why it's totally off Doug's radar.
Yeah, it really is.
But it's got the savory part, too.
I like the savory part. Like, the reason I do get it when I do is I like to try to order things I don't make at home, and I'm not going to make a Monte Cristo at home. So that's why it's always, should I get the Monte Cristo? And then maybe something else jumps out, but it's always there.
Well, that makes sense. Your reasoning, that does check out as logical.
I like to be logical.
So my favorite deep fried food, I mean, I'm boring as hell. It'd be a French fry.
That's not boring.
Onion ring.
I do love the onion ring, but I very rarely go there. Onion rings do things to the innards. Backdoor quick steps are frequently after onion rings.
Onion rings?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it you get the backdoor quick steps with anything that's fried, basically?
No, but I can tell, like if I particularly like a New York style pizza, it's really greasy. Backdoor quick steps. Onion rings, slimy onion rings, backdoor quick steps. French fries, it doesn't really have that impact on me. What I have the other day? The other day I knew it was coming and I was damn right. I'm really careful what I have on a Friday night because you do not need the backdoor quick steps on a Saturday.
You plan. It's like before you get on a plane, you got to make sure.
And plus, right, there's a single shooter behind our booth at the big house. And
he said.
It's never open. It's never open. Like it's always locked. There's always a line. So I'm even reluctant to drink a whole lot before.
I think if it tastes good, Doug's body rejects it.
That's not true.
Get this out of my body.
Is a turkey and Swiss sandwich with honey mustard? Do you like that?
Yeah, it's a solid sandwich, but it's definitely not unhealthy.
Well, here's the thing: is I don't like desserts for breakfast, so I don't like donuts. I don't like desserts for lunch, so I wouldn't like this sandwich. Is over the top.
It's the evening restaurant. This is.
What's that?
This is fine dining. This is an evening sandwich.
Is it a fine dining
thing?
Okay. Well, there you go.
The Monte Cristo. Doug's not a fan. Not going to go for it.
Well, this doesn't surprise you.
Nah, it really doesn't surprise me. It is what it is.
I mean, but the other thing is too, like I've zeroed in on the unhealthy foods that I will crush, and they are chicken wings, and Reese's peanut butter cups, and
chicken
beer.
wings. What about the deep fried chicken?
So that's the thing is if it's, I think I heard that all wings are deep fried, that they're all deep fried, but I hate the ones that have like a crust.
Breading?
Breading, yeah. I think those are terrible. But all right. Dan Campbell's did we solve some problems here?
I don't know if we solved any problems. I think we uncovered a problem we knew was already existing. But as far as the Monte Cristo is concerned, because today is National Monte Cristo Day, I am kind of tempted to go out and try another one. Next time I'm in a restaurant that serves a Monte Cristo, I think I might want to have it.
Well, report back. Let us know how it is, all right?
I will.
Straight ahead, Dan Campbell. How big was this game for the interior offensive line? How much better did they look? How big was it for John Morton, your OC? Hear what he had to say to our morning show today, starting at 12:20 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just time to replace the thing altogether? If it is time to replace it, I've got great news for you. I had to replace my garage doors a few years ago, and I called Precision Garage Door Service. It was the right call to make. They'd already helped me out with service in the past, but I needed a new garage door. And they came out right away. John and Jeff walked me through the entire process. We went through all the different options. I picked out the perfect garage doors for my house, and I think you'll be able to do the same thing. Not only that, here's what's great now. You might be able to get your garage door installed in less than 24 hours. That's right, because Precision has a warehouse that is full of garage doors just waiting to be installed by their expert technicians out there in the field. In fact, they've got same-day service, emergency repairs are available, and weekends, they're available at no extra charge. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience. You can do that at precisiondoormi.com.
Here's the deal. There is work going on our tower. If you're having problems listening, I've been told the stream is okay. So remember all those times I've said you're going to want the Odyssey app for your mobile device?
Yes. AUDACY.
Hopefully you have uploaded the Odyssey app to your mobile device, because there I am told there are no problems with our signal. There apparently is some work going on our tower. So stream through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, search up 971 The Ticket. Stream through our website, 971theticket.com. Stream through Twitch. Go to twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. And same thing with YouTube. But if you are having problems with our signal, that's why we have the app. Well, it's not why we have the app. We also have the app. And as they sort this out with what's going on at the tower, you can stream it for a crystal clear signal. It's what I'm told. So we apologize for any inconvenience. And please take advantage of the streaming services that we do have. Sound good?
Sounds great, Doug.
Yes.
Speaking of great,
let's hear something great.
Congratulations to Jared Goff. Lions quarterback has been named the Player of the Week in the NFL for the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. 334 yards passing in the game against the Bears, 5 touchdowns, a quarterback rating of 156. He completed 82.1% of his passes. And according to Eric Woodyard, this is the 7th Career Player of the Week award for Jared Goff, but his 4th with the Lions. So he's got more with the Lions than he did with the Rams. So nice job and congratulations to Jared Goff for being the NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Well, we'll hear later some of the best of what Jared Goff had to tell us. There have been all kinds of difficulties today, but including Jared's phone. But that we pulled some sound bites from that, and we'll replay the best of what he had to tell us. In the meantime, Dan Campbell on the morning show. So, big topic of conversation last week, and we dealt with it. The offense is irreparably broken without Frank Ragnow. 2 young guards can't get it done. Glasgow is not going to get it done. And what happened in week 2? Well, Jared told us earlier it's the cleanest pocket he's ever had, and they obviously ran the ball, and they ran it behind the interior of the offensive line. It was way better. Dan Campbell was asked about that. Here's what he had to say about the interior of the offensive line. You know, Scott, it's not a shocker that when you have a new offensive coordinator and really a reshuffled interior offensive line, it shouldn't be a shocker that they weren't a well-oiled machine or a finished product in week 1. I think what's probably shocking is that they look that bad in week 1 and then that good in week 2. Like the difference between the two is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive from one week to the next. And you always hear, hey, most of the growth happens in week 1 to week 2. But and that's why I think that it's one of these things where when everybody's on the same page after the game, after the loss, and they all say the same thing, it was communication problems. It was communication problems. We can fix that. It wasn't a talent issue. It was an issue with knowing where you're supposed to be and who you're supposed to block. They figured it out. And they worked on it hard last week. They got it straightened out. It helps even more that you're at Ford Field and it's quiet for the offense to call things out and they can easily hear it. But you still have to execute. And boy, did they execute. They were amazing in the game. Will that carry on into the game at Baltimore on Monday night? I don't know. I don't expect them to score 50 points. But if they score, let's say they put over 30 on Baltimore, then I feel really confident that the offense has worked out its bugs and that they can continue to be leading the NFL in offensive categories.
I think everybody can understand that practice is different from the games. Everybody can understand that it's a completely different animal. So part of that is you coach them up and you try and prepare a team in every way possible. But the reality is you don't know what your guys are going to struggle with until you see it, right? So there's an element of they got to get out there and play a game, see what gives them a problem, see what doesn't. The same thing kind of applies to Michigan and a true freshman quarterback we've talked about. But these are once you know, okay, we got to address this, we got to address A, B, C, and D. And I mean, the big thing was clearly they keep saying communication. And like we said after week 1, the Lions do not have a play in the playbook where 2 offensive linemen are expected to run into one another.
Right.
Or leave a defensive tackle unblocked in the middle of the offensive line.
Those are in the back of the playbook.
The rarely used plays.
Yeah, well, maybe this one doesn't work so well.
All right, next up. How big was that just for John Morton? Everybody knows who was on the other sideline. Everybody knows who he's going to get compared to. Here's what Dan Campbell said. It was reassuring for sure to see they could still put up 50-plus points. They did it twice last year. They put up 52, both against teams that weren't like stellar. Jacksonville and Tennessee. Got it, yep, and neither are the Bears. But if you're comparing apples to apples, Ben Johnson's teams put up 52 against less than great teams. Now John Morton's put up 52 against less than great teams. And maybe it would have been different if they played one of those teams in week 2. But the Lions has scored in the 360 minutes, not the overtime against the Rams. They scored 56 points their first 3 weeks of last season. They scored 52 in week 2 against the Bears. So they still seem to have some sort of accelerant in the offense, something that makes them look like they're on fire.
Yeah, look, I'm not worried about the offense moving forward. The defensive side of the ball, I think that's where my focus is on this week with Baltimore because of what they have offensively. Lamar Jackson is dynamic, both running the football and throwing the football. He threw 4 touchdowns on Sunday. The guy can go for 100 yards on the ground like that. And they've got Derrick Henry, who is just an absolute beast. He's known for having 200-yard rushing games. You know, the Ravens they always lead the league in rushing the NFL because of having guys like that. When you have a dynamic duo like that, you're going to get close to 200 yards a game, regardless if one guy does it or if it's a combination. It's a scary prospect to go in and try to stop that. But I think that's where my concern is. How do they stop this offense? Because it's not just Derrick Henry and it's not just Lamar Jackson. Now you got Zay Flowers and you got other guys to worry about, the tight ends to worry about. It's a pretty well-balanced team that has gotten better over the years with wide receivers.
What about Isaac Tesla? What does Dan Campbell think of the rookie with his 2 spectacular catches and 2 targets? Hear what he had to say coming up today at 12:32 on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. More from Dan Campbell in a moment. A reminder that today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King this season. Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight and protect the empire he's built. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. 248-539-9797. All right, so just a reminder, we are having some technical issues. Work's being done on our tower. We realize it. If you want a clean, crystal clear feed of our station, use the Odyssey app to stream it. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. Stream with video at twitch.tv, youtube.com. Go to the search bar and type in 971theticket. But again, go to your app store, AUDACY, punch that in. You'll see the Odyssey app. Once you have that on your phone, you can type in 971theticket, and then you can stream this program. So we do appreciate those of you that have taken the time out to do that. And over the years, we've encouraged you to do so. And today might be just the reason why, as they're doing some work on our tower. But hopefully it clears up here soon. 248-539-9797. All right, more from Dan Campbell. Isaac TeSlaa. I'd say this town's obsessed with him, but there certainly is a degree of excitement about the rookie who has debuted in nothing short of spectacular fashion. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about him becoming a weapon in his role on this team. They need to run more offensive plays to keep everybody involved.
Stop scoring so quickly.
They need, there's nobody in the offense that I look at and say less of this guy.
That's a good thing.
It's a very good thing. But, should they target Amon-Ra less? No. Should they target J-Mo less? No. Laporta? No.
I mean, here's what happens. I can only imagine this is maybe a question for next week for Jared, is that when you get a chance to watch game film,
yeah,
and you see, okay, here's the play that I made, but what else was on the field at that time? Like, I chose to throw to Jamison Williams, and he picks up 55 yards on a play or whatever. If I looked elsewhere, was there another play that could have been made that would have gotten more? No, I'm not going to do that, Jared. I'm sorry. Just asking you after film. But like, I saw a clip on Twitter about one of the plays one of the routes that TeSlaa ran. Mm-hmm. And he's in motion and he's like in a full sprint, turns upfield, and he just sprints down the field. And Goff throws to somebody else across the middle of the field for like a 15-yard gain.
Right.
And when you watch it, TeSlaa just blows past the corner. The safety's not taking him, and he's got a good 2 yards separate, maybe a yard and a half, 2 yard separation from the corner. That this is one of those plays that, hey, they completed, they got positive yards out of it, they got a first down, that's great. But because this offense has so many gifted weapons on it, there will be plays that you miss. This is where you can say, yeah, we could have done better. We could have done this. Had I decided to take a deep shot to TeSlaa, I might have been able to hit it. But that's what makes this offense fun, because you've got all these weapons. And yeah, Khalif Raymond is part of it. They used a couple of plays. They had Amon-Ra run the football. We're seeing it all. It's fun to watch this team without having to go with trick plays. It's fun to see how they utilize all that they have.
I think we have a really unique situation with Isaac TeSlaa. He did create hype. Okay, when they drafted him, there was no hype. There was interest, of course.
A little bit of a buzz.
A little bit of a buzz, but there wasn't hype. Then he had the preseason he had, and there started to get to be some hype. But if you just remove all of the hype and talk about a player that on his own has gone out and done something on the field, I don't know that ever a player has become this beloved and done so little. He's got 2 catches. They both, he could win the ESPY unless his other one wins the ESPY. Right? I mean, these are 2 incredible catches. And there's no reason, and I'm not saying it's not worthy of the hype that he's created simply for what he has done. And what he's done is he's gotten targeted twice. So little on the stat sheet and so much excitement about it. It's kind of a weird thing, right?
It is. And what's different about him than, let's say, because I was trying to think of a comp, right? Some kind of a comp of a player.
It's hard.
In Detroit sports that did something that was really impactful, but does it translate to being, hype worthy or whatever? And I was thinking back to the 06 Tigers and Alexis Gomez.
Mm-hmm.
Alexis Gomez during the regular season, he had 103 at bats. He hit 272 for the team, but it had the 1 home run and 6 RBIs. It wasn't anything special. And I'm thinking, didn't he do something special? Did he do something was it in the postseason where he had a big home run, big hit?
Did you find it?
And I haven't really been able to. He had played 12 at bats in the postseason that year. And he did nothing really. No, I'm not sorry. I'm sorry. He had a home run, and 4 RBIs in those 12 at bats, but he was done. We didn't see him anymore. The difference with Tesla is that you see what he's done in 2 games and remarkable catches, right?
Yeah.
But you already know that he's got all this talent. I fully expect Isaac Tesla to end up being a good receiver in this league. He's going to have opportunities where it's more than just being thrown to once a game, at the end of a first half and at the end of regulation.
All right, finally, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, they are on tap. How do you contain them, keep them from single-handedly killing you? Here's what Dan Campbell said. So what's really interesting is Cleveland, they loaded up against the run, and their defensive line played very well. And they did what Dan said there, 11, they talk about it afterwards, have 11 guys running to the football. And they did everything they could to make sure Henry and Lamar didn't beat him. And they forced 5 punts out of Baltimore in the first half. 5. They gave up 1 touchdown in the first half. Baltimore made adjustments and destroyed them in the second half. Lamar Jackson took advantage, and they were able to get some plays in the air. So, and won the game big. The takeaway thing is a huge part of this game, is winning the turnover battle. But, hey, man, Baltimore's defense is curious as to whether or not they're going to be vulnerable to a good offense this year. Something to monitor Monday night.
So to monitor. Well, and the turnover battle is huge, but it's not just huge to get the turnovers. You got to turn them into something. And that was one of the things the Lions didn't do as well against the Bears. You know, they had the turnovers, they got the stoppages on fourth down, and they only turned that into, I think, 10 points.
Gator, a fast food chain, is making a change. Want to know what you think of it? We will get to that today at 12:52 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel's getting ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if your bet wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. So what's the goal of this first bet? The goal of this first bet is to simply win this first bet. So if you make a $5 deposit, you go find yourself a heavy favorite. Bet them on the money line. They just have to win the game. They don't have to cover a spread. Guess what? If you win, you unlock the $300 in bonus bets. Then you can take those bonus bets and do whatever you want with them. Go take a heavy favorite on the money line to make sure you win that first bet, or do your best to win that first bet. NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bit of a buzzkill Tuesday night. Tigers taking on the Cleveland Guardians. And it was one of these back and forth games. I mean, Cleveland, I guess, was leading the whole way, but it felt like the momentum in the game was riding back and forth, and the Tigers would threaten, and Cleveland looked to open it up, and the Tigers pitching would get the job done, and the Tigers would get a runner on, and the Tigers would get a runner thrown out. And unfortunately, before it got to extra innings, the Tigers, getting the base runners thrown out was costly. And there were some heroics before the big heroics. I thought Tyler Holton out of the bullpen was really good. I thought Montero, an inning and a third with 4 strikeouts, strong to quite strong. And then with 2 outs, down a run, nobody on, Kerry Carpenter goes to the plate in the bottom of the 9th and launches a 430-foot shot to center field and ties the game. And the place was a buzz, and it was awesome. And my phone started blowing up, and I texted Kang. Kang, you texted me back. We were really excited.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I'm just messing with you.
Leaving me out again.
Completely joking. Anyway, but I mean, my phone started buzzing. It was great, right? And then the buzzkill, top of the 10th, Will Vest. Will Vest is becoming a concern. God, they need Finnegan back and healthy.
Well,
they might need something that we have. We have 2 things we have no idea what they are. Well, I guess we're seeing what Urquidy is, but the Seawald edition.
Things that happen in extra innings, I have a little bit of grace for the relief pitchers. They're throwing in a tough situation because you got the runner at second base and nobody out, and that's how you start it in extra innings. So it's like if you give a base hit, you're down.
Yep.
And it seems.
I've always thought it was
punitive.
important not to give up 4, though.
Yeah, no, that would be that's important not to do that. And that they did hit him hard, which was unfortunate. Maybe not hard, but they did hit him hard. There's no way around it. It was
double, triple, double.
Can't help.
Then a mere single.
I mean, you start going back in the game and see mistakes that were made, and missed opportunities, and you go back and say that Stephen Kwan was so good. It's the little things that he did that made big impressions. A fly ball into the corner, it goes off the wall, and he picks it up, and in one movement, he picked it up, turned, and threw it all in one movement. A strike to the shortstop who's in shallow left field, who then relays it home and nails Ibanez at the plate. I mean, that's a run probably 9 times out of 10. And it wasn't, because Stephen Kwan was Stephen Kwan. Then Torkelson ropes what should be a double, absolute double down the line left field, goes off the wall. Stephen Kwan rushes over there, again, fields it quickly, one turn, one throw in the second base, and Torkelson's going to stay at first. And I think he would have been out if he tried to stretch it to a double. And then Torkelson's at first base after he had walked. Pitch goes in the dirt. Naylor is looking to locate it. He locates it quickly enough and then throws out Torkelson at second base. He was trying to take the extra base. This is what happens. The Tigers tried to take the extra base a couple times last night, and they got gunned down doing it. And then another time they could have maybe tried to take the extra base, and they didn't because the guy in left field was getting the job done. Stephen Kwan showed last night why every team in baseball should want to have him, and also shows why Cleveland didn't trade him.
Yeah.
He's too valuable. He does everything well.
Just real quick, a reminder, if you're having problems with our signal, please stream. There's work being done on our tower, so we're encouraging everyone to go to the Odyssey app and upload that app so you can stream the show, AUDACY, or you can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, or you can stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. No issues there. They're sorting some stuff out at our tower, so we again ask you to bear with us, or just go to one of the streaming services. A great way to take in this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Gator news from Wendy's. Did you see this?
I did not.
Okay, you tell me if this is a yes or no, they didn't. Wendy's is switching from leaf lettuce to shredded lettuce.
Yes.
Okay. Kang, you? Wendy's is switching from leaf lettuce to shredded lettuce. Yes or no, they didn't?
No, they didn't.
Oh.
We're on opposites on this one, Gator.
It's okay. I like the leaf lettuce on a burger, but sometimes they don't look at the lettuce close enough, and the lettuce is bad, right?
It could be any lettuce, but yes.
And sometimes you get lettuce gross out and it ruins the sandwich. In this case, the burger. I feel like the shred, you take that kind of out of the equation.
Or you just don't see it as visible.
Or maybe you don't see it, right?
You know?
But out of sight, out of mind, right?
Yeah.
I don't dislike the leaf lettuce, but I do enjoy shredded lettuce more so.
So my issue with shredded lettuce, like either one's fine with me. I keep the lettuce on. You don't minus lettuce, then I take it. Some people just say no lettuce at all.
Not on a burger. No, not on a.
Okay.
If it comes to the burger, it adds to it. I'm fine with it. I guess when I go like Five Guys, I don't ask for lettuce.
Oh, so you don't get the lettuce?
No, but if it comes with the burger, like on a Big Mac, or if I were to get a Whopper or something like that, if at the rare occasion I get the fast food burger outside, I do like Five Guys. I'll just leave it on. That's fine. But when I have the chance to order it myself, like Five Guys, I say no.
I enjoy the lettuce on the burger. So with Five Guys, I would add lettuce, and I'd keep it on the burgers that I already have it. So, but the reason I don't like the shredded lettuce as much, Doug, is because of when you open up the sandwich, it's usually everywhere. It's not all in the burger. The shredded lettuce is everywhere.
Messy.
So I don't like the messy
messy
part. Yeah, I like it just the full leaf romaine in the burger. But there is the slide factor that Kenny brought up to me, that sometimes the whole lettuce can slide out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
But you got to take a good bite then. Like you got to use those teeth, man.
Yeah.
Like if I get a sub from Jersey Mike's and they use the shredded, you want the Mike's way? Yeah, I want it Mike's way, but I always say light lettuce. I don't want too much, because then it's just too much on the sandwich.
This is something Doug can really get into. Doug, what is your opinion?
That's a great question.
Right?
Forget me. Forget you. What does Doug think?
I actually like the shredded lettuce. I don't mind the mess. I feel like it adds to a sandwich's authenticity. And you ask, why did I choose the word authenticity? And I answer, I don't know, but it feels like a more authentic sandwich with shredded lettuce, like the time and the efforts put into shred said lettuce. And so, I don't know.
You just think it's more artisan?
Yeah.
Ooh, is that shredded lettuce?
Well, let me just turn
shredded
back.
romaine?
If I'm given a choice, if like I'm looking at a menu and it says, turkey and Swiss, a little Russian dressing, and shredded lettuce, $11.50. With regular romaine leaf lettuce, it's $10. I'm getting the $10 version. It's not that much better, but you're right about the mess. The mess doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Listen, if you got turkey Swiss, Russian dressing, coleslaw, you don't need to add the...
Well, whatever. Yeah, but bad example.
Lettuce off.
Yeah, we'll go turkey Swiss honey mustard with onions and tomatoes and shredded lettuce.
Jimmy's not going to bring it to you. You have the onions in there.
I never asked Jimmy to do anything for me.
Our boss, Jimmy Powers, has a policy: no onions in the car. If he'll go out and pick up lunch every once in a while, but if you're going to get a sandwich, no onion.
Anyway, so one of you is on board, one of you doesn't like it. All right.
I think we'll both still eat it.
Yeah, 100%.
Not a deal breaker.
No, I'm more on board with it because I'd prefer the shredded, and Kang's not against it. He just prefers the leaf.
We're getting a choice here.
Okay, more of your feedback coming up, phone calls as well. The best of what Jared Goff told us earlier in the show. And straight ahead, I think something needs to be done about this. I can't believe it's going on. And the most hollow gesture ever made by a coach was made yesterday. We will get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, good to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. The best of what Jared Goff had to tell us today at 1:30. Had Gremlins today. Goff's phone. We had some work being done on one of the towers. I'm told it's done, and there was really nothing we could do about it. But hey, hopefully those of you that really care were able to seek us out via the stream. In the meantime, Gator, something has to be done about Tom Brady. I like Tom Brady. I think I made that abundantly clear over the years.
Oh, yeah, we know. You don't have to tell us.
But as a part owner of the Raiders, and also Fox's #1 commentator, this feels like a massive conflict of interest.
What?
I think about pregame conversations that I get to have with coaches and what they will tell me. So I have a better grasp on how to do the job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things to prepare for, things to look out for. How is Tom Brady able to be effective as a color commentator as a part owner of the Raiders? Because one of two things is compromised. Either the rest of the league is compromised because coaches are telling him game plan secrets, or his job as the color commentator is compromised because the coaches aren't telling him. And the more I think about the league, which is so protective of the shield, I find it hard to believe that they're allowing Tom Brady to continue as a role as a broadcaster, or that they approved him being a part owner of the Raiders. And the video popped up on Monday night of him sitting in the booth at a Raiders game, listening to the coaches, being able to hear what play calls and whatnot is.
On, yeah.
I can't wrap my head around how that is good or bad necessarily for the league, or because as a part owner, if you want to listen to the coaches' calls, I think you have that right. But if he has intimate knowledge of other teams as an owner of the Raiders, I just can't see how the league let this happen and how it continues to happen.
They were, I guess, vulnerable to the charms of Tom Brady. The idea that the golden boy of the National Football League was going to make the transition to the broadcast booth was just too intoxicating for them to turn down. And then the idea that that same individual could actually be a part-time owner in this league. Oh, the stature. That's why they were charmed. It's Tom Brady. If for somebody else, maybe they'd feel differently, but because it's Tom Brady, here they go. Now they realize, wait a minute, we might have a problem. Yeah, you might have a problem. And if I were the NFL, I think I would say you got to choose. It's got to be one or the other. Either part owner or you're going to be #1 color analyst on Fox, because you really can't do both, because you have accessibility. Even if they try to limit some of the accessibility, he still has accessibility that the other owners wouldn't have.
As a color commentator, yeah. I mean, if they're going to approve this, I would encourage Fox to please, Fox, please rehire Chris Spielman to be a color commentator and to get to go to all of those pregame production meetings with opposing coaches. Chris Spielman, who is the special assistant to the owner for the Detroit Lions.
He's got too much integrity, though. I don't think he wouldn't spill the information.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got too much integrity.
Nice try. This is absurd, isn't it?
It's gotten to that point, yeah.
Now, you remember one of my bold-ass predictions prior to the season was that this won't continue. I'm glad attention's being brought to it, but how we got here in the first place boggles my mind with a league that is very cognizant of the perception of said league.
Right, because the league can't go ahead. I mean, this would be ridiculous if they say, okay, we're going to make sure that Tom's not going to be broadcasting games that involve future opponents of the Las Vegas Raiders. You can't do that. Just make a choice. Either you're a part owner or you're a full-time broadcaster. What is it? You can't do both. It's just there's too much. It's fraught with too much possibility.
It is
of being not on the up and up.
Well, now there's a quote from Yahoo. I don't like the idea of him spending time in our building talking to everyone when we are in game plan mode. That is from a anonymous NFL executive. Yahoo had that today. So I don't think this is going to last. I think everybody else in the league has started doing the, hey,
Well, the other thing is this. Let me ask you this, because you obviously, as the play-by-play voice of Michigan football, you're privy to information that you have to keep very sensitive when it comes down to it. But as part of your duties, like you do your due diligence, and you might go back and watch the previous game. Like this week, it's Nebraska. You may watch Nebraska's games to get up to date on it, and then listen to podcasts and do all that stuff.
Yep.
But you're not talking to the coaching staff of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, are you? No. So
I'm listening to all their press conferences.
Right. Why does a color analyst on TV need to be part of all that?
Well, I mean, if you're doing a game for a national audience, you're not broadcasting for one team. Like the hometown radio broadcast is obviously different than, like if Tom Brady were working, I mean, I guess there's not an apples to apples comparison. If I were working on a ESPN radio national broadcast of a game, I would suspect I'd get some accessibility to both staffs. But, I mean, this is...
I think maybe we're also putting that position of the color analyst on a Fox broadcast, maybe elevating it a little too high. Like, you can do your job without having to be sitting in on these meetings, these production meetings.
I'll ask Gary about it this weekend. That's what I'll do.
Oh, talk to Gary Danielson.
Gary Danielson will be working the TV on CBS for Michigan, Nebraska. I'll ask him what he thinks it is. Because you know Gary well.
Oh, yeah.
Does Gary have opinions?
You know what else? Gary's of an age where I don't think he cares anymore.
No, I don't know that
what
Gary
comes out of his mouth. Nor do I think he has for a long time, which was part of what makes him awesome.
He is awesome.
I'm thinking Chris Spielman needs to go back into broadcasting.
That's exactly it. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
Put Spielman back in this role.
All of them.
Yep. All right. In the meantime, this gesture I thought was awesome yesterday. Did you hear what Dabo Swinney had to say at his press conference? Clemson's struggling this year, 1-2.
I did not.
Well, criticism is coming in. Here's his quote. If they want me gone, if they're tired of the winning, they can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win. So if they're tired of the winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? If Clemson's tired of the winning, they can send me on my way, but I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I've got a long way to go. Y'all going to have to deal with me for a while.
He's only 55.
Yep. He's kind of saying, go ahead and fire me.
Yeah, make my day.
And it would make his day because his buyout is $60 million.
Right? I'll take a little vacation.
I'll take 60 mil to walk away.
I'll take a year off and cherry pick my my job that I want. My next job.
I saw those quotes. I heard them. And I went, I wonder what the man's buyout is. And then I saw today it was being reported that it is $60 million. Absolutely hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
What a gesture.
There you go. What a king.
Yeah.
This guy. But he is a heck of a coach.
Yep.
And he is, I don't know if struggling is the right word, but he has not kept up with the Joneses in the NIL world. It's not just NIL, it's a portal, I think, is the bigger part of it because he has not fully embraced it. They've embraced it more because they kind of have to. But before, he was very defiant about the portal and not wanting to use it to add players, even though you were losing players. And now his teams are no longer penciled in to be in the college football championship.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Again, the best of what Jared Goff told us a little bit earlier. We'll play that for you today at 1:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Your favorite Wednesdays are back at Twin Peaks. That's right, just in time for fall. They're rolling back bourbons and brews. So stop into your favorite lodge and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress. Samples of high-end bourbons as well. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just only about the bourbon. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is their beer of the month for just $6.50 all month long, and the fun doesn't just stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen like the in-house smoked ribs, a brisket, chicken, hand-cut New York strips, fried-to-order favors like the boneless wings and tenders. I love the Chipotle chicken. And if you're going to do dessert, the Cinnamon Toast Crunch Cheesecake. Whoa. What brings it all together, of course, is sports. You got the local baseball team in a fight for the division crown, the in-state college football game Saturday, and fantasy football action starts on Thursday, comes back on Sunday. See the difference today at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. I have been petrified of this game with Baltimore coming up. The last time we played Baltimore was the only time it didn't even look close since Dan Campbell. Every other game has at least been competitive. I don't know if the Green Bay game this year was particularly competitive. Those are the worst two in the last few years, though.
Well, they had the Carolina game. It was god-awful.
Oh, God. Was that Christmas Eve? Was it a Christmas Eve or Christmas Day game or something? It was terrible.
That was, to me, I think that was the worst one we've seen.
Yeah.
Because it was Carolina. It wasn't a team that was contending for a Super Bowl. It was.
Yeah, they were bad.
They were terrible.
Yeah.
Was it 2023 or was it 2022?
I believe it was 2022.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I thought it was Christmas Eve. Remember, we had people over for that game, and it was a massive letdown.
It was 2022, and Doug, It was Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that because we had people over in there.
Next text, when you don't play your starters in the preseason, you take the chance to start slow out of the gate. They did it last year as well. We've talked about that a lot. I'm trying to figure out if that's overplayed or underplayed. What I did find interesting is that the morning show brought it up with Dan Campbell a couple weeks ago, and Dan Campbell's like, yeah, we'll take a look at it. Kind of acknowledging that may have something to do with it. Last year, offensively, in 60 minutes of regulation, they scored 20, 16, and 20 points. Now, in the opener, they got an overtime, and they scored a touchdown there and finished with 27. But the point is, through 60 minutes, those were the 3 lowest point totals of the year in the first 3 games. I mean, is really taking snaps for 5 or 6 series in the preseason going to make that much of a difference? I mean, I guess it could.
How?
But I don't know.
How could it?
I don't know. It's that valuable? It's that valuable, Gator. Is it possibly that valuable?
No.
I mean, because the Lions go the other way. They I think almost every team gives most of their starters a series or 2.
No. I mean, I don't know if it's most or not. I remember looking this up a couple of weeks ago when I went through some of the top teams in football, and most of them, like 4 of the 5 that I looked up, had not
played their starters at all.
Yeah,
well,
their quarterback anyway.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, there's obviously different ways you can do this. You can play everybody but your quarterback. You can play some of the starters. You can play. I get the sense that the Lions err on the side of we're not playing anybody, and most teams play more than nobody.
And it might make a difference if they have joint practices or not.
It's true.
Not everybody does a joint practice. The Lions do. The Lions did with 2 teams. And they get way more out of that than they do a preseason game.
But I think what even Campbell admitted they'd think about it or look into it maybe more was specifically the young interior offensive lineman. I mean, I don't think he's ever going to play Goff or St. Brown, which no one wants him to, really. It's the young
rookies,
guys, that communicating during a live game. Now, the Hall of Fame game is not going to be as loud as Lambeau. We get that. Or even at Baltimore on Monday night. But it is something maybe where you're like, hey, Mahogany, Tate, Glasgow, maybe you has a little communication issue in live bullets, during a game.
That makes all the sense. And because the question, the way he answered that question when the morning show asked him, he was, you mean the rookies? Well, yeah, I might think about that. And I think it makes all the sense in the world to play those guys. It's, you've got players you're counting on to be either competing for that starting job or getting that starting job. I think the reps are so important for those players. It would make sense. And they did play Ratledge in the preseason. Maybe not as much as they should have, but they did play him. They did play Tyleek Williams in the preseason. They did play Isaac TeSlaa in the preseason. But moving forward, maybe that is something they'll change if they draft a corner in the first round in 2026. Maybe that corner gets to play all 4 preseason games. We'll see how they handle it. But as far as the starters are concerned, I don't think it mattered at all that Jared Goff didn't play any of the preseason games or that any of the big-time players on that offense didn't play.
Well, it'll be intriguing to see what they do next year if Dan Campbell sees this as an issue. Jared in Sterling Heights says, I have a feeling you guys didn't watch last week's Ravens game. Derrick Henry had like 24 yards, and their entire running game was virtually shut down, but then Lamar was like, I'll just throw for 4 touchdowns. Jared, we just ran down. That's exactly what happened. But
yeah, they've got Zay Flowers and DeAndre Hopkins and Mark Andrews, and they've got a lot to throw to.
Yep. And it looked like they just said, fine. Fine, you want us to throw it, we'll throw it. And beat the crap out of you.
Like, damn it, we can't run, but all right.
Yeah, and therein lies the rub.
There it is. That's it.
I think I used that right.
I think you did. Yep. Well, with the Ravens, it's pick your poison. You're going to try to stop the run? I think that's the way to go. Mm-hmm. I think you give yourselves I'd rather limit that because that's the strength and force them to throw it, but they can still throw the ball. That's the thing. And that's the challenge ahead for the Lions. I'm not worried about the offense. I'm worried about the Lions' defense against that offense.
FBG25 on Twitch says if a starter got injured in the preseason, we'd never hear the end of it. No, that's true.
These are facts.
It doesn't come without a risk. Nick at Livonia says the communication should not be an issue for professional athletes. Maybe not playing preseason games as a unit together is the issue. Okay. Communication should not be a problem for professional athletes. I think that there are so many examples of communication being an issue in professional sports, specifically in football, specifically on the road. It happens all the time. And I guess it's something I talked to Jansen about. How does that happen? He goes, I don't know. It just happens. It just happens. 248-539-9797. Hey, are you guys ready for some fun with Vegas odds?
Oh, yeah.
I've got fun with Vegas odds. Kang, I apologize. Fun with Vegas odds. It's been a minute since we've done this. What we do is we find things that all have the same odds and ask you which one would you bet. So, all right, you ready? What are you getting out, a calculator or something?
I'm just getting out a pen so I can write it down. So I better go back.
All right. Do you want to start with things that are 33 to 1, 50 to 1, or 10 to 1?
50 to 1.
All right. These things are 50 to 1. Michigan wins the national championship in football. 50 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams, Bears quarterback, wins the MVP. 50 to 1.
Uh-huh.
The Texas Rangers win the World Series. 50 to 1.
All right.
Dylan Raiola to win the Heisman. 50 to 1. Atlanta to win the Super Bowl. 50 to 1.
I think there is a couple I will cross off easily. I'm going to cross off Atlanta easily. I'm also going to cross off Caleb Williams MVP easily. I will cross off U of M, win the Natty. And now I'm down to the Rangers winning the Super Bowl. And Raiola is not going to win the Heisman. I got Rangers winning the Super Bowl is really going to be impressive. The Rangers winning the World Series.
Thank you.
Damn, I had the Rangers winning the Stanley Cup.
Well, that could happen. Rangers winning the World Series. I think they've got a formidable lineup, and their pitching can get on track. And when they do, they're awfully tough. We saw what happened with the Tigers in July against Texas. They were really good.
They're 3.5 out of the last wild card spot with 10 games to go.
But, that's what's holding me back.
Yeah, that's why I crossed that one out.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I mean, none of these are great odds.
No, they're all terrible.
50 to 1. Which one do you got, Ken?
Would that be? That's why I'm going to go with the Falcons winning the Super Bowl. They still got a chance to make the playoffs. I don't think the Rangers are going to make it.
It's funny because the two that I'm down to are Falcons to win the Super Bowl and Raiola to win the Heisman. The Raiola to win the Heisman thing is they really haven't played anybody yet, and so he's put up gaudy numbers, but maybe he's for real.
Not that gaudy.
Gaudy enough, but here's the truth. They haven't played anybody. He's got 8 touchdowns and no picks.
What do you mean they haven't played anybody?
With all respect due to Akron and Houston Christian, and, well, they did play Cincinnati, although that was the least gaudy of his games. They haven't punted since the opener.
Really?
They have no 3-and-outs this year.
You hear that from Doug? A couple of
Nebraska prepping
pregame bucket list things there. Nice.
I go Raiola to win the Heisman.
That's a bucket nugget.
Yeah, it is pretty good. All right, we got 33 to 1 or 10 to 1. Which one do you want now?
33 to 1.
33 to 1. These things are 33 to 1. Jared Goff to win the NFL's MVP, 33 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
The Detroit Pistons to win the NBA, also 33 to 1. The Tennessee Volunteers to win the national championship, 33 to 1. Bo Prabula, the head quarterback at Missouri, to win the Heisman. And the Illinois Fighting Illini to win the Big Ten. All 33 to 1.
All right, I got a couple here that I think might actually be decent bets. Pistons NBA, no. Tennessee winning a Natty, no. Bo, whoever his name is, winning the Heisman, no. But Illinois winning the B1G.
Mm-hmm.
Illinois is a good football team. I haven't looked at their schedule to see if it's going to be formidable for them, if it's going to be how many roadblocks are on the way. There's going to be a roadblock, but are they have to go a gauntlet? They have to play like Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State?
They play one of those 3.
All right, so that's pretty good. And then Goff is MVP. I mean, I think Jared Goff and this offense can do phenomenal things. I will go with Goff.
Goff to win. Gator goes Goff to win the MVP.
Yeah, but close with Illinois.
I think Illinois has all the makings of being this year's Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
They're good, and their schedule's a little light. And ironically, they play Indiana this coming Saturday night. That rhymed.
Look at you.
Spitting over here. I'm going Illinois. I'm going Illinois to win the Big Ten.
I am agreeing with one of you, and it's my man Gator. Jared Goff, MVP. If not MVP, maybe Offensive Player of the Year. I don't know.
Offensive Player.
All right. But no, MVP. He's got a shot. Look at what he can do offensively. You saw the numbers he just put up. He won the NFC Player of the Week. Pile those up a little bit more, and at the end, you maybe got an MVP.
All right, one more. What's left is 10-1. These things are all 10-1.
Here we go.
The Tigers to win the World Series is 10-1. The Mets to get to the World Series, 10-1. The Toronto Maple Leafs to make the Stanley Cup final.
Sorry, was that allowed?
10-1.
All right.
How about this? This is interesting. The Houston Rockets to win the NBA, 10-1. The Houston Cougars to win March Madness, 10-1. Is it weird that I hate a lot of these 10-1s more than I didn't like the 33-1s?
I like the 31. I don't like any of these, really. I mean, the hometown, I could do that, but I don't know anything about the Houston Cougars to win the NCAA.
You're all about the regular Cougars.
They got that right. Toronto's got no chance, just like me with the Cougars. The Mets getting into the world, I don't see that happening. So I got the Rockets winning the NBA or the Tigers winning the World Series. I got the Tigers. Tigers can get hot. In the NBA, it doesn't matter if you're hot. It matters about how your whole team is. I think there's some really good NBA teams. I think the Tigers can get hot. I'd take the Tigers.
Okay. We're short on time. I'll just tell you what it is. Mets. I'll take the Mets to win the National League. Kang?
I don't believe the Tigers. I don't know, man. I really want the Tigers. My heart says Tigers. My head says Rockets. I'll go Rockets.
There you go. And that is Fun with Vegas Odds. Straight ahead, the best of what Jared Goff told us earlier today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. You start with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. You can get a Blazer EV, all-wheel drive, for only $199 a month, and that's zero down. How about the Equinox EV? Also, just $199 a month and zero down. The 2026 Chevy Equinox gas, well, that's $299 a month. These are no games, no gimmicks, just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Awesome. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money, huge money for your trade. That's up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
So you know how we've referenced the 2022 game against Carolina? Kang, I want to bring you in on this. This is a quiz for Kang. We do quiz for Gator a lot. Quiz for Kang. That 2022 game against Carolina, the Lions lost, what was it, 45?
37-23.
37-23, Christmas Eve. And what I remember about that game is Carolina rushed for like 1 million yards.
Which they did. Just shy of it. 320 yards rushing for Carolina on 43 carries. That's a 7.5-yard average. Dante Foreman had 165 yards rushing. Chuba Hubbard had 125 yards rushing.
Gator asked me who was the Lions' leading rusher in that game. I said Jamal Williams.
Jamal Williams had 7 carries for 11 yards, was third on the team in rushing, in yards.
Kang?
What was his total again? Sorry?
11.
11? Jeez.
As a team, they only ran for 45 yards in the game.
So I want you to guess.
St. Brown in the end around.
It's a good call. St. Brown had 1 carry for 0 yards.
Oh,
okay. Who is that fullback that they had that everybody loved? Jed?
I know what you mean, yeah. It was not him. No,
Okay.
it's not that guy. I just want to see if he caught that. This was the game he caught the pass, and no.
Didn't he catch a pass for a touchdown at one point?
Yeah, something
I feel like it was against Carolina. So it wasn't him?
No.
Kang, you venture another guess?
I
know who I'm going to guess next.
Goff. A couple scrambles.
Jared Goff had 3 carries for 15 yards.
More than Jamal Williams.
Had a long of 14 and was the Lions' leading rusher in the game.
Wow. Well done. That was my next guess.
DeAndre Swift was next with 12 yards. I mean,
That was the game. Was Steve Wilkes the coach for the Panthers? The Steve Wilkes?
I think so.
Yeah. He had he led him to some wins at the end of the season. I remember I thought they should have kept him.
And Sam Darnold was quarterback in that game. It had 15 completions for 250 yards and a touchdown.
Crazy.
Goff threw for 355, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and the Lions weren't even close.
All right, speaking of Jared Goff, we spoke to him earlier today. There were problems with his cell phone, so we're just going to bring you some of the best of what he had to say. Communication, we heard about it. Was communication really only improved because it was a home game? Here's what Jared had to say about Sunday against Chicago. Okay, look, it's great. I think it's great that they're playing Baltimore this week. I think it's awesome because that's going to be a loud crowd. I don't know what their defense is like. I think the early returns are. They might not be up to the typical Baltimore standard, but it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. It'll be so much nicer, though, if the Lions execute offensively in a game against a legitimate contender on the road. Here's a challenge, and that's what makes it great, is showing, okay, that it could show that the Packer disaster might have been a one-off from a Lions offensive perspective. It's not to say the Packers aren't for real, but offensively, kind of was a disaster.
You're
Let's
a
prove there
rhyming
was a
machine today, man.
I really am spitting fire.
The Packer disaster. I like that. I mean, I didn't like the game. I just liked the comment.
More from Jared Goff this morning. You said it was the best. He at one point said it was the best protection he had in his career. So we said, really? Here's what he had to say. That's awesome because you talk about the list of concerns coming out of the Green Bay game. I think the offensive line, as far as on the field, was probably number one.
That was a big concern because the line had not performed to their task against the Packers. But good grief, what they did against the Bears. I mean, Goff just mentioned he was barely touched. And I think there were only 4 pressures in the game. Some of you had that on Twitter. 4 pressures, which I believe is a career best for Goff as a Lion.
All right, next up, challenge of playing in Baltimore and making sure that you don't have those communications problems you had in Green Bay. So it's interesting that he used the 10 years. Quarterback's been in this league for 10 years. And he was definitely wanted to take the responsibility and put it on his shoulders after the Green Bay game, saying, I got to be better. I think the inherent message is, I'm a 10-year guy. This guard is like starting game 6 of his career, and this other guard's starting game 3.
Mm-hmm.
So let me help those guys out as best I can. Now, he wasn't going to give a soundbite. That part was about, hey, we'll be able to handle this. Tell us you'll be able to handle the crowd of Baltimore, and he wasn't going to give us a soundbite.
Yeah, and we weren't trying to set him up.
No, that wasn't it at all.
But he expects that their communication, that they can get their nonverbal communication done well enough to handle any road situation. And I hope that's the case.
All right. What about Isaac Tesla? How do you expand his role without taking the football out of other people's hands? Here's what Jared Goff had to say. One of the champ votes we got from our listeners was after that game against the Bears. Somebody champed the rookie class. And basically that's Tyleik Williams, who had 2 passes broken up, including one on 4th down, led to a turnover and downs. Tate Ratledge, who was a part of that dominant performance up front on the offensive line. And Isaac Tesla, who did one thing, but the one thing he did led directly to 7 points, and it was spectacular.
That it was. Quite spectacular. And, you were the first one to call this a few weeks ago when you said that this might be the best draft class that Brad Holmes has had, which is, that's putting him out there considering the draft classes that he has had. But it's one pick in a first round, one pick in a second round, one pick in a third round. It's not multiple picks in a round like they had with the 4 players they got a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That are all great players. But this is it's starting off on the right foot for all 3 of these players, through 2 games. Ratledge grew leaps and bounds from week 1 to week 2. Tyleik Williams, I think, is going to be a pretty good player on this team, hopefully for many years to come. But he's got a little bit of disruption in a pass game, and when he's able to knock down a couple of passes in one single game, he'll take it. It's if you're not going to get to the quarterback, let me be disruptive in another way.
It'll be very hard to pass the 2021 class, which is Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Derek Barnes.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. Well, you got, one of the best, a couple players there.
Arguably the best in the position in the league. So, yeah, probably was a bit of a stretch. All right, it's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, you heard us about being under air quality control alerts recently, right? Well, if you're concerned about the air you breathe, contact CGC Home Services. CGC offers Aeris Active Pure Technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria versus viruses in mold. Air or water concerns, contact CGC Home Services. They can definitely help out, identifying and preventing flooded basements and other water-related issues. Choose CGC Home Services and Connecticut for peace of mind. Learn more about their services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Did you see this from the Tuscaloosa News? No?
I must have missed it.
They have a reporter their name, Chase Goodbread.
Come on. Chase Goodbread?
From the Tuscaloosa News.
All right, Chase.
Spoiler alert, I was going to read this later when I got home to my subscription.
If I had said, I'll name a reporter's name, you tell me which news outlet he works for. The name is Chase Goodbread. You would say the Tuscaloosa News.
The Atlanta Journal-Constitution or whatever the heck it is. Yeah, sure. Of course. Why wouldn't you think of Tuscaloosa?
Anyway, Chase Goodbread from the Tuscaloosa News reports, when queried about the possibility of a future SEC Big Ten football challenge in the aftermath of the league's recent decision to move to a 9-game slate, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, quote, wasn't necessarily excited about the possibility, but he didn't dismiss it either. So there's the possibility. First, this is I've heard in any official capacity that there is a possible future SEC Big Ten football challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Is the SEC a little scared?
Oh. I mean, it'd be great for college football, but here's what they're going to try to do. They want to make sure that if they lose, that it doesn't punish them.
Well,
and same thing with the Big Ten would do the same thing. Big Ten and the SEC, I'm not comfortable with this relationship.
The Big Ten and the SEC?
The Big Ten and the SEC have right now. I'm not comfortable with these two conferences trying to run college football right now and do what's best for the SEC and the Big Ten and not what's best for college football. I do not like this one bit.
Yeah. It feels like the SEC and the Big Ten are bullying everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's for the greater good of the game. I mean, this goes into our rankings of things only get worse. Is the guaranteeing 4 spots each, or was it even more than that? Weren't they talking about expanding to 24 teams and guaranteeing 6 spots into a post?
I forget what it was. It's ridiculous.
It's absurd. And I think what they're going after is the March Madness thing. And as entertaining as March Madness is, why do we have a championship format that allows teams that have no argument whatsoever to being the best team in the sport? Why are they allowed to play in the championship? And that's what happens in March Madness. March Madness is entertaining. There's no question about it. The format's absurd. There are teams that get in that under nobody would argue this might be the best team in the sport.
Correct. But you have the 1 year.
We're talking to you, Belmont.
But you have 1 year where some team makes a run with wearing Cinderella's slippers and doesn't fall out of that slipper until way late, and then all of a sudden it's justified.
Yeah, I mean, with that said, if they are going to put together this SEC Big Ten Challenge, I'm all for it, and I do think the game should matter. The question becomes, will they put their big boy pants on? And the answer is probably no. Updated World Series odds just came out, courtesy of our friends at BetOnline.ag, which, by the way, BetOnline.ag and FanDuel gave us the odds for Fun with Vegas odds. The Dodgers are not the World Series favorite for the first time all season. Philly has supplanted them. I will raise my hand over here in the corner and say, I'm getting a little sick of Philly.
Oh.
Yeah. Getting a little sick of Philly.
Just the because of all the championships that come their way, whether it's
and
football.
then they mix in the tush push. And I'm Phillied out.
You Phillied out?
I'm Phillied out. So if
shots fired, Stoney.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'll be in a very awkward position if Philly plays like the Dodgers in the NLCS.
Well, that's what's.
Or Philly plays the Yankees in the World Series.
It's the first started. It's 1978 all over again, with the Dodgers and Phillies going at it. And then
NLCS was that 78?
I think 77 and 78. Yeah.
Was it?
Yep. Good teams there for both teams. But yeah, I understand. I'm not. I get nauseated too when I think that Philadelphia has a chance at another championship.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun city to visit.
Is it?
I've been there and I had a great time in Philly.
Interesting, because I don't feel like I'm missing out.
It's a great downtown. There's a lot to do.
Is it?
It's kind of fun. Although, yeah, like anywhere else, you're gonna find some meatheads. You can find trouble there, but you can also find a lot of fun.
I don't think it's out of line saying on my list of cities to vacation to moving forward, Philly is not high on the list. Is it high on your list?
I've been there.
I know, but are you?
Would I go back? I'd go back.
Okay,
Yeah.
Philly or Baltimore?
Go back to Baltimore. Baltimore is better.
Pittsburgh or Philly?
Pittsburgh.
Chicago or Philly?
Philly.
Okay.
Chicago. The advantage of Chicago is I've got friends there, but they don't live in downtown. I'd go to see my friends, not to go downtown Chicago.
But if you were to go to downtown Chicago or downtown Philly.
Downtown Philly.
Okay. Nashville or Philly?
I've never been to Nashville. I'm dying to go.
Okay.
That's like number one on my list of cities to go to in the United States.
Seattle or Philly?
What time of year?
I don't know. The dead of winter.
Both sides.
It's like, what difference does it make?
Yeah. Beautiful weather. I've never been to Seattle. I'd like to go to Seattle. I mean, a lot of this is going to be default because I haven't been there. If you're going to start playing that game, you know.
I gave you some you'd been to. Corvallis or Philly?
Never been to Corvallis.
If Corvallis ranks ahead of Philly, then Philly's not.
No, I'm like, that's Oregon, right? Oregon State. No desire.
Tuscaloosa or Philly?
I mean, would I like to go to Tuscaloosa to catch a Saturday football game?
Yeah.
100%.
Every
would.
SEC school, city, or Philly?
During a football season?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, Philly isn't high on your list.
But I've been there and I enjoyed it. I'm saying that. It's a good city to go to. If you haven't been there, I'm saying it's a fun city.
I'm as proud of that debate as any we've had here.
Yeah. You found ways to just bury
trash
Philly further and further down the list. I mean, we didn't even bring up Dave Dombrowski.
That's right. Yeah. Well,
you're a GM now, Doug? Or you're a scout now, Doug?
That was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. I was mad about them giving up prospects. So you're a scout now, Doug? Yes. Definitely entertaining. All right, Tigers back in action tonight. I'm holding on to my gotta win this game card. I'm not playing it yet. I feel like I get 1 or 2 of those a year, and I'm hanging on. But Jack Flaherty, it would be a nice time for him to have a good outing. We shall see.
Well, another one. He just had a good.
Yeah, I know. Nice time to have another good outing. You're right. But just tell me Scooble's going to be fine come Thursday.
Well, that's the report, right? That he threw a bullpen and he felt fine. So that's good news. You'll take that.
That makes me feel fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think it's important for my psyche and most Detroit Tiger fans around town that they win this game tonight.
Well, speaking on behalf of your psyche, I hope they do indeed.
Thank you.
Yep. Here we go with Rico Beard, who has made his way into the studio and sits across from me. Hello, Rico.
I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to Doug since he does broadcasting and he may give out information to our show. So I'm just going to speak to you, Gabe.
Well, I mean, you careful what you say in front of him. That's of course.
I'm trustworthy.
Yeah, you know what? Look, you guys know, especially you, how secretive coaches are. I'm shocked that anybody even lets Brady in their building.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you get kicked out of practice after the first 8 minutes. Like, no, now everybody has to leave. I accidentally, years ago, when I was at Fox 2, was recording, and I didn't hear the Lions kick everybody out. So I'm just sitting there, and I recorded a play. And they were like, "Oh, you got to delete that." And I was just like, okay, what? And I looked up and like everybody's gone. I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear." And it's funny. Sure enough, they actually ran that play, and I was just like, "Hey, I've seen that before." But yeah, they are very secretive about everything, which is why I'm just shocked that Brady is allowed.
Yeah, I bet that'll be over by week 6.
I think it's done now, isn't it? They said, I thought that they banned him from talking with the people.
And it's just like, can somebody just say, hey, Tom, pick something?
I'm saying it's going to be one or the other by week 6.
Oh, but he's going to choose one of the. Okay, I'm sorry.
If even that long.
Pick
but
something.
What do you guys got planned next?
One, you're an owner, you know.
We're going to reflect upon the Tigers game last night and talk a little bit about what Yzerman had to say at 3. And referendum weekend coming up for the Lions, Spartans, and Wolverines.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Let's get it going on a Wednesday. The Jeremy Otto drop definitely plays in that song. Gorgeous afternoon. We've got so much to get to. I am going to get to Tiger baseball momentarily, but I can't go without saying, holy hell, did you hear Gator get stuffed in a locker by Brian in Detroit? My God. Oh, my Lanta. That was theater. And I'm saying that because
red light on? Yeah, red light
is on.
Okay.
If there are any audio issues you're having, we are aware. The engineers are aware. The audio is crystal clear on the stream. So Odyssey.com, where we have a rewind function, and I would tell you, ooh-wee.
Right before 11 o'clock.
Do you know do you know that famous audio from Stone Cold Steve Austin? Where he gets on the mic and he's like, "You stupid son of a..." That was caller Brian.
They had a difference of opinion.
He was not happy with Gator.
They had a difference of opinion.
He basically said, "You're a crackhead." It was tremendous. Okay, I want to dive into this. Are you okay? Listen, very rare do things get spicy on that day part. Caller Brian brought the hot sauce, and I was there for every second of it.
Let's go.
He said he was getting chesty. All right.
He had enough. And man, I'm telling you, y'all out here getting all chesty. And
he told Scott, he goes, they beat a damn JV team. It was tremendous. Now, here's my thing. Yeah, caller Brian was in a leather John 3:16 vest. He smashed a beer over his head. No, I'm telling Kenny.
New OC, what? New DC, what?
Kenny, you were there for that. Did you hear the call I'm talking about?
I did hear the call in question. I was shocked at the way that
Could we
turned
replay
out.
that call?
Sure, I can grab it.
It was tremendous. Now listen, what is your problem? Hear me when I say this. I want to get into the Tiger stuff because this is it's going to continue to happen. It's like when you criticize something, people think that, well, therefore you don't want that to happen. We went through this with the Lions yesterday. I said I didn't love their first half. They wasted 2 Bear turnovers, a couple of 3-and-outs, got a gift from the refs. I'm the bad guy. Well, today, Jared Goff comes on the air, says the same thing, basically like I programmed Jared Goff. Yep. Oh, but you're okay with that. Oh, okay. Or I was right, and you people are sensitive little cat fanatics. Oh, the point is...
Head coach Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
same thing
right.
in the morning show.
Right, kills me.
Yeah,
Just
you know
kills me.
what? We wasted 2 opportunities. We had turnovers. We had turnovers on downs, and we didn't score. That's not good enough.
That's Dan holding him to a standard. Cutscene. I say it. Guido, tool bag. All right. So let's just. Thank you very much.
I was just hearing that Pizza Man song.
Please refrain from racial slurs.
All right. I use that as the setup because what I'm about to say about the Tigers doesn't mean that I want it to be true or I'm rooting against you. But we're going to, at least in this day part, we're going to talk reality. I watched every pitch of that game last night. And while I'm not worried about the division, because in order for there to be a worry, I have said to you, the Tribe would have to sweep this week. They would need to take 5 of 6 total. But to really put pressure on you, they'd have to sweep this week. I'm not going to do that. But what I'm saying is we got a number of phone calls yesterday, Rico, from Tiger fans who themselves, no prodding, were saying we're headed nowhere fast. We're going to get bumped early in the playoffs. We have no hope. To which I have always responded, look, the playoffs are very coin flippy. I wouldn't rule out your own team. But when you watch them, I think last night was the perfect indicator of it. The quality of at-bats is very low. But one play really just stuck out to me. And it was a hard hit ball to Torkelson. He sees that Mize is late to cover. Spencer, you got to run to the bag full out. You can't get beat to the bag, not by Ricky Henderson, all right, not by Willie Knight, where their best bat doesn't play. Now, I understand. It was a sportsgasm for certain people when Carey took Cade Smith deep. I thought they were going to hand out a few wet wipes, and I'll leave it at that. The point is,
I expected to see the scoreboard exploding with lights. And
it felt like that scene in Team America last night. The point I'm making is you can't use Carey as super pinch hit guy. If you want to be taken seriously, he is by far and away, to me, on an at-bat by at-bat basis, your best player. I love Riley Green, but Riley, you can't guarantee you're getting a professional at-bat out of him every time. You don't strike out 200 times and then make that claim. The other stuff that's really getting to me, why do we have to introduce players when they come into it? Ooh, first-time All-Star Zach McKinstry's not an All-Star. He made the All-Star team because 12 people died. He's got 10 home runs and 48 RBIs. In what world is that an All-Star? Unless it comes with 60 stolen bags and a Gold Glove.
Right.
So can we stop? And you know what McKinstry came up and did? Exactly what he's probably going to do in the playoffs. Strike one, strike two, strike three. Gone. Javi Baez is Javi Baez again. So, I want to just – I felt like I was a little bit harsh to the people calling in and saying, we got no chance. If you don't focus and you don't start playing better ball, if this is the ball you're going to play in the playoffs, you will go nowhere. Now, the playoffs are weird. You can turn this around. But last night's a case in point, Rico. There was no margin. No. Guardians played a very nice defensive game. They are not a good offensive team, but they do present some decent at-bats. Yes, they strike out. But they have stars. And this was the last piece. And I'm sorry, but I'm passionate about it because I wasted 2.5 hours of my life on this. In the biggest moments of the game, their stars shined. Quan with a legit at-bat, unbelievable hands, right down the line, extra base hit. Jose Ramirez gets on base, steals a bag. You don't see guys hitting 40 bombs who steal bags, but he's got 250 steals for a career, believe it or not. It just, the lack of the star power, the quality of the at-bats, and overall, those lack of focus moments, that Torkelson grounder really annoyed me.
Or even the fact that your star was a star, but he was on the bench for most of the game, and then he was allowed to come in and hit the game-tying home run. I'm with you. For me, their playoff run goes based on what happens in game one. If Skubal goes out there and does his thing, you got a chance. You're up 1-0. If he slips up, I don't see how you win a series. It's that simple to me.
And the other thing is giving 3 runs up to the Guardians for starters, like giving up 5 or 6 to somebody else. Well, I'm not going to listen about how great Carey. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Casey Mize was. Listen.
Well, no, and another thing, Mike, knowing, okay, guys, we can put an end to this right here, right now. We'll win a division. Here's a team we need to play. Here's a team we need to beat. If you can take 2 of 3 or sweep them, they're done.
I want to know where you guys are at. Like we talked yesterday about what is your relationship with this team. They had an amazing first 60 games of the season. They have been the definition of average to below average the last 80. All right? You're going to win this division, and it's unimportant to talk about the why. That's a terrible division. Well, okay, but somebody's got to win it. I'd rather it be us than not. The point I'm making is, where is your confidence level with this baseball team? Because the product that I watch does not match the record. And I want to know where you're at. Look, that was a nice crowd at the ballpark. Weather's beautiful. Cleveland's in town. And it is a big series. Your lead is now down to 5.5. At its zenith, it was 15.5. And if the division's terrible and the best team behind you is only 5 games over 500, that ought to tell you a little something. You were in a real division, you wouldn't be in first place right now. The lead would be 0. So I'm asking you where you're at. I'm not going to tell you what they can't do. That's not fair. It's not fair because baseball's wacky. But guys, watching the games, it is, come on, losing series to the White Sox, series to the Marlins. Even the way they lost last night with Fred Santillo or whatever is the lefty for Cleveland, whatever his name is. Johnny Cantillo, excuse me. Or Joey can't tell.
Sure, it's not your father's
No,
accountant.
Thank you for that. But I would like to hear from you guys because it's your team, it's your money, it's your time. What's your confidence level right now? Because they look like a team at least entering the final 10 days and entering the playoffs, a team that looks like they're out of gas. It can change. Lord knows I hope it does. But I want to know what you think. Because last night is the exact type of way you play that way, you'll lose that playoff game 100 out of 100 times. 248-539-9797. And by the way, my dad's tax guy was Johnny Santoro.
Okay.
I don't think he pitched for the Guardians last night. He's
Nick
probably
Papi
90.
Giorgio. Gotcha.
Right. Talk to him.
Kenny, you get that reference? Okay. In sports, things change often. Look, rosters are rewritten. Heck, we don't even know who's on half the college football teams. Players and teams, they come and go. But no matter what changes over the next 5 years, there's one thing you can count on, and that's the price of your internet. It'll stay the same with Xfinity, because Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee, a single internet price guaranteed for 5 years. Life's unpredictable, but the price of your internet, it shouldn't be. And with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll get 5 years of their most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. There is no transfer portal with them. All in means all in. With your Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included, don't be that friend who has a bad setup that's lagging and buffering. Xfinity brings you all the best games all in one place, plus enhanced 4K. It feels like you're right there in the stadium. And when the game is on the line, you'll need a reliable connection and a reliable price. That's Xfinity. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Oh, a lot of pain in that voice. David, do you want to hit us with the ticket text? We'll get to the callers. I'm just asking the people. Like, I'm not panicked about them losing the division because it's a math equation. And the Guardians will have to do a whole lot more than just win one game. But the way this team is playing, and I do think that Torkelson screw up at first base, the pitcher was late to cover, hesitation both ways. Those are the little moments that'll break your back in a playoff series, but they're doing a lot more of that.
Yeah, when you're lacking that superstar, you have to do all the little things right, and you can't have the oops, sorry about that. Yeah.
And the problem is their superstar doesn't play against left-handed pitching. So I just, again, like they had one shot last night, and it was, I'll leave alone a lot of what I feel about this, but it was this whole like celebration of the whole. Oh, the splits. Look at all the guys lined up for the inning. And I'm like, yeah. Quad A, and quad A. Like, no offense. That's not Ohtani, Will Smith, and Mookie Betts, who I know has been awful, but you get my point. Like, yeah, I'm not thrilled for Zach McKinstry to have a seminal moment in this game. Oh, wait, strike 12. Goodbye.
That's how I felt when they pinch hit Jake Rogers for Colt Keith. I'm like, this is the answer off the bench?
David, you're nailing it. Like, it works in April and May. There's a reason no team has ever won a World Series playing this way. Ticket text.
Green needs to sit. Sweeney needs to sit. They need to play Tiger baseball, take pitches, and take extra bases.
You cannot sit Riley Green. He is your singular best everyday player. The best hitter you have is Kerry Carpenter. You cannot have a lineup that doesn't feature either Riley Green or Kerry Carpenter. You won't win a single game. That is a ridiculous ticket text, and we are all now dumber for having read it.
Let's just sit Glaber, too, while we're at it. What does that mean?
Kenny, I'm doing the best I can.
I understand.
I wagered Texas with a $.
The Tigers got off to a very fast start, got a big lead, then got lazy. They've been coasting for a while now, and they need to wake up, but it's probably too late.
It's never too late. As long as you just string a few nice games together here, ice this division out, get a little rest, and then it's how you play in the playoffs.
Yeah, kind of get back to, remember when they got to 5.5 and then all of a sudden they stretched it back out and it was like, okay, things are there. Go out there. I don't know. Maybe they only can just get up whenever they play New York, because then they look great.
Well, you could just say it. We're the measuring stick.
Here? Yeah, it is.
Anywhere.
It is.
Name a team in the American League that's a bigger measuring stick. What, the Astros?
No, you're right.
Those cheats?
You get everybody's best punch.
Okay. David?
Aaron and Taylor says, the way they look now, the Tigers choke the division. Even if they don't, though, get the 2 seed, they will not make the ALCS.
I'm not ready to say it. I agree with the concern level, but I'm not ready to go there. The MLB playoffs are very strange.
Torkelson also tried to steal second base on a ball in the dirt that he should not have been running on. Hustle and decision-making will knock them out early. The confidence is low.
Let's go to the people. See what everybody's got to say. Joe's in Port Huron. He bats leadoff. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Joe. What's up?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, I wanted to call in and actually kind of piggyback off what you guys were talking about yesterday. I didn't have time to call in. You were talking about, like, the overall excitement for the Tigers, and I think it goes kind of hand in hand. And last year, it was an unreal run, and then they started out this year so hot. And I honestly, my confidence is just as high, because it was kind of like you couldn't really tell why it was that way. I mean, like, they're a good team, but man, it didn't seem like they were like that great. And so now they're coming into it, and I do think a couple injuries. I think the starting rotation, and then not having everybody all together may have done a little bit of it. Last night was really disappointing, but they may need to restructure the way that they're running. You know how they always try to take that extra base. Well, when you get against better teams, they got thrown out twice at home plate yesterday with less than 2 outs. And just maybe they might need to rethink some of that as their competition is going to be getting better.
You also might want to rethink pinch hitting multiple guys hitting sub 200.
Correct. Yeah.
Just as a small tip. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah.
And Joe,
but it looks great when Zach McKinstry goes up there and hits a game winner, and then you're like, ooh, it works. So...
And when is that?
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
Okay, thank you. For
it was. Yeah,
I'm saying it looks great.
Yes,
when you
put
do that.
the Zach McKinstry game winner in the historical museum right next to a picture of Frederick Douglass. It's the same time period. All right, thank you. I mean, there's no offense, but like the anecdotal fanboy crap, I'm not here for it.
No, I'm
not
saying
you. I'm
right,
saying. Well, remember on May 8th? May 8th. That may as well be 1927.
Right, but when
Did the
it
stock
works,
market just crash?
Yeah, when it works, like, see, it does work. Like, okay,
great. Do me a favor. Throw a Hail Mary every play of a football game. You'll catch one of them.
Well, you know what? You win.
Sam, 97.1.
Mike's going to take you to 6.
That's okay. Sammy, what's going on, boss?
Yo, what's up, man? Mike, I quoted you last night. I was watching the Tigers game. I'm out here in Montana. I quoted you, so I was watching the game, and then the 10th inning, Tigers lost the lead, and then I was like, oh, well, they're dead, like the horse race. My confidence
I thought you throw a chair.
I was thinking about it, but I was at a bar, so I probably would have got kicked out.
Fair enough.
My confidence level is around 10%. I think they'll make the playoffs, but they'll be knocked out the first round. It's just, and then it amazes me. Torkelson hustles to steal a base, but not hustle to get someone out by running to the base. Like, that was so idiotic. My confidence level is very low.
No, and Sam, that's the problem. Is they don't have the talent to play loose. You know, they have to play a certain way, and they've got to be crisp. And it's like a football team that plays that perfect complementary blend of offense, defense, special teams. Sam, when you look at it, I mean, look at the bottom of the order, Sam. From Ibanez on down, Ibanez, Keith, Rogers, Sweeney, take that as one player. Dingler, Meadows, Baez, McKinstry. One hit from every name I listed. In a grand total of like 16 at-bats. You're just giving away the bottom of the order.
I hate to be a broken record like a lot of people, but I do blame Harris for not doing more at the trade deadline. If he would have done more, we probably would be better.
I agree. I mean, Sam, I think, look, here's the problem. This is the inconvenient truth of it. I think Scott Harris told you exactly what he thinks of this team by what he didn't do.
Bingo.
So I'm not going to be the boogeyman. Your president and the brightest guy in the planet pretty much told you. No move I make is going to make this thing better. That's what it feels like to me. And then he did an interview, and he was talking about how impressed he was they could pull off the Chris Paddock trade. I go, to Chris Paddock trade? Wow. Man, the brain trust to get a 5.8 ERA, and the guy's so bad, he's in the bullpen before the playoffs. I went, oh, dear. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Let me go to Katie.
I'm with you.
Are you okay?
No. You're on a roll.
We've got a lot going on.
You're on a roll. Right
I'm psyched. We got a lot of good topics. And then 3 o'clock, I don't even know what the audio is. All I've been told is God spoke. That's our nickname for Steve Eisenberg. So God spoke.
He did.
And Kenny's like, you have to hear this.
I wanted to bang my head against the window. Yeah, we'll get to it.
All right. Katie, what's going on? 97.1.
Not much. The lineup ahead of me kind of stole some of my thunder. The base running, the hitting, like why is Torkelson trying to steal second? Jones
pressing.
got lucky on that review. He was totally out when he tried to steal second. Ibanez was out at home. Like, he was just their base running was ick yesterday, and then it was just a hard watch to.
There you go.
Let's
Let's stop right there. Katie, I want to help you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to help you. You're a little nervous. You're a little choked up.
Yeah.
You're emotional. I want to help you. Kenny, that's one. The point I want to make, it is a difficult watch, Katie. And it's part of, if you say it, you're viewed as a bad person. No, I want the Tigers to win as much as the next guy. But I'm not going to lie to you and tell you everything's awesome. Like it's the Lego movie. They haven't played consistently good baseball over a large sample size in over 80 games. And your lead has gone from 15.5 to 5.5. Go ahead, trick around tonight and lose. 4.5. With the pressure of the world on Scooble, and you better hope he doesn't feel a certain type of way in his ribs. Mm-hmm. So they don't have to do a lot to get everybody to cool out. But they got to do something.
Yeah. Either that.
Because the Mariners aren't losing, by the way.
No.
Mariners are killing everybody. And if you're not careful, they're going to bop you out of that bye.
I was about to say either that or you just got to wait to the playoffs and say, well, they were just saving everybody and they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, just like coaches save the good plays in football.
Yeah.
Lies. Sorry.
No, brother.
Sorry.
Right now, this is a gold jacket day for you right now.
Crested Blazers. That's all I want.
I'm just letting you know.
We need crested Blazers, Kenny. September, Truck Month, Moran Chevrolet. Elevate your tailgating at Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game days start, 26 Silverado. You could lease one at Moran right now, $349 a month. Or check out the Equinox LT, $279 a month, 36 months. They also have the Doug Karsh Equinox EV. There you go. Have some kale. They'll throw in a whole bale in the back seat. $89 a month. All payments, not Rico. You got to go. Find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township, Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Top of the hour. All I can tell you is this. We have been sequestered away from the audio. I don't know how no one else on the station didn't play this. I don't know what the other shows are doing, but thank you.
It went under the radar.
Well, you gave us a gift. We're like the hunt for Red October. Nothing escapes our radar. Listen to me. We've got God speaking at 3. And I haven't heard it, but if Kenny's reaction is anything accurate, we're going to have some fun. So we'll do that in about 20 minutes. I want to go to AJ right now, 97.1. AJ, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, AJ. What's on your mind, pal?
Not much. So my concern is high, and it's just this pulling Carpenter out of the lineup, not having Carpenter in the lineup to begin yesterday's game just absolutely drives me nuts.
I know. And again, I understand why they do it, but the fact is when you face good left-handed pitching, your best player overall, in my opinion, isn't going to play. How is that going to be a World Series winning thing?
I have no clue. So when he hit that bomb in the bottom of the 9th, I literally stood up and yelled, "This is why he has to be in the lineup every single day." And someone just yelled, "Well, then we don't get moments like this." Well, how about we let Carpenter do this in the 6th inning when he has 2 men on, and we never get to this point where we have to have him hit a bomb to save us in the 9th just for us to blow it in the 10th.
You know what's interesting about all of this? He isn't even really given an opportunity versus lefties. Now, David, double check this. I want to make sure I'm not hallucinating. How many at-bats versus lefties do you think he has on the season? AJ, want to guess? Rico, anybody want to guess? How many total at-bats?
How many against lefties?
Yep.
Maybe 50? And that probably too high?
No, AJ, you're sharp as a tack. 55. He's right there.
Okay.
He's got 5 extra base hits, 3 of them being home runs. And it's 55 with 14 strikeouts. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's scintillating, but you would think the way he's treated, he hits 0.56 against lefties.
Right, he's an automatic out.
It's not like we're switching him for an all-star third baseman. We're moving him out of the lineup. He does it. He brings in Ibanez or something. We'll start.
You know what? Honestly, AJ, you should take it to 6 because that's exactly what I was about to say. You're not taking him out of the game in favor of star player or good player.
Right. This is one of those things that I think managers, coaches, organizations, those weird hills that they die on, that, you know what, we're only going to bat him against righties. We're not going to do him against lefties. It's like we don't need the edge rusher. It's just certain things, certain organizations just, that's it. Don't ask us to change. This is just what we are.
We're good.
You're right.
But I am at a point where I'll just accept a 636 OPS against lefties in a limited sample size because at least I know Kerry Carpenter's a major league player.
Right.
Versus some of these other matchup things that they do. I mean, David, I'm not wrong, right?
That makes no sense.
55 at bats.
I'm looking at it. I'm baffled.
Again, I'm not telling you, oh, you think you know better than guys. We're fans, and I'm just telling you it's not working with what they're doing. So why don't we go down with the ship, so to speak? Let's get our best.
Right. It's like, what could it hurt?
Just play them every day. And away we go.
Yeah, but someone on the bench that was amazing against left-handed bats, and I would say, or pitchers, I would say, okay,
because
I get it.
That's the other thing, too. It's not like Veerling's even been available. He's been dead all year, basically, and he's dead again, and they just pulled him off his rehab assignment. So it sounds like he's toast. So, you don't even have this whole face of franchise Veerling. There's nothing to comp it to. If he's not your best player, he's your second best. Why are they so hesitant? I don't know.
It's like he just wants to go ahead and pull out that card and say, okay, 9th inning, go do magic, bail me out.
I do. I understand the value that if you're going to pinch hit him, he becomes this nuclear warhead for late game spots, and it's a gotcha moment that the other team zigged and you zagged and you can unleash him. What I'm saying is in a playoff game, I don't want to waste 4 at-bats to get to the 5th at bat.
Exactly. I'd rather him just go up there and have 5 at-bats. And you know what?
I'll live with whatever happens.
Thank you.
And if they want to use every lefty because Carey's there, then somebody else could be the benefactor, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm wrong, it's fine. It's one of those things that the season is at a point I'm willing to live with the result. But I don't know. Maybe people disagree.
No, I'm with you. It's one of those. I've just given up. Like, apparently I see things differently than what than AJ does. So I'm going to stop fighting that battle. I wondered for the longest, like, well, if he's that good, why don't you just play him every day?
I would just give him a larger sample size than 55 at bats. And again, in the 55 at bats, he fits in with the rest of the lineup. 2/3 of this lineup are useless right now. I don't know. Go to Scott, see what he's got to say about everything. Scotty, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Afternoon,
Hey,
sir.
I sort of agree with the whole pitch hitting and all that, but I heard a stat maybe a couple days ago because something that came up about, they didn't go after a right-handed power bat, left-handers, yada, yada, yada. But I heard the stat that I heard where it was that the Tigers were like top 5, top 10 in the court. I mean, I haven't looked at it, didn't get a chance to look into it because golf season still.
About hitting lefties?
Yeah, but they're like top 5 or top 10 in hitting lefties. So sometimes the pinch hitting bugs me and irritates me sometimes because the other team's playing the same thing. Well, they're going to pull this lefty off. Let's do a righty. So they're doing the same thing, and I just think the pinch hitting thing's a little overblown. Yes, it drives me crazy.
But how about specific to Kerry Carpenter?
Kerry Carpenter, I think Kerry Carpenter should have every opportunity to hit both lefties and righties because he's a big bat in the lineup.
Yeah, like he's a guy I fear. There's only 2 players in this lineup I fear, and no disrespect, it's been a while since I feared Riley Green. But Scott, it's just one of those things. I feel like at this point, what do we have to lose? The other options that are hitting, and again, stat you quoted, I know I've heard it this summer. What I would caution you is this. When you're facing regular season left-handed pitching that by and large, 2/3 of this league don't try and don't have anything in the way of quality, it skews the stat. It's a lot like when I heard Doug and Scott arguing with caller Brian, and it was like, well, the Ravens defense is giving up 30 a game. It's like week 1, they played a 41-40 shootout against the Bills. Last week, they decapitated the Browns. Like, that number's not real. I don't think things that happen in April, May, and June are real when it comes to October. It's a different game.
Right.
So, no, I will be surprised if Jahmai Jones is Roberto Clemente. That would surprise me.
But we saw it in the playoffs with Matt Vierling last year. He was great in the regular season. He had iconic moments, people call them. But then in the playoffs, he was 2 for 50 or whatever it was.
Close enough, Kenny. Your point is well taken. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. We have the voice of God at 3. I'm excited to hear this audio. FanDuel, getting you ready for kickoff, an offer you don't want to miss. Customers bet 5, get 300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock 300 in bonus bets across the app. Whether it's parlays, props, you name it, FanDuel's got it. And with the NFL here, tons of ways to play. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch table on a little football. David, some music, please.
It is booming.
I don't know what this is.
It is that time of the week, guys. It is my best bets in football this weekend.
Let me rebrand the segment. This is where everything David says I disagree with.
Okay,
let's
I'm
go.
going to see if I can get one or two here.
There's one. I'll be proud of you if you pick this game because it is the single worst spot any team is in all weekend.
Okay, let's start with North Carolina.
Nope.
North Carolina at UCF, or according to Bill Belichick, Central. North Carolina at +6.5 is what I'm choosing here. Because, yes, North Carolina has gotten a little better while it's Charlotte and Richmond. I get it. UCF has only played basically one other game this year, and they have not embraced the role of the favorite. They are 3-7 against the spread when favorite since 2024.
They're also like 50-6 at the bounce house. No, just my answer would be no to any of this. Call the number. Next
one on
Not
the
a big
list.
fan of North Carolina.
Okay.
So I don't believe
I would
in them
take
at
UCF
all.
out of spite. Go ahead.
Arkansas at Memphis. Choosing Memphis at +7.5. Here's why.
Because Arkansas can't stop anyone.
That's true. They're coming off a very tough loss to Ole Miss. We all saw what happened there. And they are hosting Notre Dame next week. So I'm choosing this as the up, down, and the look ahead.
I don't mind it.
For Arkansas.
All right, we can get with the 7.5. Sure, I dig that.
Kenny says that it cancels itself out with the up, down, and the look ahead.
That's a double negative right there.
But he still hasn't found that. I'm telling you, here's one game. It's the single worst spot any team's in all across America.
Texas Tech at Utah.
That's not it.
So outside of 2024, we know what Utah looked like last year. I'm going Utah -3.5 here. The Utes have been amazing at home. 12-1 at home in 2022 and 2023 combined. So I have to go Utah here -3.5.
One problem. 6 of them to be exact.
What's that?
There's no data points for either of these teams. Texas Tech has played 3 corpses. Utah has played 3 corpses.
Yep.
None of the data is relevant.
Nope, you're just basically betting off the logo on the helmet.
Which I will not do. Plus, Texas Tech has the best roster money can buy. They might just be flat better. But do I love Devin Dampier? Do I love Whittingham? Elite jawline. That's a leader of men. I would just stay away from it. But, David, you're a man of free will. Do whatever you like.
Now, let me give you this one, and then I don't know if this was yours, or you can give me yours or not.
I believe in you.
SMU at TCU.
You know what to do here.
I'm going TCU -6.5 here because I love Josh Hoover. Throws the ball up and down the field, and SMU secondary has allowed 8.2 yards per throw this season, which is 98th in the country.
This is the battle for the iron skillet.
Yes, it is.
When you buy a skillet, it's got 2 instructions. Don't wash it with soap, and it requires points. Over 64.5. The battle for the iron skillet.
It requires points. Did not know that.
It requires points and no soap.
Let me guess. Would the game be Auburn, Oklahoma?
No. The game. All right. The single worst spot.
Because I figured Auburn playing Oklahoma, and then you have to play A&M the very next week.
No, this is better.
Oh.
Team A comes off of a miraculous, insane, emotional 4th quarter comeback in a rivalry game at home. Their reward is to now go on the road.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Against a team that's off a bye who's furious after they lost to their bitter rival. I give you...
Is this West Virginia?
Kansas laying 12.5 to West Virginia.
Yeah, I looked at that.
Rita, get the chips. They're going to send Rich Rod home in a bad way.
Okay.
Kansas. That is it. That's like if you drew up a spot for a loss, it's that. If Kansas doesn't win that game by double figures, they're garbage.
And I looked at that. I just don't trust Kansas. I've watched them a couple times.
Whoa. 2 words for you. Black quarterback.
I understand. But that black quarterback has not looked good this year.
Jalen Daniels is a fine young man. It's just about can you keep him in one piece. Plus, they got a new stadium.
Florida, Miami? No.
Okay. How brave are you? See, I'm leaning towards Miami could be national title good. Running game. Ruben Bain captaining that front seven on defense, and Carson Beck, the slander went too far. I'm guilty as charged. The question is,
Florida's desperate, man.
Do they have anything left? Last week it was criminal. I didn't touch it. Cookies didn't either. But if you took Florida getting 7.5 against LSU to not cover that game, you should file a class action lawsuit. I mean, it was 5 interceptions. It was ridiculous. Their defense has given up 2 touchdowns the last 2 weeks. They've lost both games. If that defense has one quality game left in them, they can keep this thing close. But I'm worried about Lagway. Rico, they had him in hell.
See, I look at this, Mike, as I would take Florida only because this is their last stand for everybody. This is Lagway, because if you beat Miami, you can at least say, okay, we run this state.
Lagway back to pass. Lagway rolls to the right. He hurls it downfield. I would lean Florida getting the 7.5, but that game scares me because Miami might just be that good.
I'm just saying, Florida, desperate. This is their season right here. You beat Miami, and I think a lot of the pressure is off the coach, off the quarterback.
You're 100% right. It's do they still like to play football? I don't know. That's a rough 2 weeks.
It is.
So before I give you the only 2 NFL games I like this week, I always like to give you a larger spread college game here. Purdue plus 25.5 at Notre Dame. And here's why.
No, just no.
CJ Carr and their defense has been brutal this season.
That's what happens when you go from Al Golden to Chris Ash.
So I have to go Purdue 25.5.
Can I give you a better one? I'll give you a better one.
I love it.
I want Rico's opinion. You want to look ahead spot?
Okay.
A team off to a dream 3-0 start after only winning 2 games last year. At home, nondescript booty MAC team coming to town. And next week, this team that's at home has a game of the year type thing against Tennessee. I give you Northern Illinois catching 21.5 against Miss State. The ultimate look-ahead spot for the Bulldogs.
Oh, you're right. Because it's the MAC team, so you just relax.
The problem is Thomas Hammock. I hate NIU's head coach with the fire of 1,000 sun.
Why is that?
He's a boob. And I know he's a former running back, and he seems like a happy guy, but I think he's ass as a coach. And Northern Illinois has hurt Jim Costa on our podcast more than any other team in America.
Why, he keeps picking him?
No, if he picks him, they F him. If he bets against him, they F him. Thomas Hammock has impregnated Jim Costa several times. Oh, okay.
Jeez. Let me quickly give you my NFL picks here.
Poor Cookies. It's like what people used to say about the Lions here. You pick them, they lose. You don't pick them, you lose. Like, you just lose.
But David, real quick before you interpose, I'm with you on the Notre Dame Purdue game.
Really?
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, don't think Purdue last year. Just throw that out the window.
Oh, you mean you could turn a roster in a year in today's college football?
Yes.
Weird. I don't see it in East Lansing.
All right, let me get to the NFL here.
Georgia?
Lagway steps back.
All right. I'm going.
I can say I like puppies, and he will turn that into, but have you seen Michigan State play?
Puppies would be better than MSU's defense.
I would unleash a sea of puppies over our defensive line. I would get more pressure.
You're right.
I knew you could do it.
Let me give you the one NFL game that I love here. Kenny wants to talk about it. It is +1 Cowboys at the Bears. The Bears are without Kyler Gordon, without Jalen Johnson, and their slot corner is dealing with a hamstring right now.
They could be playing
Cowboys.
Jackson Lumen Christie. I'd bet against the Bears.
Why is it only 1, though, in that case? We all know they're bad.
Because the Cowboys are trash.
I know they're trash. I'm not saying the Cowboys are any great shakes, but, man, 1 point?
It's the NFL, Kenny. You got to recalibrate your mind.
I would have said at least like 4.5 for Devil's number, though.
Oh, my God. No, I would take the Cowboys.
Yeah, that one does bother me because the Bears look like they are just done. They got nothing to offer. The coach hates the quarterback. The quarterback doesn't want to play.
Hey, you better watch your mouth. The Gators coming after you. He thinks the Bears are great.
Last year they were great.
Those
How
are my,
dare you?
Those are my best bets for this weekend in football. 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. We will not have any of this in this update. Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman spoke to the media today as training camp opens up. He said the only player not ready to go is Simon Edvinsson, who's dealing with a lower body injury. He'll be out a few weeks. Jared Goff was named the NFC Player of the Week today after passing for 334 yards and 5 touchdowns against the Bears. Dan Campbell also spoke to Kostin Jansen this morning, but one of his newest targets, Isaac Tesla, In other NFL news, the Jets will be without quarterback Justin Fields this week because of a concussion. Tyrod Taylor will start in his place. Minnesota Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy is in a boot and progressing well, according to his head coach Kevin McConnell. And Commanders signal caller Jaden Daniels didn't practice today. His status is still unknown for this week's game. The Tigers lost to the Guardians in extras last night. They'll send Jack Flaherty to the mound against Gavin Williams. Williams has a 3.16 ERA. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. The Tigers' number 21 prospect Isaac Pacheco has been named Midwest Player of the Year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
To my Tiger callers, do not go anywhere because I do want to speak to you. And I need a minute because I want to welcome in a different audience as well. But I will get to these calls because the Tigers should be a part of today's show. But Kenny had this audio. No other show has talked about it. And what we like to do on this show is to, if we have some scintillating audio, not listen to it. Organic response is the best response. It's fun. It keeps it authentic. So Kenny has said that God spoke today. God being Steve Eiserman. And all he said is, I need you to trust me. We need to do this at 3 o'clock. I said, okay. So can you give us the context before we play this audio?
So
was he being asked? I want to set up here.
Sure. He was basically asked if he's worried about his job security if they don't make the playoffs. That was the context of the question.
Okay, that seems reasonable, but with what we know about God, I doubt he answered that question well. All right, are you ready for this?
Let's go. Red Wings Nation, let's ride.
Oh, dear. Oh, boy. Okay, I want to give Kenny credit on something. That's so much worse than I imagined. All right.
Kenny was depressed.
He should be. Let's unpack this.
He used the buzzword. He said the Ken Holland thing. That was the first thing that's going to stick in fans'
The 10
mind.
years?
The 10-year thing.
I think, okay, anyone who has any pressure on them wouldn't put it back on the very people that could fire them. So as I've been saying, and I'll continue to say, he has a lifetime deal.
Teflon, untouchable.
His seat is frozen. Not cold, not room temperature, not warm, much less hot. It's frozen. Don't make the playoffs for year 7, doesn't matter. Basically, that's up to them because he knows ownership isn't firing him. Now, the other thing I didn't like in here is if you are a Red Wings fan, if you're a sports fan, the acquisition arm of an organization is never ending. It's trades, it's free agency, and yes, of course, it is the draft. The reliance upon the draft at an almost, not entirely, but an almost exclusive level has been the hallmark of this Iser plan. And what he just told you there is, if you don't like it, eat somewhere else, because that's all I'm serving you. The draft. Kenny, go ahead. I know you've wanted to cut loose on this. I'd love to hear from people as well.
David, could you play the beginning part of that again?
Do we have
time?
to?
Just the beginning part, 'cause
Oh,
I want to make sure.
Painful.
Okay. Shouldn't you want to make the playoffs too?
What he's trying to say without saying it, let me help you out with this. See, if he said, look, you guys are all obsessed about something else. The playoffs, the playoffs are useless. I'm here to bring cups. I'm here to make this a dynasty. Now say that.
Right.
Say that, and I might be able to maneuver mentally around it.
Right. You say that, and okay. I may be willing to give you the other 4 years you need to make 10. But, yeah, you guys are worried about the playoffs. Like, that sounded strange. Like, shouldn't you be as well? Question mark? Kenny?
Yeah, the way I look at it is Mike said something that has been bugging me about this whole thing for the whole time is the job security thing. Is he has no pressure on him to turn things up, to make things a little bit quicker, to go after the splash move, to do anything that we've been asking him to do. So if you liked the nothing that you got last year and the nothing that you got the year before that and the nothing you got the year before that, enjoy your more nothing. That's what I would say, because that's what it looks like this is going to turn into. Looks like, seems like, feels like. It's very and still relying heavily on the draft. And he said the 10-year thing, which I think is a dog whistle for a lot of a lot of Red Wings fans, because that's what Ken Holland said.
I think the way to do this is the following. What is your reaction if I told you there is no hot seat, there is no pressure, there is nothing? There's only existence. Steve Yzerman's going to be here as long as he wants to be here. And the ownership doesn't have the will to fire him. And whether it's because they're unbothered or whether it's because they ultimately just believe in the vision that eventually, if we water this plant enough, it will grow, it's immaterial to me. The bottom line is, for those of you, myself included, who believes the pressure is a privilege, he's under no pressure. That makes me not want to watch them this year. That makes me not want to bother. Now, certainly I'm not going to tell you I watch all 82 games, but I try to put the Red Wings heavily in the rotation. And I will just tell you, after listening to that, that makes me not want to watch a single effing minute.
Yeah.
Because it's a wholly unserious approach. Steve Yzerman can't even bring himself to just say, I understand your anger. I understand the fans' frustration. I want it more than anyone.
Yeah.
We're going to do whatever it takes. Rico, say something.
It came across as, don't question me. I got this.
And if you don't like it, go ask the owner. Knowing you're not going to talk to the owner.
Because it's almost like you guys not have a PR department, somebody to run this path and say, here's what I want to say. That's exactly everything you need not to say. We're going to change that around. What you said. I know you're focused on the playoffs. I'm here to bring a cup here. I'm here to bring a dynasty here. I'm here for lasting success, and that's going to take some time. And it hasn't happened as quickly as I wanted it to, but we are still focused on getting there. Boom. Okay. Every Wings fan is like, all right, Stevie gets it. But this kind of sounds as if we got to do this again. Fine. We'll ask you a little stupid little question. Go talk to management. We're fine. It may take 10 years. Next question.
What do you guys make of it? 248-539-9797. I know it's a little early to do the hockey thing. But when Yzerman talks, I'm with Rico on this. It's worth playing. Kenny was right. That's worth playing.
And a month out from the season, essentially, I wonder if fans are like you, Mike, that it affects their ability to watch and or care about this upcoming season when you know that that's the direction and it's rigid. It's not going anywhere. It's not changing.
I wonder if they're headed into their centennial, and I don't know if they've ever been thought less of since the Dead Things era. I don't know. What is your motivation to spend your time, hard-earned money, etc.? And the GM just comes out and goes, yeah, look, rebuilds take time. I don't know. Ask ownership. That's basically it. He knows you're not going to ask ownership because ownership doesn't talk.
Right.
And he knows he has absolute job security.
Like, okay, if this was year 2, year 3, but it's like, come on, man.
Year 7.
Really?
Year 7. Hey, these things take time. There are teams in this league that were good, bad and now better than you again in the same time span.
Yeah, but we didn't get the top draft pick.
That's why I say enjoy your more nothing, because that's what's going to happen. Looks like, seems like, feels like.
And guess what? Hey, Kenny, I will say this. We've had great response in this town when we bring up the Yzerman Red Wing thing. Look at this right now. I wonder how much people have left for this team. I really do.
No, you said it best, man. There was one answer to that question, and that wasn't it.
That was the wrong one.
Right. That's where you run it past PR. Nope.
And I'm going to get to these Tiger callers. I want to talk to you, your concern level, because, again, the way they're playing, and also the Carpenter thing. You know, last night was a playoff-type game, and Carpenter was on the bench until the ninth inning. That's a losing strategy. 55 total at-bats against lefties. Am I crazy for wanting to go down with the ship? I'm just going to play carry every day from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Lefty, righty, I don't care. Ambidextrous, whatever you like. 248-539-9797. Your reaction to the Yzerman sound and the question about your Tigers. 97.1. All right. After a hot summer, it's still warm now. You know winter's on the way. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. That's Steve Yzerman today. And again, I'm not asking anybody to go smash their head into a toilet. But it does begin to wear on you when you don't feel like your GM values how you feel. Now, again, let me be clear about something. When GMs make decisions like a fan, they end up sitting with the fans. We're not saying that. But you're 7 years into this, and if you are so detached or so aloof, as Yzerman sounds, that you can't come up with a better answer to that, other than it takes time, talk to the owner, it's not good enough. Part of your job as a president or general manager of an organization, or as the Canadians like to say, organization, you are a bit of an arm of PR. Mm-hmm. Would it have killed Yzerman to come out and say, listen, this has been unacceptable. Guys, this isn't lost on me. Yeah. They're not going to have to fire me because if I don't get this right soon, I'll walk away before they fire me. Yeah. Say that.
Yeah, I will not destroy this organization.
I haven't slept in 7 years. I don't care. Say something. But that?
Go see ownership.
It takes time. Could be 10 years. Come on. To the people, shall we? Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, brother?
Hi, I called to talk about the Tigers. Can I throw one Red Wings comment real quick?
Jeff, I'll do you one better. You can do both.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What I was going to say was, we're talking about a team that for the last 3 years has been on the verge. You know, going into late in the season, if they'd have finished 500 the last 3 years, they would have had a couple, 3 playoff appearances. So we're not talking about a team that's that far away. They're that close, and they can't go and say we can make that move to do it. And I asked Kenny's opinion. Do you feel when you give away a playoff lead 3 years in a row, shouldn't that be part of their mindset also?
Kenny?
Yes, it should. And by the way, I've said it all summer and I said it all during the season. Steve, talent acquisition, buddy, that's what the money is for. I'm not even trying to be funny anymore.
Amen. But now I wanted to get my Tigers comment.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I had a confidence level of a 7 or an 8 because you got Skubal, but I'm telling you, with Skubal being your best starter and then Finnegan your best reliever, at least I think he has been the last part of the year, both of them questionable as far as how healthy they're going to be. And you got 3 pitchers that you put in a bag and none of them wants to step up to be 2. They're one good one, one bad one. Here's my fear. If you win and wrap this division up, just play solid, close to 500, wrap this division up with 8 games, 10 games to go, you could rest your bullpen, you could line up your rotation and see who's going to, come in after Skubal. But if you fart around, excuse my expression, till the last 3 games and go into Boston needing to win 1 or 2 of those to get into the playoffs, you think you're out of gas now, you're going to be on empty and fumes even more. That's my fear.
No, Jeff, I think there's a lot of reasons to be concerned. I learned a long time ago you can't write teams off heading into the playoffs. Baseball's too weird. Let's go to Nolan, Rochester, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on, brother?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for hanging, dude. I'm sorry it took that long. Please.
It's okay. I don't mind at all, especially after you were talking about the Red Wings thing made me want to stay on a little bit longer. But
okay.
I did call about the Tigers. One thing I wanted to say about the Red Wings, though, is that that's very frustrating, and I'm hoping that 100 in center ice is now a countdown of Steve Yzerman's days with the team, because how many more years can we really take this? Obviously, you guys have mentioned the point. If it was anybody besides Stevie, he'd be gone by now, if it was Brad Holmes or Illich or Harris, excuse me. But yeah, not the biggest hockey guy, but now I'm even less of one, just because our team is in shambles. But anyways, my point with the Tigers, I love AJ. I think he's done great for the team. Sometimes I do think he overanalyzes a little bit as far as the lineup goes, because just like you guys said, I'd love to have Carey in there every day. I think he's one of our, if not the best bat on the team, especially consistently. I do think it is a little bit late in the season, though, obviously with the few games left, to put him in every day, because now he's so accustomed to only right-handed pitching. Seeing lefties might throw him off a little bit. So that's a little concerning. I do think the team's going to hit a stride here in the last few games.
They have
and
to.
then going into the playoffs.
No,
Yeah,
and they
I
have
100%
to.
agree.
Because I'll tell you right now, I know tomorrow's what everybody circles. Scooble on the mound, just don't get swept. It'll crush the Guardians' hope. What you don't want to do is go into tomorrow, the lead's down to 4.5. What if Scooble's not right?
Oh, boy.
What if he doesn't start? What if he feels...
What if he tweaks something?
Right. Like, Nolan, tonight's the night. You win tonight, it's a pressure release. It's all you back to 6.5 with Scooble on the mound. I'm with you. They just got to start playing a better brand of baseball because last night there were several mental errors. And ultimately, look, I know Finnegan is due back, 10 days? Does that sound right? Like, Nolan, Will Vest erupting. The Guardians, I thought Mize was fine enough. I think they go a little over the top on the broadcast. I'll leave it alone. The point is, Nolan, the Guardians are not that good of a team. They can't score. They're painful to watch. And they outplayed you at your own game. Ran the bases better, played better defense, pitched better, all of it. And yes, Carey with the moment in the 9th, but it's like, how many at-bats did I have to waste to get to that?
Yeah, they look like a team that was playing playoff baseball right now.
That's the difference, yes. And I don't think they're that way. Here's the difference, though, too. As bad as the Guardians are offensively, they have a couple superstar players. Like Kwan and Ramirez are those guys, and they both had major moments in that game last night. Who's yours? Riley Green, or on the right day, Kerry Carpenter. But a lot of days, Kerry won't play in the playoffs. Like, think about it like, oh, Max Fried's on the mound. I don't care. Just play Kerry.
Yep.
Oh, but Jahmai Jones is good. Okay, fine. If you believe Jahmai Jones and his numbers from August are going to translate to the World Series, cool. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But I'd rather lose with my best players.
Correct.
Go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's the good word, pal?
Hi, gentlemen. Thanks for having me. That was a gut punch. If you're a hockey fan or a Red Wings fan, that was a hard thing to listen to. And I just want to make a point because it kind of dawned on me. Red Wings and Tigers are a little bit different as one has a salary cap and the other one doesn't. However, both general managers each and every year at the beginning of the season give you this explanation about how you're just not going to get your hopes up because we're not doing anything splashy in the off season, and we're going to let the young guys just kind of work it out and have room for them and depend on the draft every year. You could put them like back to back. You could make.
But do you know why?
Because they got a cheap owner.
No, I was going a different direction. The owner hires these people. View the owner as the employer, and view these front office guys as the employee. We see this all the time in life. A certain type of employer hires a certain type of employee. Well, I have said for years the plan for the Tigers is the same plan they have for the Wings. Wait for the kids. The difference is the Tigers caught a little bit of lightning in a bottle, and they have the best manager in baseball.
That's true.
You know,
that is
the,
true,
the,
and
the
they're a little
Wings
bit
don't have
exciting.
that. So, but Jim, I mean, look, here, take an example. Big Ten Network, a god-awful network. Okay, Big Ten Network hires a certain type of person, a brain-dead idiot who shills for the conference. You want a job at BTN? Shill it up. I got another word for it, but I'm pretty sure it's an FCC violation.
Hold on, fingers on the button.
Think Jerry Falwell. That's what they hire at BTN. That's why they all sound the same. They are the same. So when you interview on BTN, they all sound the same.
And you know what? Here's the thing. It's every network. I mean, it's funny because I'm watching, ESPN or the NFL Network, and they're talking about Tom Brady, and nobody will come out and say, well, nobody wants Brady around because he's had scandals around him. It's amazing how quickly everybody forgot. And, I just don't understand. And Tom Brady's so smart. He doesn't need to steal things like that. Okay. But it just, like you said, you're not going to go out and say anything against the company.
But if you walked into the job interview and sat with the heads of state and said, here's the deal. I want 10-year commitments. I want to spend. We're going to win. We're going to win right now. They'd be like, can you escort this person out, please?
We're gonna win. We're gonna win so big.
Right. Like it's no, we're gonna draft, we're gonna develop, we're gonna take our time, we're gonna do it affordably. We're not gonna have long-term commitment. Like I do think there's a typecast of what they want, which is draft, develop, and sign. Don't be mad at me. Like, what do you want me to do?
And if Stevie does anything wrong, he won't be invited back to the Coney Island.
97-1.
Specs at LTU is dedicated to inspiring, educating, and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in a rapidly evolving industry. If you're looking for a career in the entertainment field, whether it's radio, TV, or graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your field by people who actually work in the business. So they're not going to waste your time. So you need to get yourself set up for the winter semester. Whether you're going into the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or graphics media arts program, it is very simple. You need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. Admissions@ltu.edu, or call 1-800-CALL-LTU to do that today.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Red Wings defenseman Simon Edvinsson will be out for the next few weeks, but Steve Yzerman thinks he'll be ready sometime around the start of the regular season. Lions coach Dan Campbell told Costin Jansen he'll likely not know until the end of the week about the status of injured defensive lineman Marcus Davenport. Chargers linebacker Khalil Mack has been placed on injured reserve with an elbow. The Tigers will look to avenge their Game 1 loss against the Guardians tonight at 6:40 at Comerica Park. Here, Jack Flaherty start right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. I know David has to yell at Jeremy Otto about something. We're going to go right to your calls. We'll catch up on Ticket Text momentarily. Ryan is up next, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, pal?
What's up, guys? Big Steve Yzerman supporter here. I actually feel bad for the guy because the way the NHL works is when you're good for a decade. When you're bad, unfortunately, you're bad for a decade. Big players don't get moved very often at all, and you kind of got to get lucky. Like, unlike the NFL is built to get better quickly. The NHL is not. Like, the Wings have had the hardest path to get any sort of draft ability because every year in the lottery, we always get the worst possible scenario. But even with that, I mean, Yzerman's gotten, since he's been here, the best defenseman and the best offensive guy in Raymond and Sider. So he's identifying the talent. But we need to see these top-tier teams start to turn over a little bit and start to be on the downhill while we're on the uphill and we're going to get our shot. You know, it's funny how, as Lions fans now, we don't want to celebrate just playoffs, and we don't want to celebrate. We want more and more. And Yzerman is kind of taking that mindset with the Wings of, I'm not going to go overpay for something and make this big push just to make the playoffs and fizzle out. I'm going to hold tight until we have a shot to actually make some noise. And unfortunately, we got to have our guys develop, or we got to get lucky and find a guy in the rough. But McDavid's not available. McCarr's not available. Like, these guys that are making these teams good for a long time aren't available. And in the past 7 years since he's been here, he's gotten the top defense and the top offensive guy. Like, there's just, they had the next talented guy hasn't come. Like, Hugh hasn't been that guy.
Ryan, my question to you though is it about being championship good? It is, but look at the teams that you're talking about, the 10 years good, 10 years bad types of teams. Those are the teams at the extremes on both ends. Those are the teams like the Buffaloes, and those are the teams like the Edmontons, right? Those are the elite or the terrible. We're trying to be what the Lions were when they were transitioning into playoff mode. The Lions we consider to be a Super Bowl team. It's not a fair comparison. My point though is, I mean, Montreal lapped you. There's a bunch of teams in our conference that are lapping you or could lap you, and those teams have either gotten better or gotten worse. So I'm not saying be good for 10 years or bad for 10 years. I'm saying let's cross the bridge and make the playoffs, and I don't think that's an unreasonable ask in 7 years.
I'm glad that you brought up Montreal because, I mean, they haven't won a cup since '93, and they beat us by 4 points to get into the playoffs. We're not that far away. I mean, the NHL is a league of parity. If our guys get just incrementally better, we're going to be in the playoffs. And if we get a playoff series win, all of a sudden, hey, we're over here hooting and hollering. So I don't think we're as far away as people think we are. Because if we get in the playoffs and all of a sudden we make some noise, all of a sudden, hey, we're back at Hockey Town, we're back in the playoffs, and we just missed it by 2 games.
Ryan, I just don't think you're in I's timeline. I think we just have a fundamental disagreement on how long it should take you to make the playoffs. You say it could take a decade. I think it shouldn't. I think 7 years is probably the end of the line for me, and that's being generous.
Here, let's have some fun. Now, well, I say fun, but this might not be fun. So I can't break this. Yes, I can. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do this right now. Let's get some odds and have a good time for a second. So, big picture, to win the Eastern Conference, which no one is demanding, but I'm just offering you a zoom out. Here's what they think about you. The worst odds by far. Like, it's not close. They may as well put a hefty cinch little garbage bag over the Penguin.
Buffalo, right?
Pittsburgh Penguins at plus 22,000.
Pittsburgh, really? A Sidney Crosby Pittsburgh Penguins is that far down?
Plus 22,000.
Crazy.
The next closest, the Bruins at 10,000 to 1. The Red Wings and Flyers are plus 8,000.
You got lapped by Buffalo?
Correct. The Buffalo Sabres are plus 4,500. The
Buffalo
Islanders
to me is the joke of the league.
Okay, the Islanders are plus 5,000. Columbus plus 4,000. And according to the last caller, you are the Canadians. One problem. They're plus 2,000. So, again, that's not gospel. But sometimes it helps to get other opinions.
An outside opinion.
Outside of your own vortex. This idea, how long are we going to do this lottery thing with Yzerman? See, here's the problem I have with that call. Is it attempts to, it's insulting, actually. It's insulting to presidents and GMs who actually do their job. If the only way to rebuild a team is to get the number one pick in a generational year and land that player, then what's the point? See, the idea is you were hiring Steve Yzerman because he was special. You were hiring him because he found Kucherov and he found, the Braden points and he drafted Vasilevsky. Now, he did inherit Victor Hedman. He inherited Stamkos. I understand that. The point I'm making is when you hear the sympathist call, they give you all the reasons why it's impossible. Well, then was Yzerman ever special in the first place if he needed all the advantages?
So I'm glad you brought that up because Max Boltman, writer for The Athletic, covers us.
That's your boy.
That is my boy. He wrote an article, Why the Detroit Red Wings Rebuild and Playoff Drought Have Dragged Under Steve Yzerman. He basically goes through the list of reasons. On the list, the Verona saga, which I'm the least offended by, he was in the player assistance program, which, you can't predict that. That sucks.
I've heard that.
Pro scouting departures and fallout, so that's not good. Pro scouting, we talked about it all the time. Gut punch losses to Ottawa. It seems to happen every single year. And the Wallman trade. All things we've complained about. And if this guy was special, these things would not happen over a 7-year period. And if they did, they would still find a way to be successful. They have not.
Yeah. And again, even on a divisional basis, second to last. That's what they think about you. That doesn't mean this is true. But how going into year 7, you're going to tell people, listen, it's going to take more time. What's going to take more time? I'm with Kenny. Yeah. While it doesn't take 2 years, it doesn't take 7 to make playoffs. See, the playoffs is becoming the canary in the coal mine here. Where people now, what? You just want to make the playoffs and mortgage the future? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like no one said that.
No.
But you have to do something.
Right, but then they threw out the magical or 10 years. So you're giving yourself 3 more years of this.
No, he's got 30.
For perspective, just for some perspective, he also in this article has a list of the longest NHL playoff droughts. Guess how many teams have longer playoff droughts than you of all time?
Buffalo for one.
Yes, that's the longest at 14.
And this is current?
This is of all, any active team, of all time.
All time?
All time.
Oh. I quit.
Buffalo,
California Golden Seals.
Buffalo? No, I'm talking about active teams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
The Cleveland Barons. Go ahead.
Buffalo, Florida, Edmonton. All time. 10, 10, 14.
And we're at?
9.
Yeah. But just tell me again.
Oh, he's special. He's real special.
Okay. We'll get more to people. And David, we're way behind on ticket text. Are you done yelling at Otto? He's had a rough week.
I'm done.
Okay.
In here now, booth.
Okay. That was something. Hungry Howie's. They are repping the 313 with Detroit-style pizza. Yes, Hungry Howie's. They have authentic Detroit-style pizza. And right now you can get one for $12.99. Football beckons. Dinner, 20 minutes or less. You're running around every volleyball court for the youth sports. Get some Detroit-style pizza and solve the dinner crisis quickly. $12.99. Go to hungryhowies.com. Celebrate with an authentic Detroit-style pizza for just $12.99. It's Hungry Howie's. David, in the lovely peach polo shirt today. Ticket text, we'll get to the callers. I know we got a football today. I have got something I think everybody could theorize on. I heard one of the most interesting takes on Arch Manning that I've heard. And it only partially is something I've thought. The other part of it, never. But it's a former quarterback talking about it. And I wanted, obviously, your take, Rico, and then SEC honk over there, Kenny, and even David. Because I'll tell you the one thing, if you had on your bingo board that Arch Manning would be undraftable by week 4 of the season, congrats, you win. It's not even a choice for him to leave school now. He is dreadful. He is bottom 3 in the SEC in every quarterback metric. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock.
It's almost as if Granddad knew what he was talking about.
I don't think Grandpa saw this. You want me to play that DJ Lagway drop again? No. David?
My first response is I'm glad he's at least honest and not blowing smoke, but there's no way it needs to take that long. That is Mike in Brighton.
Am I wrong for saying lie to me? I don't want, even if that is your strategy, even if that's what you're doing, lie to me. Exactly. That's what I would sound like if he lied and said, hey, we're trying.
See, Kenny, not even.
We're going to make so many trades.
Not even lying to you, but just saying the quiet part, like, yeah, guys, I want to win a cup too. I know. I see it. We're a little frustrated. We're not where we want to be. But trust me, we are trying everything we can to get there.
If he
it
just
keeps
told
me up
fans,
at night.
If he just told fans, listen, I hear you, okay? And there's a lot more that goes into it than you realize. I'm not being disrespectful. Guys, if you think you want it more than I do, you're insane.
Right.
This is my life mission. I'm delivering a Stanley Cup here. Hell, say that.
See, that's not even lying to you. That's just saying exactly how you feel.
This is the next version of no and no.
This is a way worse version.
I guess in a weird way, thank you that I don't have to watch this season because you're telling me it's not going to matter, Steve.
Uh-oh.
Whew. The issue is people and the fans are not calling for his head either. So he's very comfortable that it's Nelson in Nova.
I'd like to stop there. I am not going to blame the fans in this regard. I think Steve Yzerman has gotten a ton of criticism. I think you could blame the media, but I think ultimate blame, it goes to his employer. Don't be mad at the guy. Be mad at the guy who signs his check. Ultimately, the Detroit Red Wings Brain Trust believes in Steve Yzerman's vision and finds he is doing his job at an acceptable enough level that there is nothing to do. Mm-hmm. If you want to be angry, that's who to be angry with. Don't blame the fans. What are fans supposed to do? Now, you could do the whole, well, that's it, don't go to the games. Okay, but I mean, no offense, this isn't a football stadium. You know, you put 15,000 people in the seats every night, it looks full. It's not 65,000. It doesn't work that way. What is it, the Hartford Whalers? You're going to draw 4,000 a night? That's just, yeah, I mean, Kenny, you know what I'm saying. That's not reality.
It's far from the hockey town that it once was, but fans are still going to show up to games. Fans around here like hockey, and they love the Red Wings. So, I mean, to ask them to boycott or something and not show up, it's just not going to happen.
No. Now, that should probably happen in Buffalo, but for other reasons.
Yes, it absolutely should happen in Buffalo.
But no, I don't blame the fans. Let's not do that.
Red Wings are the epitome of nowhere fast. Besides the Gibson trade, Yzerman has not prioritized free agency to make this team even remotely competitive. Landon from Royal Oak says absolutely beyond detested by that response. Why are we treating Stevie like he's a deity? Absolute disgrace for Hockeytown. I don't care about the Red Wings if the GM doesn't. I can't even imagine the morale in the locker room.
Like, think about this. They are 12th in the Eastern Conference, according to FanDuel odds. Can you imagine a year they finish 12th in the Eastern Conference? Year 7? Just, again, the odds are not indicative. It's not this totally predictive measure. It's an assessment. They set a market, and this is what, the algorithm says.
Right.
If they finish 12th this year, are we still going to be taking calls? Well, he drafted Lucas Raymond.
Yes.
No, there's no way.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. No.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes. So long as they remember him skating around the ice.
If he was brown, not stop. Okay, if he was Smith. Too late.
Wow.
Wait, I chose the wrong last name.
So hold on, unwind that.
I was wondering
if
that
his
was
last
not
name was
racial.
Brown.
Got it. Okay,
I was like,
pick something else.
Wow, where are we going with this?
I was
David?
like, did he just? Did he just?
If he was a black man,
But he didn't do that. He just picked
If
an
his last
unfortunate
name was
last name.
Smith, let's go with that one.
Fine.
Then you're right, Rico. They would not be loving him, giving him time, and calling up and defending him.
Look at my African over there.
See, I feel bad because to me, it ranks right up there with the whole daiquiri drinkers at Comerica Park. There's just certain people. But yeah, David just, wow. Okay.
Ticket checks here.
David, I think if he was brown, he would have been fired years ago.
Okay. Come on, man.
I wasn't
Years ago. Year 2. 15 games in. I see you, UCLA.
Okay.
Jake and Warren says the Red Wings are last. The Red Wings are last in Detroit sports right now. I grew up on the Wings, had a Wings room as a kid. They've completely lost my interest.
Yeah, it's kind of where it's at. Let's go to David in Farmington, 97.1. David, how you been?
Just fine, gents. Hey, I'm glad you brought up that Steve Yzerman clip because I'm coming to the end of the baseball season, thinking about canceling FanDuel because I'm sitting there thinking, why in the world should I endorse and give some of my money to the Red Wings, a.k.a. through viewer subscription, if they're not even going to do anything? The general manager's not even, boy, we're excited about this year, da-da-da-da-da-da. I tell you, if I was an administrator at FanDuel, I'd be livid.
I mean, look, David, it's always going to come down to your individual preferences. I have always said it is an entertainment product, and if you don't find it entertaining, well,
don't want it.
Then do your thing. Yeah. Like I always laugh when fans lash out and defend these teams ad nauseum as if they're earning loyalty points. Like a guy could show up to LCA on a Wednesday night and flash a loyalty badge and go, "Hey, I defended you on the radio last week." Well, sir, let me welcome you to the Olympia Club. That's not how it works.
Right here on the glass. Yeah, right here on the glass. Here's your seats. No.
In fact, we have a meet and greet right now with Dominic Hasek for you.
And this is what I'm getting at is like, I don't know what the FanDuel contract with Red Wings is, but I imagine it was worth quite a lot of money.
Yeah,
and
but you got to remember, David.
If you don't have the viewership, WTF?
But remember, it is. Go ahead.
It's not the viewership because, David, there are some people who are going to stick with this team. They're in it for the long game. They want to wait and say, "See, I told you a championship was coming. It just took a little longer than we thought."
If you say it long enough, it'll eventually be true.
I know, but that's where some people, they are invested. They are pot committed. I have to stick with this team.
Well, hello there. Can I see your ticket? Actually, I don't have one. I'd like to redeem my kiss ass points. Sir, welcome to club seating.
Was it actually called Falwell points?
Yeah, we just heard your call on 97.1. But let us escort you to your seat. Oh, my God, I'm on the bench?
There are some.
Mr. Yzerman just wanted to say thank you for defending his name.
I just collected my 1,000 Falwell point. What do I get?
Guys, let me put this in perspective. Okay?
If he was brown.
Hold on. No. To put it in perspective, think about the 60 years that Lions fans stuck with this team.
How about the 40?
And now they can say, see, it was all worth it.
Yeah, losing in the playoffs to a rookie. Yeah. Hashtag blessed.
I'm just saying. The people of Detroit will stick with somebody longer than they have.
It's like some of the Spartan fans who get angry at me.
I'm right here, Mike.
No, not you. Because I don't want Jonathan Smith gone. I'm just future casting if it goes the way the odds makers say it's going, We're going to be talking job security. How dare you? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you get to wear the Sparty outfit next time you nail your wife? Are you going to redeem your points? Here, honey, look what Michigan State gave me. I defended them on the radio. Bloop.
All of a sudden you hear somebody in the bedroom, touchdown, MSU.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Defend MSU enough on the radio against the bad man, and George Blaha will narrate your next session with your wife.
He's to the 5-4, touchdown, MSU.
Buddy, she showered 17 minutes ago. You're a little late on the call, George.
Hey, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Might be time.
Okay. You know what? Let me tell you about Matrix. No. Let me tell you about Matrix Basements. Right now, they are in the painting stage of finishing up my basement. I had a completely unfinished basement. And yeah, before I left the house, they are painting it. Mike, a lovely shade of dark green, MSU green on one of the walls. This thing is going to be great. And if you're looking to get your basement done, Matrix Basements is the company for you. Simply check out Mike, get out the studio. Get out the studio, Mike. MatrixBasements.com will give you tons of great ideas. Great before and after photos. You'll see some of the photos of my basement. You can also go to their YouTube page to see what they can do. Quality work, guys. Are going to be working around the clock to get you satisfied. You get free consultation. And the beauty of it is you can make changes along the way. Check out MatrixBasements.com right now. Let Matrix Basements turn your basement dreams into reality.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions have received a pair of honors after their blowout win over the Bears. QB Jared Goff has earned NFC Player of the Week, while receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown has picked up the Air and Ground Player of the Week after his 3 touchdowns. Lions coach Dan Campbell told Costin Jansen there isn't any update on the status of Marcus Davenport, and will likely not know his availability until late in the week. In other NFL news, Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has underwent successful foot and clavicle surgery per his ex-account Matt LaFleur told the media that...
You got it. Here, let me want me to read it.
Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman spoke with the media today as training camp looms. Game 2 of the Tigers-Guardians series tonight at Comerica Park. Jack Flaherty will be on the mound in front of the following lineup. Parker Meadows leads off and plays center. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Kerry Carpenter will bat third in DH. Spencer Torkelson in the cleanup spot as he plays first. Riley Green bats fifth and left. Dylan Dingler will hit in the 6 holes he catches tonight. Colt Keith, Wenzel Perez, Zach McKinstry rounding it out at shortstop. The pregame coming up at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, show's off the rails. Time for some football. Let's refocus. David.
All right, guys. David, yesterday you did the 2-0 teams and the 0-2 teams. Today, let's call this the crossroads. The 1-1 teams. Are these teams legitimate or not? Plain and simple. Let's start off, Mike, with a team that's near and dear to your heart, the New England Patriots.
They're real. I think they're young. They're developing. It's not going to be linear. But they have a real coach in Vrabel. They've got a real OC, and I think they've got a real star quarterback. Now, that performance in Miami, it's uneven. But let's face it, going down to Miami in September is a death sentence for all those AFC East teams. They won the game. I believe in them. I think the Pats are going to be in the mix for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I believe in them. I know that's Mike's boy, Drake May. I'll believe it.
If his name was Brown.
They can run the ball, and that's what they need.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Once again, you got to go to the flow chart. Ginger idiot quarterback. I can't do it. You got to leave me out of that one. I like Arizona better. I like the Rams better. I like your team better. I don't like Seattle at all.
Yeah, I don't like Seattle either. I know what K9 did this past weekend, but that was against the Steelers' porous defense. So I don't believe in Seattle right now. Nope.
I think this one's going to be easy. The Baltimore Ravens.
They're going to be just fine. You know, win or lose with the Lions. It's just like the Lions will be fine even if they lose to Baltimore. These teams have pedigree. They have talent. Clearly that division is now dead with Joe Burrow being dead. Mm-hmm. No, they'll be just fine. Remember, they played the best team in football, and it's been my Super Bowl pick all spring and summer. Week 1. That's the Ravens' sin. Right. They lost by a point to Buffalo. They're fine.
I don't believe in Baltimore. Lamar can't throw the ball.
This is all.
Okay.
I do believe in Baltimore.
Well, since you brought them up, Mike, let's just go with the Detroit Lions.
They're fine. They were an 11-win team before they lost to the Packers and after they beat a JV team in the Bears. They are who they are. I think they're a good football team. I just don't know if they're going to be good enough, but they could lose to the Ravens, and it's fine. Now, get blown out, get punked, that's a different thing. But no, I'm totally calm with the Lions.
Okay. Yeah, I think they'll be very competitive on Monday, so I think that'll show people that they're a good team. They're not going to get blown out. I don't think it's going to be one of those like a couple years ago in Baltimore game. They're a good team.
All right, these not so easy. the Atlanta Falcons.
I believe that running game, the same improvement you saw from the Detroit Lions O-line week 1 to 2 is the very same improvement you got from Atlanta week 1 to 2. The ground game, have you seen Bijan run? And they have a quarterback. They do. Penix is going to be fine. I like the defense. Xavier Watts looks like he's going to be a superstar. Pair of young edge rushers. I'm good with where Atlanta is. Yes.
That's the key. I believe in them because of the defense. I know these guys are rookies, so they may hit a couple bumps in the road this year, but they look impressive so far in 2 weeks. So I believe in them because of the defense.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Nope.
I do believe in them. No, I don't.
No, I believe you'll be picking in the top 10.
I hope so.
Your defense blows. That's 2 weeks in a row they suck. 300 in the air, 200 on the ground. You choose.
Well, New England's going to look even better this week because with no Highsmith, no Loudermilk.
Well, that's my hope. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers simply doesn't throw the ball 20 yards down the field. No attempts over 20 yards in week 1. I think he had 1 in week 2.
Wondering about that arm strength.
Yeah, it's not there. He left that somewhere in the Amazon with all the, DMT he was taking, whatever he does.
The Washington Commanders.
4-alarm blaze. I'm very concerned. Didn't understand the trade of Brian Robinson. Then Austin Eckler's dead. Bob Krosky-Merritt or whatever it is your answer there. Jaden Daniels is dinged up. Oldest defense. I'm out. I didn't like him preseason. I sure as hell don't like what I've seen through 2 weeks. You're just lucky you played my stupid-ass team.
Yeah, something weird is going on with the Washington Commanders. They are definitely having a second-year slump here for Jaden Daniels and company, so I do not believe in
I love
them.
the Raiders against them this week.
You know
I know that's crazy.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
This is tough. That division is really difficult. Geno when he's good is great. Geno when he's bad is homeless. I can't square it up. He was bad Geno the other night.
So he's good Geno or ginger Geno?
Also, can someone get to Ashton Genty and explain to him pass pro is a part of your job? I don't know if you saw that clip.
Yeah.
Completely just gave up on the play. I'm going to say problem.
Maybe in the rookie symposium you teach pass pro and you also teach on kickoffs. Make sure you grab
Hire a
the
driver.
ball.
Wear a condom. Pass pro. Financial advisor. All right,
And
that's a
kickoffs-
symposium.
And kickoffs, grab the ball. Just don't let it sit there in the end zone.
No kids out of wedlock. Goulet.
Well, they can't do that.
I'm worried about the Raiders.
All right.
I'm not worried about the Raiders. I believe they could be 3-1 heading into their October 5th game at Indianapolis, which would be a great matchup because they got the Commanders and the Bears the next 2 weeks. I believe in them. I think Geno will look better.
Dude, if the Bears lose to the Raiders,
Yeah, I know.
Ryan Poles should be fired.
I know.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Full panic. Trevor Lawrence played awful. 2 picks, 1 in the end zone. Should have thrown a third. Lucky it got overturned. He also acted like a you-know-what to his coach. I think the coach is a weirdo. And I got to give David and you both credit on something. I'm wrong on Travis Hunter. I really thought once season started, 75, 80% of the snaps be at receiver, select stuff on defense. They did basically a 50-50 split. You know what they got? Nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't get nothing on either side of the ball. So you two were right. I was wrong. Full panic, and Trevor Lawrence cut your hair.
They turned him into
cut your hair. It's not working.
They cut him into a jack of all trades, master of none. Like specialize in one thing and then moonlight on the other side of the ball.
Their GM over there, Justin Timberlake, look out. You're 35 years old. You made this bold swing. It can't look like that, son. And he does. He looks just like Justin Timberlake in the Facebook movie.
And because they're using Hunter like that, it's like they forgot they had Brian Thomas Jr., who as a rookie had a really good year.
You need to do some reading. Brian Thomas, there's an issue there. Lazy routes, no blocking, not engaged. It's week 2. There's something going on. You can read the literature.
Okay.
So
I'm
he's gonna
telling
be
you.
the next diva wide receiver
I
to
don't
demand
know,
out.
but it's a panic. It's like he woke up and realized he plays in the meth head
He's in
capital of Florida.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Oh, God.
You know what? Maybe he demands a trade and he goes to Kansas City. All right. The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, terror. Your quarterback was so bad you had to fake an injury and send him away for 4 weeks. I do not accept that he's actually hurt. I don't. I watched that game. He wasn't hurt. And they didn't do, hey, we'll see if he can practice. Hey, let's run some tests. They just zipped up the body bag and said, F it, we're playing Carson Wentz. Missed me with that one. I'm out.
Yeah, I won't be shocked if JJ will be left overseas when they head there in the next couple weeks because they don't trust him.
Oh,
they
no,
don't
no.
believe in him. They don't like him right now.
David, they're going to tell him, spend some time with your newborn kid, and we're looking out for you. A little paternity leave. All right.
What is he, a Greek butcher? I'm going to take the whole month of August off?
Yeah.
It's not how it works. You're in the NFL.
Well, actually, Mike, high ankle sprain, and you're going overseas, so you don't want to put him on a pressurized plane. Last two are actually the participants of Super Bowl 12. We go with the Denver Broncos.
Not worried yet. Little concerned about the defense they've been taken advantage of. That shouldn't be happening. But Bo Nix, Sean Payton, maybe the best screen game in the league. I'm fine with where they're at.
I am a little concerned about them. A little concerned about what Bo Nix looks like. There's still time.
Would you feel that way if your drop plays no matter what the situation now?
Finally, the Dallas Cowboys. Well, he is.
Factual. No, they're going nowhere fast. It's arguably a bottom 5 defense. Dak's going to throw it around the yard a million times, but what's it going to result in? Maybe they win this week over the JV Bears, but they're not going anywhere. So I'd say worried. They're just ass.
Yeah, the only thing the Cowboys are good for is if you have them in fantasy, because they're going to get their offensive numbers. They're going to collect them up, a lot of them, but they're horrible. Not a good team. They're not going to win a lot of games.
All right, that's your Crossroads NFL Blitz of the 1-1 teams, 97-1. You heard us talking. Football brings out all the emotions. That is why we love the game. But the feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, that is a feeling of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbooks. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers can get up to $100 back in fan cash if your bet loses. Football bet, that is, guaranteed. New customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about it. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash that you could use in the Fanatics universe for things like apparel and tickets and bonus bets and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can just switch to a sure thing every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee? Your old sports books, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check them out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's talk about David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing. We've got experience. Yeah, I hope so. But experience doesn't mean much if you're treated like a number. The difference with David is he's got the track record, decades of fighting and winning. But when you call, you're not a case. You're a person. It's personal. He will listen, and he will get to work for you that day. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH or visit getpaid.com. Okay, opened with Tigers, got into the Steve Yzerman conversation, Odyssey.com rewind for any of that. I want to play this audio for Rico and Kenny and you guys. And I'm fascinated by what's going on with Arch Manning. If it was something that he's simply not the best QB in America, it's a nothing burger. If it's something where it was a little bit up and down, also a nothing burger. He's the worst quarterback in the SEC. He is undraftable. And if we weren't in the NIL era, he would have already been benched. They don't have anybody. His backup, it looks like Jim Costa. Like that's not real. So I want to play some audio for you of Danny Cannell. He does the Cover 3 podcast. And again, yes, he dresses like a Bond villain. I know there are jokes galore with Danny Cannell, but former quarterback, his take on Arch Manning, I was fascinated by. I didn't think of this, but I want to know whether you think he's onto something or not.
Okay.
So here's Danny Cannell on the struggles of Arch Manning and why. And just to back that up, 11 of 25, there wasn't a single drop on Saturday for the Longhorns. What do you make of what Danny Cannell said there?
Spot on, man. I do think, and this is why I've never been a big fan of rushing the quarterback, because either they look like Trevor Lawrence, which everybody thinks is going to happen, but that's the unicorn, or the pressure just causes them to implode. And you are watching that with this young man. He didn't ask for any of this. Everybody just gave him all this pressure. I didn't think of the whole Fultz and Ben Simmons thing, but when he said it, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I see that because he's out there seeing ghosts playing a different game than everybody else. It's like, how did you miss that throw? I mean, think about it, Mike. The Ohio State game, his very first pass, Sark set him up. Guy was wide open, and he bounced past it to him. It's like, okay, nerves. Maybe it's just too much too fast for this kid, and maybe he can't handle the pressure of having famous uncles, famous last name. Look at what granddad did, and I'm supposed to live up in these guys' shadows, and he can't do it. I agree with it. But then again, going back to high school, I mean, he didn't set himself up because he literally played in a high school system that was just, he didn't play anybody.
No, Carson Newman is a tiny little school in New Orleans. They play in a neighborhood for Christ's sake.
Right. So it's not like you can even go back, because at least you could say with Bryce Underwood, okay, he played in Class A or whatever it is here in Michigan. He played up against some good teams, so you got a little bit of resume tape on him. Arch, he had a famous last name, and that was it.
Kenny, what do you make of it?
I think Cannell said something really smart when he said that the mentals might be off. Something is definitely not right between this kid's ears. In my opinion, looks like, seems like, feels like, because we've seen him. He was right. We've seen him make those throws. We've seen the ability for him the raw talent that he possessed. So for him to be throwing balls into the ground, and David mentioned it back here, so I'll give him credit for that. But like they set him up to make easy passes, to make easy ideas, like throws that aren't too hard, and he wasn't able to do that. So that doesn't translate to me.
I still think there's something up with his shoulder.
That could be too.
But here's the other angle. I was theorizing on this, and it's going to make me sound mean, and I don't have any ill will towards Arch Manning, but just hear what I'm saying. I do think there's something to what Rico said about the last name and all that stuff. I just think he's a child of privilege. Mm-hmm. And he's never had anything be difficult in life. I mean, think about it. There's no pressure. If Arch Manning doesn't go on to do anything in football, he's taken care of. He's rich. I mean, it's like...
He's Shedeur Sanders.
He's had everything handed to him. So
do you think that crosses his mind when he takes the field? Is like, I don't have to do well.
No,
in this
I think it hurts your ability to deal with strife and adversity, because when you go D1, everyone's on scholarship. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. And I don't want to prejudge him, but that's kind of what I just did.
No, Mike.
But I don't know.
See, I think this. He's at that crossroads where unless he figures this out, he becomes that Iamaliava. He becomes that quarterback that had all the hype and just goes into the garbage can.
But Nico helped get a team to the playoff. Arch Manning now, hold on. I'm here for all the Nico slander there is. He hasn't accomplished 10% of what Nico's done.
Understand. But, Mike, if my advice to him, get out of Texas. Go somewhere else.
Now, see, that I don't mind. And interesting you say that. Do you know the top 7 quarterbacks in his class? Yep. All transferred.
Yeah.
He probably should go somewhere where the lights aren't quite as bright.
Yes.
Because Austin is a blast furnace. And that fan base ain't trying to hear about growing pains or things. Hey.
He's going to have to leave the SEC because a lot of these games are against big schools where the lights will be bright, even when they're on the road.
But Kenny, if you look around at the elite quarterbacks in the NFL right now, okay, let's take a sampling. Just real quick. I'm going to spitball this. Hopefully I don't make any mistakes. Patrick Mahomes, he went to Texas Tech.
Right.
Okay. The best view of Lubbock is in the rearview mirror when you leave. Justin Herbert went to Oregon. Now, Oregon is a big program in a small place, right? Jared Goff went to Cal. Now, Joe Burrow was a backup at Ohio State. He went to LSU. You want to call that the outlier? Cool, but it was 1 year. He went to LSU, lit it up, killed it.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen went to Wyoming. The point
Lamar Jackson, Louisville.
There you go. The point we're making here, doesn't matter where you play. If you can play, they'll draft you. I do wonder about the portal, about lowering the temperature, getting him out of there, because it doesn't look right. If it's mental, he's got to leave. If it's physical, this could be fixed, but it might be both, and it's a disaster.
You know where a good place where he could transfer to? Don't laugh. Go to Indiana. Nobody's going to bother you. Nobody's going to – it's a basketball school.
Cignetti will murder him.
You think so?
Cignetti would put his head on a stick.
That guy's a maniac.
Yeah, you don't want Kurt Cignetti. Kurt Cignetti would sit there sneering at him and kill him. We might want to pick something different.
Okay, all right.
Would kill him just by staring at him.
Yes.
Laser beams coming out of the eyes, man.
But keep your eye on it.
See, but here's the thing. With the Indiana schedule, it would work well for him.
But you don't get better.
I think he just needs reps. I think he just needs less pressure. So if you go to Indiana and you're playing up against homeless people for 3 games.
Yeah, well, what's UTEP? They're homeless. He went 11-20. How about this? It's so bad he got booed off the field at Texas.
But I'm saying the pressure at Texas, because all of Texas couldn't wait for this kid to take the field.
Yep.
We would have won the national title had he been our quarterback.
Cutscene.
He can't do it there.
I'm
not saying go to some place like Iowa where you're never going to throw the ball.
Okay, I'm here for that.
But
go to Iowa where all you do is hand it off and throw 4-yard checkdowns. Do that for me.
He has to go someplace else, and I think he will be able to revive his career. It'll never happen in Texas. There's too much pressure. It's Texas football, famous last name. He's in trouble there. So, good audio. Because, I guess I didn't. I hope it's not to the Ben Simmons type of category.
I just thought Danny Cannell was interesting. It was worth playing. That's all. Just something nice.
Because, he started off the year, hey, he's the top Heisman Trophy candidate. To now, nowhere close.
Go look any category you want, any metric you want, he's either dead last in the SEC or 13th or worse. There's no category he's doing anything well at all. And that, okay.
He'd be quarterback in Michigan.
Probably just going to tell you about FanDuel. Bet 5, get 300 bonus bets. That's right. Pick a bet, any bet. Hell, bet all the Arch Manning unders if you like. You bet 5, you win, you get $300 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel. The NFL season is upon us as well. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. David, we are overdue on the ticket text. We have a football today to get to. We have a referendum weekend for all 3 football teams locally. All 3 are on the road. We're going to talk about it at 5 o'clock. We covered the Tigers. We covered the Steve Yzerman audio. If you're having a good day, don't listen to the Yzerman audio. It's 80, it's sunny, it's gorgeous out, life is good. Don't go back and listen to it. If you heard it, we thank you for listening. David, what do you have?
Manning should transfer to North Carolina, play for Bill Belichick. He can set him up for the NFL.
Yeah, but it's about quarterback development. That's not what Bill does, unless you're getting Josh McDaniel with it.
Someone says, I definitely agree with Cannell there. It does seem like something's weird. He's throwing the ball into the ground. That's not just a shoulder injury.
No, I didn't say it was just anything. But every time he was throwing 2 weeks ago, he was wincing. Whatever he did against UTEP, they booed his ass off the field.
Rico, we disagree. This may be the best chance for Arch to make his millions, so he leaves Texas. That money goes away.
Well, hold on a minute. Texas is about to renegotiate this deal. Mm-hmm. If you think he's getting paid next year what he's getting paid right now, there ain't no way. Not in my world, but I'll leave it to our NIL expert over here.
Well, Mike, I doubt the contract goes backwards. So he'll at least make what he made. He won't get a raise.
Then I'll cut him.
Can't cut people.
I can do whatever I want. I'm Steve Sarkisian. I'll cut him. You suck. Get out.
I don't think you want to cut him because that's where his famous last name.
No, you can force him out.
No.
Now, David, that's different than cutting him.
It's the same thing.
No,
it is the same thing.
No, forcing him out means, Arch, I think maybe if you go to this school, Mike, I just see you walking in saying, turn in your uniform. Can't do that.
That's still gone. Oh, no. You want to be a professional. You wanted to be a big boy. Well, you're going to get treated like one. You suck. Get out. But I'm famous. Don't care. Leave. Take a complimentary cowboy hat on the way out. Get out.
Then Texas gets roasted by the Manning cast for
Who cares?
4 hours.
Who cares what those 2 dull idiots have to say?
Apparently a lot of people.
I'm not one of them. And I doubt Steve Sarkisian lives by what will Peyton say about me. It's not even Peyton's kid. Yeah, I bet you Peyton's glad it's not his kid.
And I'm going to be honest. I would look at Arch and say, no, you're not famous. You've done nothing.
No, he hasn't.
Everyone else in your family have, but you haven't.
The boosters are not going to sit there and allow that for another year.
No, I think that he should just transfer, go someplace else. I don't care if you go to the MAC. You cannot play at Texas.
David, go ahead.
Go to the
I need
MAC.
Arch Manning at Akron. I want to live in that universe.
And for Toledo.
That'd be amazing.
You know what? Hey, if the MAC can produce Daquan Finn, they can do with Arch Manning.
Do I even need to say it?
Go ahead,
David. You got that Lagway drop?
Go ahead, David.
I can get that for you. Let me read this text here. The place Manning should do well at is he should go to Wisconsin. Luke Fickell needs a quarterback.
No, be a new coach.
Yeah, no.
He'll be a new coach. You don't want to go there. So no. He's just got to figure out a different place to go.
Daquan Finn back to pass.
Takes off and runs, picks up 40 yards.
Yeah, alert me the next time that happens.
Regarding Yzerman, someone says, this was already the direction with the Red Wings. I barely watched them last year, and I won't even bother this season.
We've gotten a lot of that communication from the fans today.
I think the worst thing that can happen to the Wings if the Pistons get good, and then they'll become irrelevant.
Hey, can we tee this up? It's just very rarely do things get hot in the middays. Very friendly show. There was a caller today, caller Brian, who used to call this show. Now, I had thought for a time Brian may have passed away or something. I didn't know where he went. Well, caller Brian, he wasn't having it with Gator. Because Gator was out there all pumped up. They beat the Bears and stuff. And caller Brian just wasn't having it. You do not hear things get spicy. But we wanted to run this back because, damn it, it's entertaining. And the last I checked, this is the entertainment business. So caller Brian from Detroit. And he just bodies Gator. Take a listen to this. I'll take that as a drop. That's tremendous.
As soon as I heard that, I was like, that's a drop.
No, 100% it's a drop. I just wanted to play it. It doesn't get spicy in the middays, but that was knockdown, drag out. Man, you gotta make it. You know the call's going sideways. No hello.
Right.
No greeting. Keep it respectful. Man.
No warm up, no nothing.
Nothing. Just 98 on the black. Strike one. You putting your chest up.
Like they want something.
Somebody probably does. I mean, look, someone does have to inform Gator. The Bears defense is, in fact, terrible.
Angry Brian. I've experienced that before. He's funny.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm happy he's amongst us.
Right.
Because
he disappeared for a while.
I didn't realize. Look, shout out on being alive.
Right.
I don't know what happened
It's
to him.
like boat guy. It's like, okay, is he still around?
Oh,
or not?
to hell with that guy. Please, that guy was a one-hit wonder.
Still.
No, I'm done with that.
I wish no ill will.
No, neither do I. I just don't care if he calls back. Brian. Thank you, Brian. You can hear how indignant Gator gets in that, too. He's like, oh, the Bears aren't very good, huh? No, actually, they're not. Scotty, they're terrible.
So is this the latest he's going to go very fast?
No.
There's going to be a whole caller region when it comes to the next year's bracket.
Really good stuff. David, just a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the football today, and then we got to do a little intro to Friday, the referendum weekend. What do you got?
Someone with a real suggestion here, Arch to Ole Miss or USC, because it's better play callers and coaches who can infuse confidence back in him.
I can see Ole Miss. That's your guy, Lane.
Wait. The pressure's going to be lower going to Eli's alma mater.
Gotta be kidding me.
Oh, yeah.
In the SEC.
Yeah.
And having Lane Kiffin just dial up aggressive deep shots. No.
Never mind.
Yeah, but maybe, you know what? Maybe USC. I can see that.
Okay.
A desperate coach.
Listen, do me a favor. Write down your top 10 suggestions for Arch and put them in the P.O. box. I don't care where he goes.
Hey, man, I'm just trying to come up with something.
You know what? Here's where Arch can go. Go to hell. I don't care. The kid's getting paid millions and he's busy killing worms. That's my opinion on him. To hell with Arch Manning.
You brought it up.
Oh, he's privileged. I've had enough.
And then maybe he'll go to Iowa State.
Good. David?
One more here on the wings. Dylan Larkin should request a trade.
Okay.
Why should he
we're
wait
good.
here and let his career rot away on a team that has no
Now
timeline?
I feel like calling
Yeah,
Brian.
hit the drop. Exactly. Ridiculous. You think Brian will be welcome back on that show?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Kenny is the call screen.
I will allow him through. Front of the line, Brian. You got to be kidding me.
Okay. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They got so much Trex, you're going to sound like Brian in the showroom. It's all in stock, too. It's crazy. Call Northville Lumber today. Buy it where the pros do. See the showroom. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
It is that time of the week, guys. It is my best bets in football this weekend.
Let me rebrand the segment. This is where everything David says I disagree with.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
go.
going to see if I can get one or two here.
There's one. I'll be proud of you if you pick this game because it is the single worst spot any team is in all weekend.
Okay, let's start with North Carolina.
Nope.
North Carolina at UCF, or according to Bill Belichick, Central. North Carolina at plus 6.5 is what I'm choosing here. Because, yes, North Carolina has gotten a little better while it's Charlotte and Richmond. I get it. UCF has only played basically one other game this year, and they have not embraced the role of the favorite. They are 3-7 against the spread when favorite since 2024.
They're also like 50-6 at the bounce house. No, just my answer would be no to any of this. Call the number. Next
one on
Not
the
a big
list.
fan of North Carolina.
Okay.
So I don't believe
I would
in them
take
at
UCF out of spite. Go ahead.
Arkansas at Memphis. Choosing Memphis at plus 7.5. Here's why.
Because Arkansas can't stop anyone.
That's true. They're coming off a very tough loss to Ole Miss. We all saw what happened there. And they are hosting Notre Dame next week. So I'm choosing this as the up, down, and the look ahead.
I don't mind it.
For Arkansas.
All right, we can get with the 7.5. Sure, I dig that.
Kenny says that it cancels itself out with the up, down, and the look ahead.
That's a double negative right there.
But he still hasn't found that. I'm telling you, here's one game. It's the single worst spot any team's in all across America.
Texas Tech at Utah.
That's not it.
So outside of 2024, we know what Utah looked like last year. I'm going Utah minus 3.5 here. The Utes have been amazing at home. 12-1 at home in 2022 and 2023 combined. So I have to go Utah here minus 3.5.
One problem. 6 of them to be exact.
What's that?
There's no data points for either of these teams. Texas Tech has played 3 corpses. Utah has played 3 corpses.
Yep.
None of the data is relevant.
Nope, you're just basically betting off the logo on the helmet.
Which I will not do. Plus, Texas Tech has the best roster money can buy. They might just be flat better. But do I love Devin Dampier? Do I love Whittingham? Elite jawline. That's a leader of men. I would just stay away from it. But, David, you're a man of free will. Do whatever you like.
Now, let me give you this one, and then I don't know if this was yours, or you can give me yours or not.
I believe in you.
SMU at TCU.
You know what to do here.
I'm going TCU minus 6.5 here because I love Josh Hoover. Throws the ball up and down the field, and SMU secondary has allowed 8.2 yards per throw this season, which is 98th in the country.
This is the battle for the iron skillet.
Yes, it is.
When you buy a skillet, it's got 2 instructions. Don't wash it with soap, and it requires points. Over 64.5. The battle for the iron skillet.
It requires points. Did not know that.
It requires points and no soap.
Let me guess. Would the game be Auburn, Oklahoma?
No. All right, the single worst spot.
Because I figured Auburn playing Oklahoma, and then you have to play A&M the very next week.
No, this is better.
Oh.
Team A comes off of a miraculous, insane, emotional fourth quarter comeback in a rivalry game at home. Their reward is to now go on the road.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Against a team that's off a bye who's furious after they lost to their bitter rival. I give you...
Is this West Virginia?
Kansas laying 12.5 to West Virginia.
Yeah, I looked at that.
Rita, get the chips. They're going to send Rich Rod home in a bad way.
Okay.
Kansas. That is it. That's like if you drew up a spot for a loss, it's that. If Kansas doesn't win that game by double figures, they're garbage.
And I looked at that. I just don't trust Kansas. I've watched them a couple times.
Whoa. 2 words for you. Black quarterback.
I understand. But that black quarterback has not looked good this year.
Jalen Daniels is a fine young man. It's just about can you keep him in one piece. Plus, they got a new stadium.
Florida, Miami? No.
Okay. How brave are you? See, I'm leaning towards Miami could be national title good. Running game. Ruben Bain captaining that front 7 on defense. And Carson Beck, the slander went too far. I'm guilty as charged. Mm-hmm. The question is...
Florida's desperate, man.
Do they have anything left? Last week it was criminal. I didn't touch it. Cookies didn't either. But if you took Florida getting 7.5 against LSU to not cover that game, you should file a class action lawsuit. I mean, it was 5 interceptions. It was ridiculous. Their defense has given up 2 touchdowns the last 2 weeks. They've lost both games. If that defense has one quality game left in them, they can keep this thing close. But I'm worried about Lagway. Rico, they had him in hell.
See, I look at this, Mike, as I would take Florida only because this is their last stand for everybody. This is Lagway, because if you beat Miami, you can at least say, okay, we run this state.
Lagway back to pass. Lagway rolls to the right. He hurls it downfield. I would lean Florida getting the 7.5, but that game scares me because Miami might just be that good.
I'm just saying, Florida, desperate. This is their season right here. You beat Miami, and I think a lot of the pressure is off the coach, off the quarterback.
You're 100% right. It's do they still like to play football? I don't know. That's a rough 2 weeks.
It is.
So before I give you the only 2 NFL games I like this week, I always like to give you a larger spread college game here. Purdue plus 25.5 at Notre Dame. And here's why.
No.
CJ Carr and their defense has been brutal this season.
That's what happens when you go from Al Golden to Chris Ash.
So I have to go Purdue 25.5.
Can I give you a better one? Let me give you a better one.
I love it.
I want Rico's opinion. You want a look-ahead spot?
Okay.
A team off to a dream 3-0 start after only winning 2 games last year. At home, nondescript booty MAC team coming to town. And next week, this team that's at home has a game of the year type thing against Tennessee. I give you Northern Illinois catching 21.5 against Miss State. The ultimate look-ahead spot for the Bulldogs.
Oh, you're right. Because it's the MAC team, so you just relax.
The problem is Thomas Hammock. I hate NIU's head coach with the fire of 1,000 sun.
Why is that?
He's a boob. And I know he's a former running back, and he seems like a happy guy, but I think he's ass as a coach. And Northern Illinois has hurt Jim Costa on our podcast more than any other team in America.
Why he keeps picking him?
No, if he picks him, they F him. If he bets against him, they F him. Thomas Hammock has impregnated Jim Costa several times.
Oh, okay.
Jeez. Let me quickly give you my NFL picks here.
Poor Cookies. It's like what people used to say about the Lions here. You pick them, they lose. You don't pick them, you lose. Like you just lose.
But so, David, real quick before you propose, I'm with you on the Notre Dame Purdue game.
Really?
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, don't think Purdue last year. Just throw that out the window.
Oh, you mean you could turn a roster in a year in today's college football?
Yes.
Weird. I don't see it in East Lansing.
All right, let me get to the NFL here.
Georgia?
Lagway steps back.
All right. I'm going.
I can say I like puppies, and he will turn that into, but have you seen Michigan State play?
Puppies would be better than MSU's defense.
I would unleash a sea of puppies over our defensive line. I would get more pressure.
You're right.
I knew you could do it.
Let me give you the one NFL game that I love here. Kenny wants to talk about it. It is +1 Cowboys at the Bears. The Bears are without Kyler Gordon, without Jalen Johnson, and their slot corner is dealing with a hamstring right now.
They could be playing
Cowboys.
Jackson Lumen Christie. I'd bet against the Bears.
Why is it only 1 though? In that case, we all know they're bad.
Because the Cowboys are trash.
I know they're trash. I'm not saying the Cowboys are any great shakes, but man, 1 point.
It's the NFL, Kenny. You got to recalibrate your mind.
I would have said at least like 4.5 for Devil's number though.
Oh my God, no. I would take the Cowboys.
Yeah, that one does bother me because the Bears look like they are just done. They got nothing to offer. The coach hates the quarterback. The quarterback doesn't want to play.
Hey, you better watch your mouth. The Gators coming after you. He thinks the Bears are great.
Last year they were great.
Those
How dare you?
Those are my best bets for this weekend in football. 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Tigers injured closer Kyle Finnegan is set to throw a rehab inning against Toledo tomorrow, according to Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News. Why? It's great. Reliever Paul Sewald is in Detroit, but is not yet on the active roster. Detroit will send Jack Flaherty to the mound against Gavin Williams tonight. Williams has a 3.16 ERA this season. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Baseball America passed along their farm system rankings for this season today. The Tigers received an A, along with the Athletics and Brewers. Both the Whitecaps and Flying Tigers won titles yesterday. One more, why not? Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman spoke to the media today as training camp opens up. He said the only player not ready to go is Simon Edvinsson, who's dealing with a lower body injury. He'll be out for a few weeks. Jared Goff was named the NFC Player of the Week after passing for 334 yards and 5 touchdowns. Amon-Ra St. Brown was also selected as the Air and Ground Player of the Week. Plenty of other NFL news. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan says that quarterback Brock Purdy has a chance to play Sunday. Minnesota Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy is in a boot and progressing well, according to Minnesota head coach Kevin McConnell. Commanders signal caller Jaden Daniels did not practice today. His status unknown for this week's game. Meanwhile, Bears coach Ben Johnson not worried about Tom Brady calling the game this week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, can you run back that Ben Johnson audio for 1 second? Can I hear some of this fake-ass media laughter? Can I have that, please, one more time? I gotta get out of this.
It's like a laugh track.
Yeah, it's like Ed McMahon was to Johnny Carson. All right, let's just move along. God, I hope the Bears get buried again. It's like a great car wreck in a NASCAR race or something. The Bears. Imagine if they lose to the Cowboys and Caleb looks terrible against the Cowboys.
I can see that.
He'll get benched. I think he is like weeks, not months, from getting benched.
Yeah, and I'm just still on the fence with the Cowboys. I don't know what they are yet.
Garbage. Exciting garbage. That's what they are.
But you're biased.
No, they have no defense, but they can score. They're exciting trash.
So they're Big 12 football.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right. Yeah, they're the Baylor Bears of the NFL. Congratulations. I want to ask a question because, we're headed right into Friday, and this is a fun weekend. I think on some level, it's a referendum weekend. Now, no, I don't think we'll make any final decisions, but it's interesting. All 3 of our local football teams are on the road, and, Michigan is the only one favored, but it's 2.5. The Lions are 5.5-point underdogs, and Michigan State is a 18.5-point underdog. But each team has something to prove. Now, you start with the biggest one first. The Lions is what most people care about. Look, they could lose to the Ravens. I'm not going to be shaken. It's the Ravens. I don't think you're on the Ravens level. Just like I didn't think you were on the Packs level. But if you get hit with a garbage can, that's concerning. If you compete, lose a quality football game, encouraging. A win, it's euphoria. I think a win over Baltimore is the referendum, meaning, hey, we could have a different conversation of maybe you're back. No, as when Gator got in his brawl with Brian, no, I don't think beating the bum-ass Bears, you're back to anything. The Bears are a free square. They're trash. For Michigan, it's take 2. Like a director in a movie scene. I didn't like that take. Take 2. Run it back. They went to Oklahoma and got bombed. The game should have been 38-3. It was a bad game. They looked helpless. Now you get to go on the road again. A little bit of class relief. I don't think Nebraska's great. I don't even know if Nebraska's good. Some of their metrics against the run, not good. And we both think Dylan Raiola is overrated and a world-class weirdo. But a win, I think a Michigan fan can start to think, you know what? Could we get to the Ohio State game with 1 loss? Where the Ohio State game wouldn't matter. We could make the playoff. You could think that way. A loss is a different version of the referendum. A loss is you ain't no damn good. You played 2 teams that featured players with legs, and you lost to both of them before the month of October. You're no good. For Michigan State.
Hold on. For Michigan, can I add an addendum?
Well, you're going to add it, so go ahead.
I think also you need to see what Bryce looks like on the road.
Well, he's the greatest player ever, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
No, you do, but these people don't want to hear that because if he's bad, they're going to blame the coach. If he's bad, they'll blame the weather. They're never going to get to a point of blaming the player, which, again, I'm not mad at because, like, I'm not overreacting either way. I didn't bury the kid at Oklahoma. The game plan wasn't great, and he's not ready. Now, if he goes out and crushes Nebraska, it's a positive, but I'm not going to build a statue. For State, it's complicated. I think for State, it's like, first of all, it's alarming you're an 18.5-point underdog to USC. Jonathan Smith needs to do in year 2 at State what he did in year 2 at Oregon State. You got to beat somebody people care about. He beat number 9 Oregon that year. So for State, it would be win. Hey, this calms a lot of concerns. That's a big-time win. That's a season-defining win. They might actually be okay. They might not be 6-6 garbage. Lose, it's just more of the same. They're only favored in one of their last 9 games. And Jonathan Smith, if he's going to outdo 5-7, 6-6, he has to win some of these games as an underdog. So I want to know from you guys, the referendum weekend is which team has the most to prove? That which team would a win mean the most or a loss mean the most in your decision-making as to what you think of said team?
See, I think MSU and the Lions are in the same thing where you could lose, but it's how you lose. You go out there and either team gets destroyed, and it sets the tone for what you will be for the rest of the season. For Michigan State, as you said, will you struggle to get to 6-6? For the Lions, can you only beat the bad teams? Whenever you play the good teams, you get destroyed. You're a long way away from that 15-2 team. So, yeah, I think a loss, a last-second field goal, and you kind of feel good about your team. Like, man, we were a play or 2 away. You come back here for the Lions, you lose by 10 points. For MSU, USC covers the spread. It's going to be a long season. But as far as the 3, I think it's probably the Lions. They have the bigger because they have the higher ceiling. It's the Super Bowl because they came into the season as Super Bowl favorites. So you don't want to say after week 3, wow. I mean, because we've already downgraded them from winning the division to just a wild card team. But once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen.
True.
You lose to the Ravens and you get embarrassed by the Ravens. Now you're questioning how good is this team?
See, I think it's Michigan. And I'm not the one doing all the hype and glazing and all that crap, but the bottom line is if you think you're any good, win the game. If Bryce Underwood's any good, win the game. Here's an idea. Isn't Nebraska the Texas A&M of the Big Ten? Here, think fast. What's Nebraska's last big moment?
I was going to say Penn State, but I get what you're saying. Nebraska could be the
Nebraska
Texas
in a big
Ndamukong
spot.
Suh.
Man, they haven't won a big game in how long?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to turn them into something special because they're not. So if you're any good, like playoff good, win the game. I think what's on the line for Michigan is quite simple. Your ability to make the playoff. Lose this game, you're not making it because you're not beating Ohio State. Oh, but we've done it I don't want to hear it. You're not beating with a freshman QB. It's not happening.
No, you're right. Because if you lose that game, then I start looking at your next game. Well, I think with the USC game, and I'm like, well, can you go back on the West Coast?
Right,
and
I'm
win
saying
that
even
game?
if you went 9-3, you're not making the playoff.
Because right, but I see that one. I'm more so entertained because it's the 2 most hyped quarterbacks in the last 2 years going after each other. So I want to see who's good, who's not. Are you both good? Neither one good.
Rayola's not. Let me just give you an answer to the test. I don't think Rayola's any good. I'm not impressed by him in the least, and I'd like to think Michigan's defense will make his day pretty miserable. Bryce, I have no idea what he is. Some people already have him in the Hall of Fame. I just watch the games. I don't know what to say. But, okay, 248-539-9797. David, all 3 of these teams have something to prove this weekend. The biggest benefactor of a win, the biggest loser with a loss.
I think it's the Lions here. The Lions cannot go out and lose this game. You go out and lose this game, then you are who I thought you were. The division is no longer yours. You're no longer a threat in the NFC.
Because you lost on the road to the Ravens?
Because they would have lost on the road to the Ravens and the Packers. Two good teams. That's how I see it. If they beat the Ravens in my mind, now for me, I'm like, you know what? The division can be had. You can still do this because the Ravens are a good team.
David, you almost forgive them for week one and just say maybe you weren't
Correct.
prepared and it's a mulligan, and we'll forget about that because, well, you lost to the Packers. Yeah, but we went to Baltimore and we beat Lamar and Derrick Henry.
That's right. That win would be mammoth. I think the win kind of reignites the Super Bowl conversation.
It does.
I think it makes people feel damn confident.
Well, and here's why I say this, because you're questioning, against the Ravens. Here's why. Because this is why I hate doing the schedule thing, because on paper, things always change once the season starts. But everything looks better after Baltimore. Cleveland, Cincinnati, Kansas City.
Not good.
So again, you beat those three teams after this, it's like, okay.
But my point is, look, the Lions' job is to play who's on their schedule. The Lions' job is to win a preponderance of those games. If you lose to the Ravens and the Packers, you could make a case they would have lost to the top two teams in the league. Now, I don't believe the Ravens are that, but the Ravens are good. And you're at their place in a primetime game. I think the Lions are an 11-win football team, win or lose. But a win would give it a little more credibility. Yeah, how about this? It would give a window to the upside that some of the people feel they have at 12 or 13 wins. But a loss doesn't bother me.
But the standard is not 11 wins for me. The standard is Super Bowl. And so you beat Baltimore. Now I'm thinking you can still do that.
Right, because, David, the one team that is just their ultimate bugaboo is the Ravens. They just normally embarrass themselves somewhere or another whenever they play Baltimore. The last time they played, the game was over after the first 5 minutes. You got the world's longest field goal being made here at Ford Field. Something always happens. If you beat the Ravens, it's like, all right, that may be the opponent in the Super Bowl, and it shows you could go on the road in big-time pressure. You can handle their rushing attack. And the biggest thing, Mike, you can handle the most mobile quarterback in the NFL, and that's Lamar.
248-539-9797. So, again, you rank them however you like. Who benefits the most from a win? Who hurts the most from a loss? All three of our football teams. We'll get Kenny's answer momentarily. Sorry, Kenny, we're way over time, buddy. That's on me. All right, 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. It's a nightmare. What do you do? Who do you call? How the hell are you going to pay for the damn thing? Victor's Home Solutions can take care of it all. Your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you've done. Thousands of 5-star ratings. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install, and they focus on the right things like precision craftsmanship. And since nobody wants to pay high interest rates, well, good. They're offering 5 years of no interest financing. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. Victor's Home Solutions. It all starts with the 21-point roof inspection. Get it done today. Schedule at 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or online anytime at victors.com. What the hell is this? What's going on here? What did I miss something?
This is Gus Johnson talking about Bryce Underwood.
Okay, I can't.
It is not AI. Okay. That's just the rap. There's more to it before that.
Wait,
it's
that's
wild.
That's actually somebody took what he said and turned it into a song, or that's
no. This is him in a video that Fox College Football tweeted out.
I can't. I gotta get out of this business. Oh my god.
Play it again.
No, please don't. Can I leave?
Because I'm like, what?
Just imagine Keith Jackson, Brent Musburger, Brad Nessler, any real broadcaster engaging in this.
The East Side. And that's not AI.
No, it is not.
The Michigan helmet on in the video.
He does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Dude, I'm watching this at my desk, and I was like, yeah, that's real. Like, it's not fake.
So this isn't
It's
like
his
the fake
Got
Kirby
It
Smart
player of the week.
Is what?
It's his player of the week. So he's probably going to do this every week where he does a little rap for said player.
Does he realize what a useful idiot he is, or does he actually think this is him doing his job?
I gotta give him credit. The song's kind of cool.
You know what? We've just discovered why they do it. Idiots like him.
It is. I mean, he turns into the Undertaker from wrestling. That part's kind of cool. I don't know if he needed to include Heisman Trophy in the rap.
Alpha and Omega.
There's only one. Wow. I just let that one go, David.
Bryce is God.
Because that's what he just said.
My response to all of this is fairly simple. I'm just blown away. We came back from break. I didn't know what was happening. We were talking about referendum weekend. And he's wearing the team's helmet in a rap video.
I got to pull this up.
Correct. I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah, you can miss me with that. I just... Kenny, I mean, do you... Look, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I've lived in this state. I've been a college football fan my whole life. You want to know why I hate the sport? Look at what we're doing here. Look at this. Look at the state of this sport. What are we doing?
Am I bad for just laughing at all this, thinking this is maybe the dumbest thing that I've seen in quite some time?
Brondo. It has electrolytes. I mean, it's just
and Omega.
Yeah, and again, by the way, good. Put that out on social media.
He's the second coming of Cam Newton.
That's your lead broadcaster. Who is that serving except for a singular fan base? And even that fan base, I'll give Michigan fans enough credit. There's a decent portion of them that are grown-ass adults who look at that and cringe. You kidding me? Good God.
Oh, my goodness. He morphs from the Undertaker to Bryce Underwood. Wow. This is...
Dude, he's the Heisman taker. It says it right in the song.
Well, first of all, this got approved. They spent money on this.
Correct.
And by the way, you were the player of the week. You beat a team in wheelchairs.
Thank you.
Like, no offense. If you did it against Nebraska, I don't care. Call him the Magic Man. Do whatever you like. Central Michigan, we're making a music video, and you're Gus Johnson.
I like the idea that Gus took this to a higher up before posting this and going, is this okay?
Hey,
that guy said yes.
Yeah, and you know what? Let me tell you what would happen if a class individual, like, you ready? A real broadcaster, if they brought that to Tirico's desk. Get out of my office. You have to be a world-class clown to partake in that. But that's what Gus is. That's all Gus is now. A circus act, a useful idiot, a propagandist, and a shameless one. What an embarrassment. That's unbelievable.
Hey, Mike.
Kenny, we want you in a new Iserman video.
I can just see it now. Hey, Tirico, can you do this Jeremiah Smith video?
Because he has standards. Because he's a pro. I mean, it's just we've devolved into like carnival barker. Like if you're doing radio and like, okay, let's say Jansen wanted to do some form. Well, Jansen's a bad example, but like Jansen rapping would be but horrific.
See, I
but like you're a radio host, you're having fun. It's different.
A bit, yeah.
Well, actually, he's the voice of Michigan football, so that wouldn't work either. No. Let me just step back.
I
from
got
that.
what you were saying.
I thought this was the rapper that always does the Tiger songs and the Lion songs.
G-Mac?
I thought that was him. I'm like, wait, that's Gus.
Well,
that's why I
it
said
is G-Mac. Gus G-Mac.
That's why I said play it again. I'm like, that really is. And I'm looking at the videos. You spent money on this. Oh, wow.
I'll leave it to the ticket texters. I don't want to solicit calls on that because there's really no call.
Like, how did that go in the meeting? Like, you know what? Hey, guys, hear me out. Let's do a music video.
I'm going to call him the Undertaker, and then the Heisman taker. It's going to be great.
He's the Alpha and Omega.
I'm going to wrap it up by calling him God. Call it a day.
Well done. Not by you.
That's Kenny's pitch. That was the pitch meeting at Fox Sports.
They're like, yeah, it's perfect.
You know what? Go for it. I like it.
Like, I guess I come from a world, I'd rather just see a really good interview with Bryce Underwood. A thoughtful piece. Get to know the kid, learn about him, and ask him no football questions.
Yeah.
Ask him about like his life, things like that. That's what broadcasters do.
Because
that's clownery.
Yeah, right. Because I can see how this couldn't go wrong at any point.
See, and let me say this, because I already got a couple. Well, he does this every week. That's the problem.
That's my issue.
It isn't about a Michigan thing. It's about you shouldn't do this at all.
It's just all of it. I said, Fox has done a disgusting job with college football. That's all I can tell you.
I mean,
and again, shout out Big Noon taking another game away from a way better time slot. Texas Tech and Utah. That should be a night game at Rice Eccles. And instead, it's 10 a.m. local time.
I was about to say, that's early.
Your reward for getting a big game is that Fox comes to town and you're playing at 10 in the morning.
So, honestly, why not Indiana, Illinois?
Because, revert back to where I said they've done a disgusting job with college football.
Okay. I mean, I can see this. Remember they used to do the signing with the stars? I could see if you did it there. Maybe. But, okay. Wow.
Well, don't worry. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hasn't Gus already done U of M sponsored football events?
Yeah.
Didn't he do some big thing talking about what a huge fan he is and I'm impartial when I broadcast? No, you're not, you dweeb. No, you're not. You sit there bricked up. God forbid if they ever pan to the booth, we'd have to check where your other hand is.
Bro, I'll still never forget it was the Michigan State basketball game. Great game going
Sharon
on.
Moore for 17 minutes.
Yes!
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, can you turn the camera to the court? They're actually playing a great game. Oh, yeah, another basket score. So, Sharon,
three-pointer, black guy. Sharon, how cool is it to coach Michigan? It's absurd.
And then they go back and it's like, it's a tie game. I don't know what happened.
This game's heading to overtime. Jim Jackson wanted to murder him during that broadcast. I remember that. It was like a Saturday, right? Yes. Jim Jackson was like, guys, we're into quadruple overtime. I think Tom Izzo just died. So, Sharon, what's the coolest thing about the banner?
And I mean, Gus is not even looking at the game. He turned his chair. He's looking at Sharon Moore. And when you play the Buckeyes, Jimmy, no offense, Jimmy. It's like, really?
Game's tied at 200. We're going to 7 overtimes. Sharon.
They call me Undertaker.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer.
If you do a Gus Johnson rap of this read,
I would lose my voice.
Okay.
I can't do it.
Don't do it. We have a Friday tomorrow.
Let's just talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All September long, Hamilton is participating in the Pick Up for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. Look, for every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that aren't that lucky. Like Mike. Mike has 3 dogs. He loves those dogs. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet and drop off pet-friendly supplies in the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference. And talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, $299 a month for 24 months. This includes 10,000 miles a year. Just walk in there with $9.95 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
The Tigers are sending Kyle Finnegan on rehab tomorrow in Toledo. He'll throw an inning. Today, Detroit looks for a win in the middle of the series versus the Guardians. It's Jack Flaherty versus Gavin Williams right here on the ticket at 640. Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman reiterated to the media today that rebuilds take time, along with defenseman Simon Edvinsson will be out a few weeks with a lower body injury as well. Lions QB Jared Goff won NFC Player of the Week, and his receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown caught 3 touchdown passes en route to the air and ground play game of the week as well. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. This update brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling.
All right, I want to knock down a call. We'll get some ticket text, and then this day has been a cornucopia of content. I have something new for you guys from the theater of the absurd. And no, it's not a Gus Johnson music video. Let me go to David, 97.1. David, how you doing?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Good, David. Nice to talk to you. What's going on?
Oh, I had plenty to talk about with the Nebraska-Michigan stuff, and then you played that whatever that was last segment.
Yeah.
And that is the stuff that royally just sends me over the moon. Because as a Michigan fan, that's the stuff that gives you the fodder to do the things that you do. It's just frustrating.
Yeah. What do you got on Michigan, Nebraska?
I'm nervous. I think that Nebraska can expose Michigan's offensive line. I think Michigan can also expose Michigan's defense, and I'm afraid Wink is going to do a wink. He already kind of showed it against Oklahoma, and we haven't had a player meeting yet to let him understand that he's putting too much on their plate. So he's going to try to rush this young kid, and we don't have the secondary to take care of it. I think the wrong team is favored in this game. As of right now, I don't trust Bryce in a big game. Not yet. I mean, as you've said numerous times, Central, it's beating a kid in a wheelchair. So I'm not that excited about beating Central Michigan 63-3.
David, I'll give you one thing I feel decent about for U of M is Nebraska. I worry about their front seven. They're giving up almost 160 yards a game on the ground. They're outside the top 70 in a lot of key run metrics. I'd like to think, not at the cost of the game plan, but I'd like to think Michigan's going to be able to run the football. And if you can do that, you can build throws in there for Bryce and build in some QB run and some different things. If Nebraska stops your running game, that's going to be a different conversation.
Yeah, because, David, I'm wondering, just the Michigan offensive line, are they going to be healthy? Who's going to be the guys out there? But
exactly.
Yes, if you can run the ball with Justice Hay, yeah, it will work. But he gets normally that one chunk long yard, and it makes him look like he had a great day when he really didn't. He just had one long run.
Yeah, you take the big long runs away from him this season, he's only averaging 3.3 to 3.7 yards per carry. That offensive line just isn't – it just doesn't get me excited. And we still don't know if Ifobi's coming back. We don't know if Elhadi's coming back. We don't – there's injuries galore on that offensive line, and they're talking about Klein might be – limited again, so there's the biggest wide receiver threat for the offense. I mean, I get the game plan is going to be running the ball, but this isn't 21, 22, or 23's offensive line running out there to just manhandle them and just play action all day long. Now, if we open up the playbook and allow Bryce to run around and create like he did last week, then okay, maybe we got something.
You have to.
But
David, that's the bottom line. You have to against any real team you're going to play. And look, David, it's good. You don't play Oregon, right? You don't play Penn State,
right?
You've got some more breathability here. Look, Nebraska, it won't be easy. But David, you had your one dress rehearsal where you didn't offer this kid a pathway. That's done now. That's it. You got to play. And if Bryce makes mistakes, that's okay. I mean, it's just you got to play. But
but Mike, it kind of goes against what you said with Nebraska and being able to run the ball, unless you're going to do design quarterback runs.
Who?
For Michigan.
Well, Nebraska gives up 157.8 yards a game on the ground.
No, that's
Run
what I'm
the
saying.
ball.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Are they designed quarterback runs,
Yes.
or are you just going to turn around and hand the ball off to Hayes?
No, what I'm saying is you establish that run early, then you put the fear of God in them. A couple of good hard play actions, move the pocket, RPO. Look, if you can run the ball, you have put them in an 0-2 count. You know, I mean, we don't know. MSU can't run the ball worth duty.
Run the ball, Mike.
Yeah,
Yes,
3.3 a carry.
Stick to the top.
Hey, do you want to be Stephen A. Smith's co-host on First Take?
Sure.
Because I have the rules.
Okay.
Have you guys read this? So The Athletic reported. Now, this is the other
Are you being serious right now?
I'm being dead serious. So there are rules if you want to be Stephen A.'s co-host. So the Stephen A. reached a 3-year deal with Sirius for $36 million. It should be studied how Stephen A. has gotten some of these contracts. History should study it. It's remarkable. But as shared on the air Wednesday, Smith's guidelines when hosting include the following. Are you ready? If you want to replace Molly Kieram.
Okay.
Won't take much. Speak when spoken to. No cussing. Address him as Stephen A. or Mr. Stephen S. Leave the, quote, fluid comments to him, and no rude interactions.
Okay.
Also, don't make direct eye contact with me. Don't look at me. Don't bump past me in the hallway.
And call him ambassador.
Right.
Exactly.
If you have a thought, run it past me first in the commercial break, and then we'll talk about it.
Speak when spoken to. Whew.
Does he have to tap you in and point to you? Okay, you may now speak. Enough. Next. Wait, did you call me Steven? No. Next. Next guy.
Mr. Stephen S.
That's
What?
the ultimate snap and point. Now you talk. That's what the money's for? I don't know, Steven.
We don't pay running backs.
Here's an idea, Stephen. You make $25 million a year. You host the effing show. Why do you need some traffic cop? Here, ready? Here's the list of intelligent things Molly Kieram said in her 15 years at ESPN. Ready? Here's the list. And that's the list. So why do you need the help? You host the damn show, big guy.
It sounds like he's putting prompts into an AI machine going, this is what you do.
Yeah.
Or just bring her back. It's not like you couldn't afford it. You could just pay her out of your own pocket.
Uh-oh.
Just saying.
Well, between the 13 at Sirius and the 25 a year at ESPN, I'd like to think whatever Molly was asking for from the bigwigs at ESPN could be a rounding error for Stephen A.
Let's just say she was asking, you know what? Give me $500,000. All right. It's yours.
Mr. Stephen S.
Mr. Stephen S.
We are living in a simulation. It's amazing the times we're living in. Carry on.
I wonder if she'll be in the next music video with Gus.
I'm leaving it alone.
Undertaker.
I'm leaving all this alone.
You know, I actually saw a list of potential names. I gotta assume the article I was reading was tongue in cheek.
What?
You know who the first name was for Molly's replacement? Want to take a guess?
I'd prefer not.
She's no longer working right now. She had her own show, a couple shows on Fox.
Oh, no. Nope.
Joy Taylor.
Nope. No. I don't know that you want to do that. Okay. Well, who else?
And they said Stephen A. should just host his own show.
You know what? Hey, Stephen A., we found the replacement. It's a potted plant you're hosting.
Set a mirror right there. He can
Put the
argue with
Charlie
himself.
Brown Christmas tree where Molly used to sit. You're hosting. Done. David, any tickets?
And someone says this list is ridiculous. Made me laugh.
Just no eye contact, no breathing, no opinions. Smooth commentary. Leave it to me.
I'm a Michigan fan, and that Gus video is ridiculous
Thank
and
you.
an embarrassment.
Thank you. And I give many of you credit. I know you're not all bad people. Right. Just a good enough amount to anger me.
Bryce, the Heisman taker, is crazy. Gus is goofy. Remember when Devin Gardner beat CMU 59-9, and that team went 7-6.
You have to understand. I said this to Jeremy Otto in the break. It's no longer play-by-play. These guys are WWE narrative drivers. And instead of it being, Bobby the Brain Heenan or Jimmy Hart You have Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt. It's no different. They push storylines. They push narratives. They try to move product. They're not calling the game anymore. I told you last Friday, I was watching Houston and Colorado. It's like Houston and Willie Fritz didn't have a team out there. Coach Prime this. How can Colorado win this game? How can Colorado get back? How's Dion feeling? Man, his Jesus piece looks sweet. Nothing to do with the fact that Houston was beating the brakes off of Coach Prime. It's a narrative. That's all this has turned into. And I know, oh, you're old. No, it's just, I want to watch the game.
No, because Houston doesn't have a fan base where Colorado, people love Colorado because of Dion, so they'll tune in. So that's why you make the Bryce Underwood stuff, because Michigan fans will tune in and
they're going to
watch
watch regardless. That's insane.
I know.
They're going to watch Michigan at Nebraska regardless. You could have Toons as the driving cat as the play-by-play guy. They're going to watch. This idea that they need to be led by the nose, it's insulting.
I think they're trying to get that fringe fan, that brand new fan.
Thank you, AI Kirby Smart. All right, football season. You don't just show up on game day. Score big, Moran Buick GMC right now. 26 Terrain, $359 a month. 15-inch infotainment screen, remote start. Drive home in the Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals, 36 months, only $999 down. And inventory's rolling in daily. Even the Denali's are in stock. Moran, best in the biz, and they make it easy. Go to MoranExpress.com. Not only check stock, get your certified service scheduled. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, guys. David, yesterday you did the 2-0 teams and the 0-2 teams. Today, let's call this the crossroads. The 1-1 teams. Are these teams legitimate or not? Plain and simple. Let's start off, Mike, with a team that's near and dear to your heart, the New England Patriots.
They're real. I think they're young. They're developing. It's not going to be linear. But they have a real coach in Vrabel. They've got a real OC, and I think they've got a real star quarterback. Now, that performance in Miami, it's uneven. But let's face it, going down to Miami in September is a death sentence for all those AFC East teams. They won the game. I believe in them. I think the Pats are going to be in the mix for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I believe in them. I know that's Mike's boy, Drake May. I'll believe it.
If his name was Brown.
They can run the ball, and that's what they need.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Once again, you got to go to the flow chart. Ginger idiot quarterback. I can't do it. You got to leave me out of that one. I like Arizona better. I like the Rams better. I like your team better. I don't like Seattle at all.
Yeah, I don't like Seattle either. I know what K9 did this past weekend, but that was against the Steelers' porous defense. So I don't believe in Seattle right now. Nope.
I think this one's going to be easy. The Baltimore Ravens.
They're going to be just fine. You know, win or lose with the Lions. It's just like the Lions will be fine even if they lose to Baltimore. These teams have pedigree. They have talent. I clearly that division is now dead with Joe Burrow being dead. No, they'll be just fine. Remember, they played the best team in football, and it's been my Super Bowl pick all spring and summer. Week 1. That's the Ravens' sin. Right. They lost by a point to Buffalo. They're fine.
I don't believe in Baltimore. Lamar can't throw the ball.
This is all
okay.
I do believe in Baltimore.
Well, since you brought them up, Mike, let's just go with the Detroit Lions.
They're fine. They were an 11-win team before they lost to the Packers and after they beat a JV team in the Bears. They are who they are. I think they're a good football team. I just don't know if they're going to be good enough, but they could lose to the Ravens, and it's fine. Now, get blown out, get punked, that's a different thing. But no, I'm totally calm with the Lions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they'll be very competitive on Monday, so I think that'll show people that they're a good team. They're not going to get blown out. I don't think it's going to be one of those like a couple years ago in Baltimore game. They're a good team.
All right, these not so easy. The Atlanta Falcons.
I believe that running game, the same improvement you saw from the Detroit Lions O-line week 1 to 2 is the very same improvement you got from Atlanta week 1 to 2. The ground game, have you seen Bijan run? And they have a quarterback. They do. Penix is going to be fine. I like the defense. Xavier Watts looks like he's going to be a superstar. Pair of young edge rushers. I'm good with where Atlanta is. Yes.
That's the key. I believe in them because of the defense. I know these guys are rookies, so they may hit a couple bumps in the road this year, but they look impressive so far in 2 weeks. So I believe in them because of the defense.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Nope.
I do believe in them. No, I don't.
No, I believe you'll be picking in the top 10.
I hope so.
Your defense blows. That's 2 weeks in a row they suck. 300 in the air, 200 on the ground. You choose.
Well, New England's going to look even better this week because with no Highsmith, no Loudermilk.
Well, that's my hope. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers simply doesn't throw the ball 20 yards down the field. No attempts over 20 yards in week 1. I think he had 1 in week 2.
Wondering about that arm strength.
Yeah, it's not there. He left that somewhere in the Amazon with all the, DMT he was taking, whatever he does.
The Washington Commanders.
4-alarm blaze. I'm very concerned. Didn't understand the trade of Brian Robinson. Then Austin Eckler's dead. Bob Krosky-Merritt or whatever it is your answer there. Jaden Daniels is dinged up. Oldest defense. I'm out. I didn't like him preseason. I sure as hell don't like what I've seen through 2 weeks. You're just lucky you played my stupid-ass team.
Yeah, something weird is going on with the Washington Commanders. They are definitely having a second-year slump here for Jaden Daniels and company, so I do not believe in
I love
them.
the Raiders against them this week.
You know
I know that's crazy.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
This is tough. That division is really difficult. Geno, when he's good, is great. Geno, when he's bad, is homeless. I can't square it up. He was bad Geno the other night.
So he's good Geno or ginger Geno?
Also, can someone get to Ashton Genty and explain to him pass pro is a part of your job? I don't know if you saw that clip.
Yeah.
Completely just gave up on the play. I'm going to say problem.
Maybe in the rookie symposium, you teach pass pro and you also teach on kickoffs. Make sure you grab
Hire a
the
driver.
ball.
Wear a condom. Pass pro. Financial advisor. All right,
And
that's the
kickoffs-
symposium.
And kickoffs, grab the ball. Just don't let it sit there in the end zone.
No kids out of wedlock. Goulet.
Well, they can't do that.
I'm worried about the Raiders.
All right.
I'm not worried about the Raiders. I believe they could be 3-1 heading into their October 5th game at Indianapolis, which would be a great matchup because they got the Commanders and the Bears the next 2 weeks. I believe in them. I think Geno will look better.
Dude, if the Bears lose to the Raiders,
Yeah, I know.
Ryan Poles should be fired.
I know.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Full panic. Trevor Lawrence played awful. 2 picks, 1 in the end zone. Should have thrown a third. Lucky it got overturned. He also acted like a you-know-what to his coach. I think the coach is a weirdo. And I got to give David and you both credit on something. I'm wrong on Travis Hunter. I really thought once season started, 75, 80% of the snaps be at receiver, select stuff on defense. They did basically a 50-50 split. You know what they got? Nothing.
Yeah.
They didn't get nothing on either side of the ball. So you two were right. I was wrong. full panic, and Trevor Lawrence cut your hair.
They turned him into
cut your hair. It's not working.
They cut him into a jack of all trades, master of none. Like specialize in one thing and then moonlight on the other side of the ball.
Their GM over there, Justin Timberlake, look out. You're 35 years old. You made this bold swing. It can't look like that, son. And he does. He looks just like Justin Timberlake in the Facebook movie.
And because they're using Hunter like that, it's like they forgot they had Brian Thomas Jr., who as a rookie had a really good year.
You need to do some reading. Brian Thomas, there's an issue there. Lazy routes, no blocking, not engaged. It's week 2. There's something going on. You can read the literature.
Okay.
So I'm telling you. The next diva wide receiver
I
to
don't
demand
know,
out?
but it's a panic. It's like he woke up and realized he plays in the meth head
He's
capital
in
of Florida.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Oh, God.
You know what? Maybe he demands a trade and he goes to Kansas City. All right. The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, terror. Your quarterback was so bad you had to fake an injury and send him away for 4 weeks. I do not accept that he's actually hurt. I don't. I watched that game. He wasn't hurt. And they didn't do, hey, we'll see if he can practice. Hey, let's run some tests. They just zipped up the body bag and said, F it, we're playing Carson Wentz. Miss me with that one. I'm out.
Yeah, I won't be shocked if JJ will be left overseas when they head there in the next couple weeks because they don't trust him. They don't believe in him. They don't like him right now.
David, they're going to tell him, spend some time with your newborn kid, and we're looking out for you. A little paternity leave. All right.
What is he, a Greek butcher? I'm going to take the whole month of August off?
Yeah.
It's not how it works. You're in the NFL.
Well, actually, Mike, high ankle sprain, and you're going overseas, so you don't want to put him on a pressurized plane. Last two are actually the participants of Super Bowl 12. We go with the Denver Broncos.
Not worried yet. Little concerned about the defense they've been taken advantage of. That shouldn't be happening. But Bo Nix, Sean Payton, maybe the best screen game in the league. I'm fine with where they're at.
I am a little concerned about them. A little concerned about what Bo Nix looks like. There's still time.
Would you feel that way if your drop plays no matter what the situation now?
Finally, the Dallas Cowboys. Well, he is.
Factual. No, they're going nowhere fast. It's arguably a bottom 5 defense. Dak's going to throw it around the yard a million times, but what's it going to result in? Maybe they win this week over the JV Bears, but they're not going anywhere. So I'd say worried. They're just ass.
Yeah, the only thing the Cowboys are good for is if you have them in fantasy, because they're going to get their offensive numbers. They're going to collect them up, a lot of them, but they're horrible. Not a good team. Not going to win a lot of games.
All right. That's your Crossroads NFL Blitz of the 1-1 teams, 97-1. Football brings out all of the emotions. It's why we love the game, folks. But when in that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you get hung out to dry by your old sports book, well, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers can get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses. Guaranteed. New customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, stuff you already buy, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can switch to a sure thing? Every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee. Your old sports books, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbooks. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers backhand reliever Kyle Finnegan is taking another big step in his return tomorrow as he throws an inning-long rehab with Toledo. Veteran reliever Paul Sewald was also spotted at Comerica Park today as he bounces back from injury himself. He's still not activated today, may not even be tomorrow. A.J. Hinch says it's a wait-and-see type of situation. Game 2 of that Tigers-Guardians series tonight at Comerica. Jack Flaherty will be on the mound in front of the following lineup. Parker Meadows will lead off and play center field. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Kerry Carpenter will hit third at DH. Spencer Torkelson in the cleanup spot as he plays first. Riley Green will bat fifth and play left. Dylan Dingler in the sixth hole as he catches today. Colt Keith batting seventh at third. Wenzel Perez will hit the eight in right field. And Zach McKinstry rounding it out at shortstop. The pregame coming up at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions have received a pair of honors after their blowout win over the Bears. QB Jared Goff has earned NFC Player of the Week, while receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown has picked up the Air and Ground Player of the Week after his 3 touchdowns. Lions coach Dan Campbell told Costin Jansen earlier there isn't any update on the status of Marcus Davenport and will likely not know his availability until later in the week. Red Wings GM Steve Yzerman spoke to the media today as training camp looms. The team released their camp roster, and it includes 2 MSU Spartans, Nicholas Andrews and Mason Appleton. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Tiger baseball is coming up next. So, David, let's do the big finish.
And this finish is brought to you by the Mike Morris Law Firm. Let's get into some of the things we discussed on the show.
The Gus Johnson video.
Some of the real things.
The Undertaker.
The great
The
conversation.
Alpha and Omega.
Well,
Heisman taker.
Since you all mentioned it, just so people that don't know, I'll play that part for everyone. Here is the video from Gus Johnson.
Yeah.
That is his
That's
Got
real.
It Player
That's-
of the Week.
What a disgrace.
That's not AI. That's real, folks.
That is real. That is his Got It Player of the Week. He's done it every week, but that's the first rap because I found the one from a week ago. He did not rap in that one. So I don't know what's going on here. But let's get to the real stuff that we did during the show.
My God.
Which was referendum weekend for the Lions, Michigan, and MSU. And we asked the people what each team needs to do in this game. So referendum, I believe, Rico, you said it was for the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions, because if you go out there and beat the Ravens, you almost get a restart for the season. You'll forget about the Packers game because you beat a team that you can't normally beat, a mobile QB on the road. I think we'll all forget about the Packers.
For me, it was Michigan. They have so much to gain with a W, but they do have a lot to lose with a loss, and that would be a real shot at the playoff. With 2 losses before October, I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
You got a long road. So, yeah, and again, a win would be huge for them.
And I think the reason why neither one of us said MSU is because I think they're going to be a bunch of referees. Even if they win, they somehow pull out that miracle.
There's another one coming.
There's going to be another one and another one and another one because I don't think people will have bought into this team until the season's over.
Something else we got into, and it was a interesting audio from Canal. What's wrong with Arch Manning? Danny Canal had that theory that it could be a Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons type thing.
Yeah, mental and physical. Mechanics have been thrown off. Confidence is shot. He's turf skipping balls. 11 for 25 against UTEP with no drops. Can't blame the receivers. Look, he is bottom 3 or dead last in every major passing metric in the SEC. An unthinkable fall from grace. Danny Cannell's a former QB. I'm going to take what he says seriously.
Yeah, I think that the best thing that Arch Manning can do is to transfer out of Texas and just go someplace else. The pressure is too great. Just take the L, man. Move on. Start all over again.
Then we got to Steve Yzerman at 3 o'clock today.
What's the next one? Go move on. I'm done with this.
Well, you can go to the Odyssey Rewind and listen back because, yes, Kenny was
Brian,
upset.
thank you for saying that.
Well, go ahead, Kenny. I mean, you were upset.
No, I was upset that it's the same as it ever was. You got your nothing last year. You're going to get your nothing this year. So enjoy your nothing. It was very disappointing, his comments.
Okay, a little more nuances. Rebuilds take time, and I don't worry about my job and talk to the owner.
If you got any complaints, go talk to the Illiches.
Unlimited job security.
Yes.
It's unbelievable that we operate this way.
But
you guys are just focused on the playoffs. On me, okay.
Lifetime contract. You better get used to it. Until I see otherwise. Like if they broke a glass case and had like this Declaration of Independence document that said it wasn't a lifetime deal, fine. But he's under no pressure, Kenny.
Absolutely not. Enjoy this because, let's complain to somebody. Complain to the Illiches who are not going to do anything about it.
Stevie Y, the Alpha and Omega.
Undertaker.
Okay.
The Red Wings Undertaker.
Yep, time for me to leave.
And we started the show off with the Tigers, and within the conversation, it became Kerry Carpenter. Just play the man every day.
I understand he's only had 55 at bats against lefties, but the way this lineup works, the way the bottom of the order's been working, I just would, if my season's going to go downhill, I'd rather have my best players doing it. I know, and I'm not. I don't know. To hell with it. Go beat the Guardians, will you please? I'm tired of this. All right, there you go.
Tiger Baseball, 97-1.